So good morning and welcome back to Newark Rugby Club. And we had Division 1 and 2 yesterday, where series deciders were played out with the Nottingham Hoods taking the overall series, but Galaxy Southwest taking the day. And now we're on to Division 3 and 4. To kick us off, we have another side from Nottingham, this time the Sheriffs versus the Nomads, a roaming team. A spattering of old experience and some young players looking to take advantage of their extra game time here on day 3. The sun will be with us later on. For now, it's overcast, almost suiting the early day. And this game will be with us in just 1 minute. And I'm very happy to say I have a co-commentator all day. England Girls Under 15s goes Chappers. Chappers, how are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Exciting, first time on comms, really looking forward to it. It should be a great day of touch.
It should be indeed. And to kick us off, we have the Nomads, Theo Edwards, Charlie Samble, two names that if you were tuning in yesterday, you would have heard me call more than a few occasions. And what are we seeing from this game? First game of the day, maybe just brushing off some cobwebs early, but both teams relatively even, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like 20 minutes of touch as well. Anything can happen. You know, things go 50-50s, go different ways, and see who starts quickest, starts sharpest.
Yeah, and speaking of sharpest, well, Charlie Samble had try of the day yesterday for my money with a little salmon dive, picking off a lovely hole in between the mid-link. Wonder if he'll be trying to emulate that today. Oh, lovely finish round the corner. Nomads on the first time of asking. It's Theo Edwards. Rips that ball long. And it's a great score in the corner from the woman with no number on her back. The Chappers, that's a great start.
That's fantastic. I mean, that's the way you want to start a day of touch, particularly in the overcast weather before it gets a bit too hot. Get these lovely tries in. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit of a settler there for the Nomads. You know, first possession, you get your try. And once again, this touchdown turnaround playing havoc.
Oh, absolutely. At the start of the day while the brain's still waking up, it really does mess with the head a little bit.
I think my favourite one was yesterday, just the refs all lined up on the wrong side of the pitch.
Yeah, brilliant. No, they're the exact same way as well. Oh, here we go.
Oh, great touch there.
Fantastic. There we go, just after scoring as well.
Yeah, numberless winger out there. We'll try and sort any sort of identification out for you. 32 short coming here.
Here we
from
go. Straight in
Nottingham.
that
That's
hole.
try time. It's relatively easy.
Fantastic. Most simple move in the book. And just attacking that short side, running with intent. Oh, and there we go.
Yeah, nice little bit of footwork to get over. A little bit of a shimmy. And we were discussing a lot yesterday when I had Ollie Holmes join me on commentary, that actually sometimes in these early games you do just run your known playbook, like, you know, ease yourself in to the performance rather than worrying about doing something overly spectacular too early.
Oh, absolutely. You can get your head all in a spin trying to run everything perfectly, and instead just doing what you know. Here it is again, and that's Theo Hall in through that link hole.
Yeah, and I've got to shout out one of the old players I used to coach, Sol Phoenix, playing with Luke Phoenix, who owns his trade playing rugby league, both sporting the red hats. And Sol is one of those players. He's just a wonderful character, great player, and a nice bit of opportunity for him to share the park with his son.
Speaking of family connections, looking out at Link over there who just scored the try, Theo Hall, who's a England under-18s girls player, with her sister in the box, who you'll also see at Link at points today, Acacia, who's an England under-15s girls player. Amazing.
And I suppose that's why we love touch, right? It is such a family affair. And realistically, it's one of those only codes of rugby that anyone can play at any point of their development or age, gender, doesn't matter.
Absolutely, and that's why particularly Division 3 is so fantastic for that as well.
That's a good dog. He's playing the link, trying to sweep round. Opportunities to go through the middle. There's a good bit of pace, and neither of the middles are able to make that touch.
That's that same player again, I think, on a brace.
Yeah, he's got some wheels early. It's number 78 or 79. Will Logan getting over for an early double.
See if he can convert it into a hat-trick this morning. That's not a bad way to start the day, is it?
Definitely not. 3.5 minutes in. Here is Samble and Edwards. Working in the midfield there with Lyndon Hall. There is Hall. Doggy's option. Nice flat ball to the link. That's a lovely score once more. And Theo Edwards, no, not really threatening the line, just picking passes and finding the gaps in the defence. And this is just a lovely option here off the sweeper.
Oh, it's fantastic. And this is Acacia Hall running that link hole and getting that ball down under a bit of pressure. So there we go. There's the two sisters for Nottingham, for Nomads, getting tries on the board.
It's a great start. And the run rate at the moment, the cricket's pretty on topic. Well, our run rate is huge.
Yeah, we're showing them how it's done.
Yeah, 4 tries in 4 minutes.
Fantastic.
That's up to the Sheriffs to up that. That's good momentum carried up towards the 7. Good platform here for the 32, Ooh. Although had an eye for a gap. The door shut on him. It's just slowing the play down. Open side quickie. Fire up option is good. There's a 3-on-2, but Theo Edwards treading water well on the line. And that's unfortunate, but good defence there from the Nomads.
Absolutely, and that stop's important to when you're in these ding-dong battles. Getting that stop is almost as big as getting a score.
Yeah, and also, 5 minutes in, this is our first look at a transition here for either side. It shows just how fast the run rate has been.
Absolutely.
That might be off the mark. I think the referee's just saying, look, I've got it, you don't need to call.
There we go. Referees do a fantastic job. Let's leave them to it. Definitely advice I could take myself, to be honest, when playing.
Advice anyone could take, I believe. Any player in any code of rugby knows.
Absolutely.
And actually, there's been a few really lovely documentaries to highlight, especially in the union code, just the job that the referees do, and the touch, it's no different. Here's Hobson looking to orchestrate this attack. There's a sweeper player coming round at pace, just had to check the run. Ball on the floor for a little bit too long. Hobson feeds away to his middle. There's a 32 for Hobson. Opportunities for the dive. Ooh. It's a good touch. And that is 6 and turnover. But past couple sets, defence is out on top. Is it a case of both teams just feeling a little bit more comfortable now?
Yeah, maybe. And when you get into this grind a little bit and you're a little bit more settled, maybe your defence is feeling a bit more comfortable. You know, you're all talking after 4 minutes of waking up. Yeah, and we get into this midfield grind that is another great aspect of the game.
Yeah, and it's one of those that can really, underpin a lot of success down the other end of the field, as we see Lees and Phoenix.
And Phoenix.
And Phoenix. Best name in the business, Sol Phoenix. There's Luke Phoenix. There's a good bit of momentum. There's a 2-on-1 over on that wing side.
Ooh.
That'll be 6 more.
That's really nice play to earn that. Now this line attack set, let's see if they can convert it.
Yeah,
and it's a dangerous pod out there as well with Theo Hall and the Phoenix father and son.
Yeah, Lee's as well operating in the midfield. Lee's another one of those 45s that I had the pleasure of coaching for a few years. There's Lee's, there's Phoenix. Checking away.
Now.
Yeah, Luke Phoenix, he's so rapid, can set off way after the dump's been made. But that ball to Hall, just feeling a little bit out in front. And Luke Phoenix, no stranger to touch. Hot custard regular back in the day. That shows my age, talking of hot custard. And now they've forced the turnover.
There we go. Let's see if they can convert this set. I think they just need to be nice and calm. I feel like that's what we saw on the scores that have happened so far. If you get things a bit too frantic, then you know you drop your communication.
Mm-hmm.
But the space is there to be found.
Yeah, here is Luke Phoenix.
Oh, a bit of fancy footwork.
Yeah, I think just buying some time to get some fresh legs on. That wouldn't have been my recipe, taking off Luke Sol and Bill Lees, but
it's a long old day of touch though. Keep the bodies fresh. And here we go. Here's Theo Edwards on.
Here's Charlie Samble just trying to take the outside edge, and does indeed.
There we go.
And why take touches if you can just gas through the middle? Charlie Samble.
This lovely little hitch kick.
This was 4 on 6 as well, by the way. There was they were still in their subbing pattern.
I feel like that can happen though when you've not got the attack lined up sort of normally against you. All of a sudden you can get him in a bit of a spin, not quite watching your player, and there we go. And Charlie takes advantage.
Yeah, Nomads now in the lead, although
great touch from Acacia Hall there on the full extension. That's fantastic on that player, stopping him getting a hat trick.
Yeah, stopping that hat trick. Only 9 minutes in. There's sweeper play coming round. Here he is again. Good bit of footwork, little pump, ball option. Theo Edwards, great touch.
This is nice though from the Sheriffs, forcing these diving touches, because eventually one of those will miss.
Yeah. And I think as well, the Sheriffs, any team coming out of Nottingham has the benefit of training and playing with some of the best players in the country.
Oh, so much experience.
And you were talking about one of those diving touches missing. Well, there's one as the Sheriffs go over and equalise. And they do find their feet once more in line attack.
Number 70, just finding that name.
Well, it shows the age of my laptop.
George Bunn. Fantastic, that's a great score and a great worked set using all 6 touches there, Nottingham, which is what you want to see. Not panicking, as we said, and now it's a 3-3 tied game, halfway through, 10 minutes to go. Anybody's game.
Indeed it is, as we see the Nomads now looking to try and rectify and re-establish their lead. 32, nice long option. Footwork is good. Oh, footwork is lovely. That ball, unfortunately, might have hit the deck. The referees are just going to have a check. I think that looked pretty good. They're going to give it, and this will be a good one to have on the replay, because for me, and live, I thought he picked it up. Ooh, you couldn't pay me to be a ref.
I'll tell you what though, what was lovely to see was the Nottingham bench calling onto the referees that was ball down.
Yeah.
You know, that's the point as well. At the end of the day, as much as we're competing against each other, we all want to see good tries and people enjoying themselves.
Yeah, and especially when there was really nice option there, good bit of footwork, finding the gaps in the defence.
Absolutely, just a slightly wayward ball, but I think on that 50-50, err on the side of the attack and give them the score.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's nice manipulation there in the midfield from the Sheriffs. Another good momentum shift. Here is that hat-trick player, and he's just going to go through, and there is the wheels once more for 79.
Will Logan. There we go, on the hat-trick, 4-4. Fantastic. And it's just that, it's that little hold-up. Watch it as he shapes to pass a little bit, and you see that saving middle's eyes go out, and he just straight through that gap.
Yeah, it was those two defensive middles, Harry and Thomas Courts.
Another family connection, is that?
Yeah, they maybe just got caught napping a little bit. And speaking of family connections, the Phoenix, father and son, are back on the field working with Lees. There is Lees.
Looking to get up to the line now.
Yeah, sweeper's coming. You get Luke Phoenix on the run. It's danger. Nice step back option. Trying to get the ball over to the wing. It's a great catch and ground. That looks to be good.
Fantastic.
It is indeed. And Sol celebrating in the end goal.
And a great finish from that winger, right in the dead ball zone to get that ball down.
Yeah, well, just wait. That's number 20.
Hayley Smith.
It's a great
Fantastic
finish.
Work from her.
Yeah, and what I like about touchdown turnaround as well, and think something that we picked up on yesterday, is the amount of teams who score and then go and defend their own score.
Yeah, absolutely. You just go, no, you know what, I'm going to stay. I had one of those in the last round where I scored, really geeing up my pod to dee it out, and then all of a sudden I started to see stars because of where I dived too hard at the ground, and I ran off the pitch, leaving my mates on the field. We weren't best pleased.
Some would say that's an educated decision.
It is indeed. Yeah.
The 32 platform. Nice flat one to the line. Ooh, bit of contact. Don't think anything.
Looks like we're all good.
Yeah, overly doing that.
Probably not many people coming out best on a bit of contact with Josh out there.
No, definitely not. And
this is nice meters up the touchline now. Josh and Sol getting up to the halfway line. Acacia now taking it towards the 10 with fifth coming.
Edwards
setting up a scoop for Charlie.
Sambal, this is dangerous. There's a good left foot step, but it's really good.
Really well defended.
Defensive spacing there on the line from the Sheriffs.
And they needed to do that in order to keep this a one-score game.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, you know, this does feel like a bit of a grind. And for my money, I think the Nomads finding a little bit more success in their transition.
Definitely.
I think there's a difference on touch one at the moment. The momentum for the Nomads is a little bit more apparent than it would be for the Sheriffs.
Yeah, and I think what they're doing really nicely is they're threatening across the field a little bit more. You know, I think the Nomads are able to sort of bunch together a bit in defence because of the way that Nottingham are subbing, whereas, I mean, you look at the way they're keeping them guessing on these threats, and it means that Nottingham are having to sit back that little bit more, which is really nice from these young Nomads players. Yeah,
and this is the Courts brothers operating well. There's a good bit of footwork, and now there's a foot race to the corner. Oh, dummy. And this time it's Harry Courts who goes over, working with his brother Thomas. And Riley Williams wearing 5, and that pod just find this overlap, and then it's a foot race. There's only ever going to be one winner.
That's fantastic, and it came from that early wrap, just holding that ball up, letting that defender bite in, and the really nice depth of the line coming around the outside from Harry there.
Yeah, the Sheriffs, let's try and emulate that play with the early give, but a really good snipe there from Harry Courts. And it's again, the Courts brothers working together. There's Thomas making touches. That's good momentum. All play on is called. I wonder if this will be brought back for and offside.
It looks like they're just calling it a touch there. I think because they had the advantage and played through, and then he got back on side and made that touch.
Yeah, Boardman in at half, picking up, trying to come over to the link. That's a really good touch over there on the far side for 18, Amanda Warren. That is 6-touch turnover, but Boardman threatening the line, forcing some last-minute defence.
Josephine House as well at link there, just subbing off, working really well with these Courts brothers.
Oh, and there's a bit of pace, and now it's Thomas Courts over to Harry Courts, and there's a foot race. Oh, lovely offload back on the inside, and they will go all the way.
Fantastic. Look at that. Score, defend your score out, score again to take your team 3 points up.
And I tell you what, that is the best subset. You take 2 touches, and then you go full length, and we'll have a look at this one from start to finish. So it was Courts, and we see the step to get away from one. Offload here, and then look at this for a little offload out
Round
the
back.
back. That is nasty.
And then just the pace to finish it off. I mean, there's not much. You just got to hold your hands up to that and go fair play.
Yeah, and you know, I was saying a lot yesterday. You know, yesterday really felt like a day of good players in good positions making good decisions.
Yeah.
And you know, there was a lot of structure, but a lot of skillful moments while the Courts brothers putting their stall out in that conversation.
Absolutely.
And now the Sheriffs need to go and equalise, but I would be running away from Luke Phoenix, not towards his channel, because he has the wheels to defend 3 or 4 different spaces.
And that's Phoebe Simon wearing 16 and at link there, just as part of that play. Talking about players playing yesterday, helping out the Sheriffs team.
Yeah, and she took a bit of a knock as well in the game against Galaxy Southwest. So it's good to see her back playing
And moving very
fit.
well. Charlie with that scoop again, looking
Switch
dangerous.
option. And then does go. There was a really good spacing there, and I like what Theo is saying. There was an opportunity just to straighten and beat the opposite man. And you know, you'll know more than anyone from a coach's perspective. On that scoop, you are just trying to beat that offside player. I think it can feel really easy to just drift across the face of the defence.
Well, absolutely, particularly when you've got a lot of players who come from rugby. The notion of sort of a player being offside, you know, and being able to run through them feels a bit strange. But really, that's what you have to train yourself to do.
Yeah.
That until they get back to that 7, you've just got to plough straight through them, and worst comes to worst, you earn a penalty.
Yeah, there is Samble. Quickies with Edwards. Samble, good footwork, diving at the line.
Nice touch from Phoebe there.
Yeah, it was Phoebe Simon in link, making a good touch. Here is Samble once more, in towards Edwards. Edwards, Samble, Edwards. Options for the link hole. It is given, and that might be ball down, if not for a good covering touch.
Great line from Makesha there, though. Just that ball having to work it right from the top of her reach all the way down.
Yeah, trying to sweep around the outside. They work the ball really well, but unfortunately, I think the referee has spotted a forward pass in there. He has indeed. So, a couple touches remaining in that set, but the Nomads forced the error.
Here come Nottingham with their subbing set again. And as you say, I think that's just been the difference in this game. You know, we see the Nomads coming forward really fluently, although this is nice from Phoebe.
Theo moving a little bit heavy on those feet.
After a day out yesterday, you can't really blame him.
No, also representing Nottingham and now playing against. And now Hobbo looking to go through the middle. That should be 6
hands.
more. It is indeed. Sideline ref has called it. 32 short. Hobbo. I tell you what, this should be a try. Oh! Has he gone through the middle?
Fantastic twisting dive there. I personally would have given it.
I mean, I think you've got to give it. If he gets on the inside of Charlie Samble and the outside of Theo Edwards, well, that becomes... that's a hell of a score. Hobbo, here is the danger. Oh, that's a good finish.
Oh, Charlie just about make him. I think, even though his feet were behind the line, snaking out an arm over it. Here we go. Still one more, I think 5th touch coming now.
Yeah, they did get the 6 more. There's a good 32 short. Rapper is good. That is ball down. Is it? Oh. No, Hall makes a really good touch on the line, and it's a bit last ditch, but it's working for the Nomads.
It is indeed, and I think we're last coming. Killing that ball over in the corner, and then see if they can get a turnover from this Nomad sub off.
Oh. It's a good defensive set, but unfortunately, it is not good enough here for the Sheriffs as they concede defeat. 7 tries to 4 to the Nomads. Theo Edwards not moving well at all, but
no,
he won't stop playing all day. And that was a really good starter for the game. It was 4-4, just past halfway. The Nomads carrying away with the victory. Just felt like the Nomads had the edge in pace.
Yeah, in pace, and I think in a little bit of composure as well, particularly as in those first 3 touches, and you saw the platform that they set. But that's exactly how we wanted to start the day, nice and close, but actually seeing those little differences work out over the course of 20 minutes. And if that's anything to go by, I think we're going to have a pretty good day of touch watching here.
Indeed we will, and it will come thick and fast. Our last game at 4:30 today. We are here all through every single game, and coming up for you next at 10:25, we have the Oxford Goslings versus Staffordshire Stormers. So, welcome back to Game 2 of Division 3. We have the Oxford Goslings versus Staffordshire Stormers. And the Goslings, there is a bit of a kit clash here, but Staffordshire Stormers with the ball attacking from left to right, and the Goslings defending right to left. Here are the Stormers looking to start early. Good bit of footwork, diving at the line. Oh, that's a beautiful opening score from 45, Tim Hogan. And seem to be taking a leaf out of the Nomads book, scoring off first set.
Absolutely, that's a really dynamic way to start. Even the way that they drove up to the line there, and then look at the way he steps back on that dive, ball out of full extension. Here we go. I think we're in for a little bit of a game here.
Indeed, we will be. And then we have the Goslings driving up the middle. A couple of men's 45s players scattered around this team. So there'll be bags of experience and structure. But playing against the Stormers is no mean feat. Sweeper play coming round, wrapping well. Opportunity to go back on the inside. Ben Blackburn can't get down.
Just couldn't quite get that ball in the hand, ready to dive. The sixth coming here, kill the ball out.
Yeah, trying to check around on the inside, nothing doing. And head of media communications, Chris Wearmouth, putting on the yellow referee's top. That's a good midfield defence there. This is third touch coming, not up to the box yet. Now like, getting there.
I feel like in that last game we really saw, the difference between teams being the subbing. So interesting to see here, but some pace coming on.
Yeah, this is last. They want to go hard. That is 6-touch turnover. A little bit of a bump in the roll ball, but nothing doing. And early, we have this battle of transition.
It's great to see the quality of touch being played in Division 3, and particularly being this the final weekend of the 3 rounds. Yeah. Teams are settled, divisions sort of lined up nicely, and it gets you some really competitive games, which is what we want to see.
It does indeed. That's a good link quickie. Oh, is that ball down? Chris has a decision to make. He likes the touch. It's good endeavour from the Goslings, but the Stormers do just enough to defend.
Some nice early pressure on here though, and again it looks like this midfield battle is going the way early doors of Oxford.
Yeah, and the half now a bit isolated. Ooh, that ball looked to be fairly forward, not picked up by the sideline ref. That's good momentum up the middle. And now here is the try scorer. Oh, good pace through the middle, and he might just go all the way. He will indeed. And this time it's Will Corbett. Tim Hogan turned try assister, and Corbett just puts the hammer down.
Didn't seem to be too much going there, and then all of a sudden a little bit of space on the outside, and pace really makes the difference there. Turning on the afterburners and down in this corner, taking it to 2-0.
Yeah, and that's a nice bit of endeavour from Oxford. Trying to get round. Ooh, that ball just drops down.
That was nice there, the Red Rooster play. Dummying the 32 short and then running around the back. Managed to break the line, but passed just a little bit too high. That's nice endeavour though from Oxford. They're being threatening. It's just whether they can convert it into scores.
It is indeed. And at the moment, I think Oxford are doing really well in this midfield press on touches up to 3. And then we get to 4, and we start to just retreat. And then 5th is again a little bit more passive.
Just losing their shape a little bit, I feel like. I think particularly this sort of box side link maybe getting a bit more involved than they need to do. And I think that's why we saw that score happen through there.
Yeah.
Just need to hold a little bit of width.
Yeah, that's good momentum carrying once more.
And they're well set now. Should get a strike at the line with 5th coming and some experience to do so. Nice wide 32 short. At the short side and gliding through. That's lovely. Just held the ball up a little bit. Let's watch this on the replay. Defender in 2 minds and then just kicking out to that short side.
Yeah, that is very nice. Good identification of space. Good finish. Getting around the outside of 99. Ted Cooper. And you might be wondering why the Goslings haven't had much airtime in terms of names, apart from the few that we know. Well, that's because they've got no numbers on the team sheets. So Goslings, if you watch this back before you're again potentially on live stream again this afternoon, run your numbers over for me, mate, so we can get you called out. That's good options there once again. Oh, ball just goes to ground, but 45, Tim Hogan. Well, he's proven to be a bit of a handful.
He is looking very threatening. I'll tell you what, one Gosling to look out for running around the back here is Abby Kirkman working towards the box. Another England Girls 15s player in my squad and a really, really fantastic athlete. With Becca Thorpe running on as number 3, another one of those players. It's so great to see those youth players coming through, and hopefully they do some pretty nice things and I can take credit for it.
You won't get credit while I'm here. But I think you bring up quite a nice point there. Division 3 can serve as a really good opportunity for these players who might not get the same level of game time in the same positions as they would, in Divisions 1 and 2. And Division 3 gives these players an opportunity to blood out their skills a little bit and find a bit of success and maybe operate in the middles when they might have been a link, or operate in the links when they might be a wing at international level. So it's important development for these young players.
Oh, it's absolutely massive. I can't tell you the amount of difference it makes. Stores will be playing against adults as well. With the school stuff that's going on at the minute through Tri-Sport and what England Touch are doing is fantastic. But playing against adults and with adults with experience. Oh, we've just had a score here.
We have indeed. And that was a lovely little quickie getting on the outside. This would be a nice one on the replay. It's pretty just direct. Receives this ball back from the 32 platform and then diving at the line. That's a really good dive.
That's a really nice short side dive where you just curve your body out away from that toucher who would get you otherwise. That's really nice.
Yeah, and just picking back up from what you were talking about earlier I think the work that Trisport are doing with the schools competitions are wonderful. Next Gen were here to commentate and broadcast that. I was working with Wilf that weekend, and it was a great day. But your point about these players playing against these adults who might have played touch for much longer, that's a brilliant shot down of
fantastic from the winger
Ben Blackburn. But it does so much for the development and also the confidence. If you can do it against these adults, you can do it against your own peers.
Well, that's exactly what it is. I mean, we had a kid playing in my team, England mixed 15s player. Oh, here we go on the sweep to the winger.
Good touch.
That's again, 2 great touches from that number 1.
Yeah, that's Saskia Conahan
having a huge defensive set.
Oh, snaking around, show and go. That's wonderful.
That's really nice wonderful. Again.
I want to say that's Aidan Manley. The name is ringing a bell. But again, if I get it wrong, get your team sheets down, Oxford.
Absolutely, and Aidan can take credit anyway. No, but playing against adults and playing with them as well, I think makes a big difference. They're able to give a bit of control, but also set a platform, get them into strike positions that they might not be in otherwise. And then, as you say, it builds that confidence.
Well, there's a bit of a foot race now on the outside for the Stormers, checking away well. And again, moving the ball from each edge. Ooh, there's no touch there. The referees will have a decision to be made. That's really good defensive
well
work.
Done. And that's needed as well, because Staffordshire had them at 6s and 7s defensively with their lateral movement has been really nice. And that's really hard to defend. If you're having to worry about not just running back 7, but also covering the whole width of the pitch, it's really tricky.
Yeah. And I think some of the best teams in the mixed division do that really well. They go from edge to edge efficiently, not sacrificing too many touches. Basically not just allowing the defensive team to defend a 10-metre channel. You've got to defend all 50 metres, and that then becomes a real issue.
Yeah, and it's threats all across the park as well. It's reminding them that it's not just middle plays that are gonna win tries, but actually, there's 6 players on there, and you have to be focused on every single one of them. And if you lose focus for just a second, then you see some of these lovely scores that we're spotting about.
Yeah, we're just coming up to halfway. The Stormers have just slowed down their try scoring at the moment. It's 3 tries to 2, and Oxford have really found their feet in this game. But I think a few unforced errors really undoing a lot of momentum for either team.
Absolutely, it might be our second game. You've got to remember it is the first game for these 2 teams, and while the last game was maybe a little bit slicker, it is blowing out the cobwebs a little bit, and you see some of these errors. And actually, I think while Staffordshire feel like they should be dominating this game, Oxford are still right in it, one try down, and with 10 minutes to go, who knows what might happen.
Indeed, and there's a better transition. There's Blackburn, the big man in 42. It's a good 32 platform. Coming over to this short side, diving at the line, great touch. That comes in from number 95.
That was that same play again, but that link really alive to it and just staying nice and tight to not give the man who might be Aidan Manley space to glide through that 32 hole again. So it's nice to see as well where a team adjusts to Oxford having a threat like that and actually going, okay, fine, we know you've got that, but what else have you got in your pocket to try and get some scores against us?
Yeah, and I think sometimes it's just about forcing them to throw the extra pass. Make them go long, make them have to sort of connect on more than a few occasions. There's a bit of a loss of control at the roll ball, but not picked up there from the refs.
Often find that if you get your half there quickly enough before the ball bobbles out, then you're just about able to get away with it. And I suppose a situation where we continue to play on is nice to see.
Yeah, here's Hogan. Dangerous Hogan. Getting around Blackburn well. And Hogan needs to find some support, and does indeed. And the Stormers get over that line, and once again, it is Tim Hogan, this time number 77 for the Stormers, gets over. 17 indeed. So it is Gavin Hogan. So
there we go.
Potentially more family affairs happening.
And there is, I mean, we talk about the kids playing, in this division, just the families playing together. I mean, it is, as you say, how many other sports are you going to have that? And learning from each other as well. Being able to impart.
Oh, danger. No width on the play, that link. just tucking in a little bit too tight. A really good dummy show and go there.
Absolutely, and now strikes at the line. Let's see if they can use them. Sweeper play for Kirkman here. Oh, that's a lovely inside ball into that gap. Just couldn't quite be held, but I'll note that for when we're playing out in Limerick, that Abby's got that in the back in the back pocket.
Well, I suppose that's another quite nice point that, you know, we can sort of talk about a little bit is, you know, talent ID is such an important part of the game, especially when you get to, you know, representing international and national levels. We know from the school series, was picking Dom Tripp's brain a little bit. He's saying that talent ID is so good, and they've already touted a few of those school kids to potentially come and play some regionals with their peers, and, you know, find their love of the sport at a slightly higher level. But it's the same in Division 3. You know, these players get an opportunity to show what they can do.
Absolutely, that's exactly right. I mean, you know, having the pathway.
Good dive. This could be,
looks like it was ball down just before the line on this turf that, particularly even though it's not quite sunny just yet, it's sticky and dry out there, and sometimes if you get that ball down maybe half a yard before the line, it doesn't quite get all the way through. But you're absolutely right with that talent ID thing. Having the pathway we have from clubs to regions to then, you know, the high performance setups, and it's important here at Division 3. You're seeing those future stars and those, maybe a player who's just picked up the game but actually has a lot of potential.
Oh, how has he got
through?
How has Hogan got through? He is half, so he needs to find some support. Unfortunately, that touch just comes in. The ball is to the winger, but if we could have a look at that on replay, that would be stunning, because I've got absolutely no idea how he's got through this gap. Here is Hogan. He checks away to Conrad Beach, and then Hogan just, there's one, see you later. There's two, you can have one as well.
Oh my goodness, it's the acceleration, deceleration.
Yeah, and actually it will result in a score eventually, because I think that's number 55, Charlie Scoggins, that goes over, but the damage was done from Hogan. See, Hogan once more turned a sister, feeding back to Scoggins. That's good ball down.
Oh, it looks like actually the referees have turned that over for, I believe, a ball down at the ruck before, but that's another one of those short side dives where you just curving that body out. I don't know who's coaching that over at Staffordshire Stormers, but they're executing it really nicely, and it's very tricky to defend.
Yeah, Stormers, another region that's been finding their feet over the past couple of years and becoming a bit of a powerhouse in this Division 3 game. That's good momentum at the box side. Much better transition here from the Goslings.
If I asked you to remind me where Staffordshire is, that wouldn't be too embarrassing, would it?
It wouldn't. It's in the Midlands.
Oh, fantastic. Well, there we go. That's a region, I mean, already at strength. Ooh. And here we go. Somebody trying to emulate the opposition there. Gliding through one touch, but that winger making the second.
And now the Stormers get through their transition once more. And I think this is what I really like about the Stormers in their transition, is they're always looking for this extra pass to beat that shooter, to not just surrender the touch needlessly, but unfortunately there will be a turnover.
Tell you what, I'd like to see Staffordshire, once they get into their flow a little bit more, playing later in the day, I think they're going to be really tricky to play against. But in this first game, I think they'll be, you know, if I'm coaching them, there's a few little things to sort out, but there's a lot to be really excited about here.
Yeah, and I think I'd also really like to see Staffordshire potentially run a fly on their transition.
Yes, Oxford are really tight to the box. And there is a lot of space across this field to be exploited. A little bit of confusion on sub in there, but it looks like...
Yeah, and also getting away with a 7 on just for a moment. But in the end, the Stormers do get the ball back, probably rightfully so, for the 7 on.
And an opportunity to really try and practice this transition. Commentator's curse coming into effect there.
It's your first one.
Here's my first one. There we go. That's my first one. I can chalk that off the old bingo list.
Yeah, well, it will come back and get you on more than a few occasions.
Oh, I'm sure.
I promise you. But in the meantime, there's Blackburn. And there's Manly wearing 10.
And this is Oxford with an attack at the line now. There we go.
Oh, good dive. That'll be finished. That'll be try time. And Manly
on the hat trick.
Single-handedly pulling the Goslings back into this game. There is 4 minutes left to go. They're a try down. Stormers, that's a good platform on the 32, and Manley, just with the left foot, recognising that that defender's gone beyond the line, gets that ball on the line.
And it's what he does really nicely, and what you want to see players doing is when they're running those shorts, or any of these moves, just keeping that defender in two minds. They're not sure what you're going to do. You snap one direction and all of a sudden you don't have time to react. That's great to see.
Yeah, it is indeed. And now the Stormers want to go and try and get that 2-try lead back. But here is Hogan. It's a really good touch getting up. And I heard someone say, well done, Noah. So where's
Number
Noah
28.
on the team sheet?
Nowhere to be seen, but sorry, that wasn't an attempt at a pun, I promise.
I'm sure.
Here we
we'll
go.
get a few of those in later.
That's a penalty, so let's see if they can use this.
Oh, there's opportunities.
Nice defence from the link though there. See if they can hold them out here, hold it as a one-score game. This will be tricky to do for Oxford.
There's Hogan in at half. Coming over to this open side, finds the link. There's an opportunity to hit the wing, doesn't take it, but they will get a penalty for dropping early.
And that's the second, and for those that aren't aware, 3 penalties on the line in touch does mean that a player is sent to the bin until the end of the attack set. So they need to be careful here, Oxford, and get up so that they don't go down to 5 players.
Oh, there's your third. And that is exactly what you were talking about. Players sent for the rest of the possession. So this is 6-5 in terms of players on the pitch in favour of Stormers. And we'll see if the likes of Hogan can go and make that count. Comes back over, ball to the wing is on. It's a little bit wobbly, and that is ball down. So Oxford, with a couple of minutes left to play, well, that's a real morale booster. That's
absolutely huge. Those are moments in the game that make a huge difference, and that was really hard work from this Oxford 6. And hopefully they're being clapped into the box now, and then we can see if Oxford can go and get a score up at the other end and tie this game up. As far as I'm aware, we're still in pool stages, so no drop-offs to speak of, but nice tight games like this are really exciting.
Yeah, no drop-off as of yet. That will come in the afternoon. Well, Oxford will still look to try and equalise. There's a good bit of pace. There's a good ball to the wing, but another really good touch over there by Saskia Wilson.
Absolutely, she's had a great defensive game. And now let's see if Staffordshire can get down the other end. 90 seconds to go, and it's just all about possession at this point, isn't it? Hold the ball in their hands for as long as possible.
Yeah, but also, they have got a couple speedy players now coming onto the field. And there is the final hooter, and that will be all she wrote. And the Stormers do take a 4-3 victory over the Oxford Goslings, and I think the damage was done early there for the Stormers.
It was indeed, and then they managed to hold on. But I think there's a lot to be excited about for both teams. In particular, I wonder if we will see a bit more of Stormers in the final stages later today. Particularly that danger man in number 45, really causing problems for teams with his footwork.
Indeed, and we will see how that team develops going later on in the day. But for now, can't look too far ahead, because in 5 minutes we have another game, this time coming out of Group E. It will be Warwick Knights versus Cheltenham Tigers. That'll be with you in around 5 minutes' time.
guy's kick's got a left-hand palm.
So here we go, third game of the day. Warwick Knights with tap-off against the Cheltenham Tigers' second team. Tigers having a good showing yesterday. I wonder if the twos can follow up suit. We were just having a brief discussion about one of the Cheltenham stalwarts, Marcus Evans. Well, we were talking earlier about the Nottingham team being able to play against some of the best players in the country. Well, Cheltenham also have one in Marcus Evans. So
they do indeed. He's well, I played against him yesterday, and he is not pleasant to defend against.
No, I think he's the cause of many a cold sweat of many a player throughout their playing career. And I've also got a shout out, as unfortunately there might be an early injury in this game.
But like just a little bit of confusion in that line and maybe a hip to head, but
yeah,
looking like he's getting up okay.
I mean, I know how that goes. I'm sporting a shiner from yesterday. Thank you very much, London Eagles 3s. Sorry, London Scorpions 3s even. Sorry, Eagles, you're catching us straight there for no reason.
Yeah, that is my club, so I was going to formally apologise until I clocked it might not be right.
No. Unfortunately, Scorpions, although it was very apologetic. The game's the game.
It is indeed.
But I've got to shout out a couple of the refs here. Libby Steele on that far side at the moment, earning a trade out of Loughborough Uni. That's a good bit of momentum coming over to this box side for Cheltenham, and there's a foot race in the corner, but that covering touch comes in well.
George Gerrish just working across there, but that was really nice ball movement in the midfield there. We talked about in the last game threatening the whole width of the pitch, and that's what they've managed to do there, and that's a promising sign for this Cheltenham 2s team.
It is indeed, and Cheltenham 2s sporting a breadth of experience. So there'll be a little bit of a tactical battle, I'm predicting, in this game.
There will indeed, but Warwick of their own experience. Number 51 here running at link, Kate Allen, heading out to...
Oh, nice switch.
Oh, that's lovely.
3 on 2. Can the ball go to the wing? It does indeed. Oh,
and
that's a stunner. That is a stunner. And it is number 52 for Warwick Knights. And I will find the number, I promise.
But just watching this replay there, just getting in behind that high link, and then that lovely ball over the top, and then a collected finish. I mean, that's one very nearly awesome score and one awesome score.
Yeah, it was
in the first 2 minutes.
Owen Richards delivering the pass to Luna Kennedy Pearce. Brilliant opener for the Knights. You know, that's a good bit of imagination. Great switch back on the inside, and then the execution over to the far wing. Stunning. But now Cheltenham Tigers will be looking to come back with a vengeance. To even up this scoring. Oh, gap appearing, trying to go through. Just closed on him for number 11, Jonathan Cotty. I've commentated Jonathan Cotty a lot, and as sort of any fan of American drama will know, John Gotti.
That's a good touch there.
It's a really good touch.
And there we go, and that's what we talked about in this touchdown turnaround, being able to get the score, then D it out. Now all of a sudden, Warwick on the charge, 1 point up.
Great release there from the far link, coming in to affect the play in the opposition sub-box. So this could be dangerous. This is forthcoming. This is fifth coming now. And the
behind
Knights,
their 10 metre.
Yeah, Cheltenham have done a really good job. However, once again, there's another bit of a foot race, but once more, it's crowded out well. This time, Luna Kennedy-Pearce can't go over for her second. This is fair. I think they've got the touch count slightly wrong, but it doesn't matter. There's a good tap back on the inside. That ball's gone backwards, so this is touch 0.
That was nice work, though, from Kate Allen in the midfield there. And now let's see what Cheltenham's drive off looks like.
Oh, there's good momentum here.
It is indeed. They got on that ball really quickly, and all of a sudden, when Warwick were struggling to get past the 10, that's third touch on the halfway.
Yeah, done really well. A little bit of a bobble at the roll ball. Libby Steele picked up on that, and that's one of those you were mentioning earlier. If the half's there early.
Absolutely, and she scoops that straight up, and then you don't see it, but it's when it's left on the ground for just a bit too long.
Good footwork to get away from a couple touches there. And Warwick Knights, you know, really found their feet early. And number 51, Kay Allen, operating very efficiently.
Well, we were talking about sort of the ability to play with experience. So Kate's headed out to Italy with one of the England women's squads later this year, and that's what I like about Div 3, that it's, you know, it's youthful players, it's experienced players playing for these clubs to really bring these players up.
Danger, great ball, but the wing unfortunately just found it landing at the shins. They can't pick it up, but Knights threatening once more.
That's George Garish there as number 1. And lovely open side quickie, and then just ripping that ball out there. Again, promising signs in the first 5 minutes. Some really nice ingenuity, but only the one score.
Indeed, that's really good momentum carrying on the middle for Cheltenham, and just losing a little bit of direction on fourth touch. Now they need to find a bit more momentum. This ball might want to go one more. It does, and now there's a little bit of a foot race. This is fifth, good platform, good scoop as well. Quick hands, there's a 2-on-1 now, but Garish is coming over to crowd out the space. Work it back over to this short side. Not a lot happening at the moment, struggling to find their momentum. It's good defensive spacing from the Knights. And in the end, they do a really good job of crowding it out. That's one of those moments where you're just treading water, trying not to provide any space for the Tigers to go and execute.
Yeah, Warwick dealt with that really well, actually, by just holding where they were. A shout out to a fellow youth coach there, number 87, playing for Cheltenham, Matt Janer, assistant coach of the England girls 18s, and linking up really nicely in that midfield. A lot of touch knowledge.
Yeah, breadth of experience here is Allen, though, trying to get the line, does get into the in-goal area, but is chased down very effectively by 63 for the Cheltenham Tigers, who again not got a number down for you, 63 on the team sheet. So some numbers wrong. I can't give you the flowers that you deserve. That could be 6 more. It is indeed Libby Steele.
There we go. They're taking this nice and slowly now. No need to rush. Get the players on, and then can start looking to build up, drive up towards this line.
Some extra meters made.
A little bit cooler than yesterday, which is nice to see, because that heat was, I mean, you played in it, that was tricky, but I'm sure it'll burn off later and we'll start to see teams slow up. But nice fast touch being played now.
Steps. Oh, 6 more. That's a really good idea.
That was needed.
Indeed. Oh, it's been given ball down. So I think Libby still just having the chat to say not played at.
Okay.
which could maybe feel a little bit hard done by.
Lucky might be a word that. Oh, there we go. But that's things evening out, and Cheltenham now getting their set at the line. I think both of these sets of players on the field have been out there for a while, so could be a little bit sluggish.
Yeah, there's good evasion. Kate Allen gets up making the touch. Nice to see Kate Allen operating in the midfield rather than out at link. That's where she affects the play more.
Well, that's the other thing you like to see in Division 3 as well. You know, a little bit less of this notion of specific roles for the different genders on the field. And actually, we saw a specialist male winger in for the Oxford team last time around, and it gives players, as we say, those opportunities to play in positions they might not play. Cheltenham also with a female middle, number 92.
Yeah, it's a really good platform as well. Ball comes over to the open side, and this time Kate Allen can't make the touch. And it is 66, Rob Cheetham, who gets over for the Tigers, equalising at 8.5 minutes. And it's a good variation of line attack, isn't it?
It is indeed, and it's a nice little workout to that short side that we've seen work so far this morning. But yeah, Cheltenham getting up on the board, which feels a little bit strange given the attack that they've been working with.
Yeah, it might feel like they've left a couple scores out there. That was forward, not given. That's good momentum again into line attack. Now they're there on the 7.
And George is just going to control things here, if I know him as a player. Get the ball in his hands.
Danger. Oh, maybe coming back the wrong way. Looked like there could have been a link opportunity. I wonder if we'll see this flat pass out to the wing now from Gerrish. There it is. There is that wind up. Oh. Unfortunately for Luna Kennedy-Pearce, not reeled in on this occasion, but Gerrish is a threat on the line.
He is indeed. He controls things well. I played with him at university in Loughborough in the UTC, and he knows what he's doing up in that area on the line. Just those little wing balls not quite landing on their mark, but when they do, it'll be try time for Warwick.
Yeah, I've no doubt. And you know, as we're in this grind, it's important to recognise that as much as anyone at home is only seeing pitch 1, there are 7 pitches in use here in Division 3. A lot of teams trying to revive some top spots, some promotion places on offer as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Into Division 2 and then potentially down the line into Division 1 for next season. So it is realistically an opportunity for all teams to grow and find some more development throughout the divisions. That's good momentum.
No, it's really important. I can't tell you how much the league table has been poured over by London Eagles 3's pushing for a top spot. Southampton Stormers as well, amongst a few other teams.
Yeah.
And there we go. Here we see a repeat set on the line, and this should be.
And we will see Southampton Stormers versus the Horsham Tigers at 12:05 here on live stream. So it'll be a good opportunity to have a look at what the Stormers can potentially bring into Division 2 if they're eyeing up one of those promotion places. And then there's obviously no bias from you, but Eagles 3, nice opportunities for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's always exciting, the idea to, you know, win a bit of silverware and get promotion. I mean, this sort of 3-tournament season.
Okay, Alan, nice show and go. Decides to
All
just
the
try
way
and
round.
go around the outside, go the long way round.
Absolutely. Nearly using her teammate as a speed bump.
That's one way to throw the defence off, if
It
you
is
fall over
indeed.
your own middle.
Yeah.
That's a good snipe. This is 5th. Ball's on the floor for a little bit too long, but there's good spacing. That's 6 more.
6 more again. There we go. George calling himself onto the field. We can see in the sub box.
Yeah,
See if he can link up with Kate Allen to get a score.
yeah, he wants this set, the ball in his own hand. There's a nice splitter play.
Oh, lovely.
Splitters in Div 3.
Why not?
The one thing that I have noticed, I've done the past 3 of these Division 3s mixed series, back when it was NTS and DTS and
Oh, yes, of
all
course.
those different
I remember
acronyms.
playing in those, yeah.
The calibre has improved so much.
Oh,
Like,
massively
the
so.
structure has become much more apparent. You know, you go back 3 or 4 years, I think it was a case of the team that had the fastest players would just win because
Yep.
they'd burn through. Whereas now, I think a testament to not only the coaching in England improving, but also the infrastructure growing, because we have some proper teams playing proper touch in Division 3 on a lovely, well, slightly muggy Sunday afternoon here in Newark.
Absolutely, and I think what's a testament to that is the way that all of the sort of the experienced players in the UK, you see them popping up in all of these clubs, and they're the ones who make the difference. You know, if you're playing with an England player, someone who's been at a high performance camp, you know, whether it's the kids coming back from high performance camp, the under 18s, or whether it's a men's 30s, women's 35s player.
Lovely ball.
Really nice.
That's Garish popping back on the inside to Matthew Colebrook. And Warwick Knights, well, they extend their lead again. Nice little open side quickie, back to the half.
Just flicking that ball back in, that was lovely. And then being told by their box they've got to D it out. Not looking too happy about that.
No, that might not feel as lovely.
No, George certainly. Hands on hips, not impressed.
Yeah, he's painting a disappointed picture at the moment, isn't he? Well, they won't mind it, especially with that early turnover.
There we go, and that's a big win for them.
There's a call from the sideline ref. Is that 7 on? Ooh, logistical error. And Garish, recognising that he doesn't have to wait for them to get onside, and can just go and book it down the box side. And Kate Allen already onto the field effectively. Here she is.
Ready to marshal this line attack set.
Yeah, create a bit of opportunity. That's good ball away. Just burning a couple touches. That ball has to go quickly, and does. Very well done. Might just try and go round the wing, but well crowded out. I wonder if they could have maybe taken a touch there on the link, try to reset that offside line.
Yeah, I think they just need that little bit of control here. Get a strike dump in.
Oh, good wrap around, or maybe we are words, but no. Just forcing it a touch. Ball hitting the deck, touch and pass given.
Tell you what, it's a nice ball movement though. Getting that ball around that outside, that almost looked a little bit pre-called, but maybe it's just a lovely bit of jouet.
Yeah, we do love a good bit of jouet, to be fair. This is good now from Tigers.
Seeing if they can get out the other end and level things up.
Oh, great touch that comes in, just overplaying a little bit in the midfield. Oh, it's a nice floated pass.
But well defended. And now, up towards their 10-metre line, Warwick just going to see if they can get down to the 7, camp out on it, and a little bit of contact in there.
Yeah, throwing the body around is Jaina.
He is indeed.
Just making himself felt, and now they get the turnover off the mark.
There we go.
Jaina putting it in.
And he knows what he's doing there. There's very little accidental coming from Matt Jaina on the field.
Yeah, it's one of those where if you've been playing touch for long as Matt Jaina, you can't say that that's an accident.
No, absolutely not. It's that'd be a diabolical claim. But you know what? It's worked out for them here. Got experienced referees who know what they're doing, and you know, if you're running in upright, then you even down in Div 3, you know, there's maybe a lesson to be learned.
Definitely. That's a nice pickup from half.
Oh!
I wonder if that had gone half a second earlier. If they would have just been able to dive over there. It was 63. He's one of those mystery men that I've not got on the team sheet.
This is nice from the Warwick Knights, just getting up towards their box.
Yeah, good marshalling there from Garish. Orchestrating this sub-move. This is much better. That's a good platform. This is 5th coming now, so we'll need to get a good scoop in. This is 5th. There's a half-decent scoop coming in. There's Kate Allen, back on the inside. One more, and again. Oh, and the link just isn't there. They worked it really well, found the space outside of Matt Jaina, but couldn't execute.
A real story of nearlies in this game, isn't it, in terms of these scores? Because there's some really nice stuff happening out here. Again, I wonder if there's maybe a couple of tired bodies from yesterday. Maybe the odd sore head. From,
yeah, potentially.
I know a few people were kept up by the Chester Cheetahs silent disco at the campsite last night.
Yeah, I'm hearing that Liam Lawton has some apologising to do.
Well, not necessarily apologise, maybe for his singing. I might ask for apology for that.
Well, that's what I mean. No, Liam, for a very, very, very long time out of chest. Oh, that's lovely from Cheltenham.
That's really nicely worked, that.
Yeah.
Let's watch this again.
And it's our man, Jonathan Cotty, who gets over once more for the Tigers to level things up with 2 minutes left to go.
Just gliding through this.
Ball goes back on the inside here, and yeah, it's a lovely check. Good ball on the outside of his link.
Yeah, it's lovely. Let's see if Warwick can get back up ahead here. George Gerrish on the field to do so.
Good hands, and again good hands, but that'll be touch and pass.
There we go, and that could be big. About 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, I just heard a call from, I believe it's on the sideline refs to say 90 seconds. So our clock's slightly behind the timings here of the hooter. I know they're trying to be a little bit more efficient with the hooter than they were yesterday. There was a couple of bits of confusion. Notably, we had one with a drop-off. It seemed like the drop-off was slightly short, but because they started slightly later, the game's the game. There's a good bit of momentum coming through, but Gerrish, diving touch, half court. So the Knights might have one more opportunity.
They might indeed, and you always wonder with draws whether one team's slightly happier with the draw than the other. You know, if one team might look to hold here, or whether Warwick are going to be really pushing for this score here, I think, having been ahead for the majority of the game. Yeah,
and Gerrish potentially getting away with a bit of a bobble at the roll ball, but the referee's calling play on, they're happy. This is fifth coming. This might be the last strike of the game. Kate Allen gets round the outside, but Jaina had hit onside and made the touch.
There we go, knowing exactly how far back that 7 is.
Yeah, and Jaina just looks to take off and potentially give a little bit of a foot race. And now there is an opportunity, but they crowd out the space very well. Do the Warwick Knights. That ball looked to have hit the deck, but Jaina's pretty happy just to pick it up. There's a good bit of hands, but no, Libby Steele does pick it up eventually. Jaina's not happy, but it is a good call from the ref. We could see it.
And that's that sideline refs working in tandem. You know, we have 3 referees in touch rugby for a reason. You know, look at them. I mean, running around in this heat, keeping up with play and communicating the whole time.
Yeah.
So it's not just individuals, it's a unit that works so well.
Indeed it is. But the Knights needs to go quickly because this hooter will be sounding in just a moment's time. Gerrish. Take this last platform. Gerrish, sweeper, quickie. Oh! And I think that'll be all she wrote in this game. One last opportunity at the line. Goes begging, and Cheltenham, barring a bit of magic, will be happy with the draw, and they will.
There we go, 2-2.
And it does finish all square between Cheltenham and Warwick Knights. A very even game played out here on pitch 1. But the game's come quick and fast. I will be taking a very quick break here at 11:15. Chris Wearmouth will be popping over to replace me. But it will be Quokka's Touch versus Surrey Bisons. We've got 4 more games to fix it, yeah?
Seconds to go until our next game here at Newark Rugby Club. It's the Quackers over on the far side, and we'll do a bit of kit watch in just a second. Against Surrey Bisons, who are on this near side in the green. My name's Chris, his name's Chappers. Chappers, how are you finding the day so far?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. We've had some really close games. I feel like at the beginning of a day, it's always blowing out a bit of the cobwebs. It's a process of sort of getting into your systems. But actually, that last game in particular, 2-2 draw, really tight, but some great touch rugby played.
It's only one thing, it's deceptively warm, having refereed a game on this field as well.
It is indeed. It's muggy and close. So while it might not look like it on the stream, these players are having to work hard in this heat.
I looked up midway through the game and said, it's like, how long's gone? He said, it's 11 minutes to go. It's like, oh, lovely. Here comes Surrey Bisons looking to open the scoring in this ball game. Coming over on the left-hand side is number 18. That is...
Ed Day.
Ed Day, yep.
Is indeed a... Sharks mixed opens for the Southeast earlier this year. Had the pleasure of playing against him. A really, really dangerous player. Watch out for this Surrey Bisons line attack. Will centre around him a fair bit.
But nifty kit watch in there, dark grey, charcoal grey and fuchsia.
Yes, I mean I'm not going to lie. I'm not seeing many better knocking about today. I'm very impressed with that. The numbering in particular.
Nice and easy to read as the first dive comes in from Ed Day. And that score is given. Surrey Bisons open the scoring. Ed Day diving over from close range, just capitalising on that turnover from the Quackers as they were attempting to drive out. The far link dropping the ball, turning it over. Surrey Bisons score.
Yeah, a couple of nice little pumps in there and then just getting low with that dive. Again, I think we will see a fair amount more of that over the course of this game.
So Quackers will now get their first chance to attack. Hugh Walford takes the tap, and then the touch comes to the left-hand side to Emma Johnston. And now back to Walford. And Walford,
there's a big old rip there.
That was a pill out to the left, but dives, hits the ground. That's one thing that we haven't seen too much of today, is that long zip pass from the middle.
No, that's true. I wonder if it's maybe a little bit close and muggy, and maybe you're a bit sweaty, you're maybe less inclined to take those risks. But I think the space is there, and I wonder if teams, as the days go on and they're sort of maybe a bit sorer from diving, they might look towards that long ball option.
As Bisons get up over the halfway line through Jose Diaz. But it's a turnover, overstepping the mark, and Quackers, their real hard work in defence pays off there, because they'll get a run of 6 from the halfway line. I think the other thing as well is that if you were watching yesterday or playing yesterday, is that you'll have seen a lot of balls coming out from the middle, and it's also the difference in level between Divisions 1 and 2 and Divisions 3 and 4 and the less experienced. You might not have as much trust in the players outside. You're not at that level.
No, absolutely. But what something Joe and I were talking about earlier is that the other thing that this division allows is people to play maybe in those positions that they wouldn't be able to before and be involved. And that's another nice ball out to the wing, just not quite able to finish it off. But Quokkas are looking threatening. I think they just need a bit more time with ball in hand.
Yeah, Shannon Martin there. That was definitely more catchable than it was before, and just couldn't just get her hands on it. And that's another chance that's gone for the Quokkas. That's definitely more of a miss than that previous one, because that was just right in front. They're begging to be finished off. Bisons get a drive on over the 10-metre line. Goes Ed Day.
Going to scoop through.
Try scorer.
Bit of confusion over touch counts here. It does happen, particularly when the box are shouting a lot. But Quokkas will get a chance to sub out from their line here.
When you're a coach, you're an opens player at nationals level. When you're coming up against a team that you've not played before and you know absolutely nothing about, does it make it more about you, or you kind of like got half an eye just going, okay, what are we actually trying to go and do here? You answer that question just after this. I was just going to say after this Quokka attack finishes, but there it finished.
I think you've really got to just think about your processes, right? The idea is you play your game rather than being drawn into something else. Particularly in, you can find it in Div 3 and 4. You're playing against teams that different levels of touch experience. They do things that you don't expect, and so if you switch off or maybe start to play into their game, then it can actually make these games quite tight and difficult. Whereas if you play your game, your systems, and just sort of focus on what you're doing, then generally you'll come out all right.
Yeah, I was watching Newark, the host club.
Yes.
Have got a team in
their
Division 4.
First ever, is that correct?
It is their first ever,
yeah.
And
Fantastic.
they were playing in the game on the far side, and it was exactly that. They're rolling the ball 1.5 meters, 2 meters out from the line, which you don't see at a higher level touch.
No, absolutely, but because often as a defence you might assume something is going to happen, and so you switch off for a second, and then all of a sudden, they're picking up that ball. Oh, here we go. That's nice.
Yeah, just a little hop, step, and a jump from Chris Andrews.
Talking of mixed opens players, also was played last year for the Sharks, and then was supposed to play for the men's last year, except for an unfortunate concussion. But you can sort of see Chris's quality out there. And then
Holly Waters,
fantastic, straight through that gap.
Well, this part of the world, you could have driven a combine harvester through that. Here come the Quokkas.
Here we go.
They've conceded a pretty straightforward try that would be really disappointing to concede, given about where it was. But they set up a cam on the 7-meter line. Nice little offload comes to number 7. That's Hugh Wolford's. And he takes the roll ball, but they're coming to the left. Scoop comes in.
Feet going out from under him, but do you see that around the back basketball style dummy?
Harry Dean was the man with the scoop who created havoc in the Bison's defence. And he will play up on the 7-meter line. Quokkas now, and Wolford takes the touch. We'll get the ball straight back again. And now Quokkas set the ball up and can attack with pace.
That's lovely. That's that Harry Dean again. Almost going in for the dive and then just scooping that ball out to number 51. That is Ian Becks.
Yeah, nice, just a little loop there, and the far link for Bisons just wasn't tracking what was coming back. And if you could have driven a combine harvester through the previous gap on that one, you could have had even Jeremy Clarkson's Lamborghini tractor could have gone through that one.
I'm liking the farming references.
That's great.
We've got some beautiful fields just out in the distance over there.
We do. It's the one thing that...
oh, hold on, that's another score.
That is another score there for Bisons.
Chris Andrews again, just some hot stepping through that middle gap. Seems like he took offence to the previous score and...
You know what he did with that previous try is that his hot stepping then snapped the defenders in, and then it created the space for Holly Waters. And this time they've gone, but even though when you've not got two there. He's just managed to stop and then just go straight through.
Yeah, just holding that little bit wider. I mean, it's about, we spoke earlier about having threats all across the park and making these defenders look outwards. You know, sometimes you can see teams focusing really in almost on just middle stuff, but when you're threatening across the pitch, that's when you get some really nice scores.
Handling from Quokka's Ian Becks, number 51, keeps the ball alive, and he gets the ball off the deck. Dive comes in.
And that's a touch the referees are calling.
That is a touch on 65, Alex Phillips. Phillips gets the ball back, and another pill goes out on the far side. Lovely catch and a loop there from the Quokkas. Was that played out by the Bisons? No, says the referee. I thought that was played up, but that's in fact given as a penalty for a late pass, and Bisons will restart on their 7.
Let's see if the Quokkas can put a little bit of pressure on them as they're driving off their line.
Their defence has been pretty good. That you could see that coming a mile off.
Yeah, unfortunately, and you do get a little bit of that in these leagues. You know, initiating the touch we talk about as a big important point, and it's just easy to forget sometimes when you're absolutely shattered and trying to get off the field.
Also, so you know, we've got some level 4, level 3, level 4, level 5 qualified referees as well, and a lot of these players won't have been refereed by that calibre of player before, that calibre of referee either.
No, and also, you know, it's a point of looking to teach good habits here, and it definitely betters in the long run, even if maybe it holds things up a little bit. But it's not holding up the Bisons, getting up the midfield just nicely. Just ground to a halt there, just before the halfway line. As Joe Diaz took the touch there, but he's come on the scoop. And here's Max Perez setting a nice platform, number 19. Here we go.
Why didn't he just feed it short? Oh,
hit his man on the inside, calling for that ball.
I did all the hard work, Joe Luis Diaz, and then it's almost like he was like watching Argentina last night in their game against England. You know, you float a long pass out when the short one's the better option. Anyway, hey.
Well, this is what we spoke about as well, about playing your game. You know, keeping things simple. Sometimes, particularly when you're in these tight games, you're feeling like you have to force things, and really, you keep doing these small options and winning the little percentages, and then all of a sudden you're up the other end and you're scoring tries.
Quokkas, fair play to them. Their defence has been really good, and they're actually, you know, they're now starting to get some driving play going, and they've got to start with a penalty. Well, they'll get a penalty now for offside, and that's exactly what you're talking about, chappers. There, you know, just by a straightforward bit of driving play, 3-man play or 3-player drive. Sorry, all of a sudden, struggling to get back on side.
Yep, three cycle is what we're calling it now. Came out of Australia, which I like that term. But then, as you say, yeah, you do the simple stuff, and then all of a sudden you're in the line and you can start doing some fancy things here.
Touch came in on the 38. That's Harry Dean. He's been Quokka's danger man so far.
He has indeed, and he's going to get the ball in his hands here.
I like that 3-cycle.
3-cycle, yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, and that's a good dive, and well, it looks like it was a ball down first. That's what Max Perez was calling for. Yeah, we had that in that game that we refereed. Sam Boylans, who's the middle referee at the minute, and I were both in that game. And we had that one at each end where the players are diving, and because the ground's so dry, is that they're actually losing control of the ball. Yeah, absolutely. Before the line. Well, yeah, depending on the surface. You know, we talk about slide dives where you sort of like use the ball. Hold on, here's Chris's pace coming into effect. Oh, now as a that's been given as a late pass, but it was one of those ones where it would have been a turnover anyway, I think, because he passed into the player. Yes, yeah. I mean, we talk about the difference of playing at the ball versus, I mean, you're physically allowed to exist on the pitch. It'd be quite tricky if you couldn't. And so if players are firing balls into your stomach, then you can't really be penalised for that. Unless you're Bill Shankly, in which case, then what are you doing if you're not actually getting yourself in the way? We'll go back to the surface in just a second. Actually, we'll do that now that there's a turnover. Yeah, because this grass, even though it's a bit muggy, the grass is very, very dry. Very dry and very, very sticky. It's like sort of rolling it across sandpaper at points. Yeah, and what we were seeing in the middle is that players were diving, and whereas the ball would normally go with them. Yep. And they just sort of rolling out, under their hand. Is that they're diving, and then the ball just stops. Yeah. And then it rolls out of control. And we had one at each end. It was really
you don't normally see that very often.
No, you don't. And it's playing sort of, this last tournament. We're into the summer. There's this hard, dry ground. You end up having to do a little bit more of the slam dunk sort of dives, which can sometimes be a little bit trickier on the shoulder. But just to have that sort of safety on the ball.
LeBron, we'll call it.
Yeah, exactly.
A LeBron dive.
Yeah.
Midway, just gone the midway point through this game. It's 20-minute games, straight through, no half times.
And the scoring's just dried up a little bit as we get into a bit of a midfield grind, which I don't mind to see.
As Bison's the scoop comes in from 19, that
Max
is
Perez.
Dan.
Oh, and that's a lovely finish. So I don't know if that's the team sheet slightly different, but it's Max Perez at 19 there.
Yeah, team sheet is a bit different.
But that's really nice and a lovely finish. Real gas to get through that link hole.
That is one really for the coach. If you're going to watch back in terms of something to work on in training, have a scoop, attack the defenders as they're going, because they can't touch you.
No, absolutely.
But invariably, human nature is that they will then try to shut.
Yep.
They'll try to close it down.
And then those spaces open up.
And again, if this is your first game of the day or your first game of the season, if it's the first game of the season, where have you been? If it's the first game of the day, then we're playing what's called touchdown turnaround. So you then defend the end that you just scored at. Here come the Quackers. Unlikely to win this game, but they could if they get a try now.
It looks like that's being called as a touch and pass there. So again, just falling a little bit foul of these, sort of maybe needing to let go of the ball earlier, having to force it a little bit, which is easy when you're behind in a game. But yeah, that touchdown turnaround is just because you're not having a half time, so nobody's penalised for being in a certain direction. Although it does cause a bit of confusion sometimes. I think we had a scenario of all the referees lined up on the wrong side of the field yesterday. So, not even our referees are perfect in that respect.
Fantastic defence from the Quackers there. They
really
were absolutely
nice
in their face. That was like, that's like watching England against Argentina last night.
Just all over them.
Yeah, just absolutely just in the faces out wide. Especially that man there, number 7, that is Hugh Walford.
Yeah, he's been great.
And as has Harry Dean, your man of your 2 straps. This time, if that's one thing again, just to work on for the Quackers going forward, Shannon Martin, that's the second time where we've had an eminently catchable ball, hit the deck on this near side.
It's so tricky for those wingers because they're stuck out on that wing, sort of probably not being able to influence the game a huge amount. And then every time they're trying to catch that ball, it's the highest pressure sort of opportunity to do so. And it's, but you got to hold on to those if you want to win games. And I think Quackers can take some real positives out of their defence. And if they tidy up a bit of this line attack, I mean, it could very easily be 4-3 or 4-4. That's the score.
That is a score. Hugh Walford there doing a LeBron.
There we go. And that's what we talked about. Instead of trying to slide it in, you just pop that ball down. And it's that nice low dive under Ed Day.
Yes,
just gets himself in there, and there we go.
Yeah.
4-2. So as we said, it could have been a really tight game, but I think as Quackers will be able to take a lot of promise into the remainder of the day.
Yeah, Harry Dean there actually with the score 38 as the 2 playmakers. But yeah, it's also one where the least experienced players tend to end up on the wing.
Yes,
and and as you say, it's quite hard. If you're not used, if you're not used to competing, you've also got you're not used to communicating necessarily. You've also got a sideline referee in your ear as well. It can be, systems overload.
Oh, that's a great score.
And talk about systems overload. That's exactly what Joe Diaz has come. Oh, hold on a second. Is Brendan Harrington going to give this? Yes,
yeah, he is indeed. But that Quackers just all froze up on the line there. Not sure. Oh, they lost the line, it looks like. And there we go, and there's the score. I mean, it's maintaining that threat across the field. And now we're at 5-2, and it looks like Surrey will look to cruise this home if they can hold out the Quackers here.
Surrey Bisons used to be Guildfordians, and now they represent the whole of Surrey, rather than just Guildford, but that's where they train.
Yeah, a team I play against a lot down in the southeast with the development series that we have at Horsham over the winter. recognise a lot of these players, and they're doing great things in terms of developing touch around there. Lots of links with Surrey University as well in Guildford. And that's something that's happening a lot in England touch at the moment, isn't it? The sort of links between universities and clubs, meaning that we're seeing all of these young players come through and pick up touch so much earlier.
Yeah, we're doing was down at Oxford Harlequins with the Opens teams that are going to Calvasana in a few weeks' time. And there are so many of them who, there's a few players there who just managed to develop themselves so quickly to get up. There's a great catch on that far side. Who have played university touch. They're all in their early 20s. It makes you feel ridiculously old, mate. It really does. It really does. But it just goes to show how important the university system is.
Oh, that's nice. Little doggies play there, running around the outside, and Andrew Hazlitt just dotting the ball down.
What we're saying from Quokkas is they run this loop play really, really well, and that's textbook attacking the player who is having to defend.
Squaring them up and then kicking out to that outside and getting the score. So again, Quokka's doing some really nice stuff out here. Oh, here we go. There's a touchdown turnaround confusion as the defenders need to get back in position. Nice of the referees to not just have Surrey tap off 10 metres ahead of the opposition. Oh, and there's the pace of Ed Day.
Oh, that's a little bit of a I think Surrey saw what I'm just about to say, is that Harry Dean there had a bit of a cheeky boot out there to try and make the touch.
Ooh, which is not ideal. Hopefully somebody has a little woe with Harry after that, but I mean, understandably frustrated at the speed of Ed Day just gliding through the middle of your team after one touch.
Just as a quick one, now that they're in the last minute and we know that Surrey are going to win this one, just in terms of tap-offs and waiting for referees, you're coaching ahead of the Atlantic Youth Cup coming up.
I'm indeed in Limerick.
I'm in Limerick. Great venue, great city, you're going to have a great time.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to it.
But memories are still fresh from those of us who watched the South Africa mixed 20s play against England mixed 20s.
Yes.
How are you coaching your team about extra time? We might see it as well this afternoon, given how tight some of these games are.
Yes, look, drop-offs are a really tricky thing, right? 4v4, it can come down to things like speed, who's just a little bit fresher, and sometimes it's just a bit of luck. Oh, that looks like ball down there.
I think it's more about Joe Diaz was called offside, and the play goes through. Quokkas get a consolation score at the end, and just finish off that in terms of the extra time, but especially that when you've only got a minute before it restarts, that clarity of message.
Absolutely. I think it's about, your coaches in the box making it clear to teams what's going to happen, having a plan for that situation as well. In those big tournaments, you've got to know what you're doing. But yes, it's tricky, and sometimes those situations happen, and the referees aren't perfect, and neither are players, and that just you've got to run with it.
And in terms of clarity of message, just before we just grab a quick drink, in terms of Quokkas more than Bisons, is that if you're going to be in their coach's box for the next game, what are you asking them to do?
I'm asking them to calm down in line attack a little bit, actually. When they are running hard in line attack, they're doing some really nice stuff. It's just about using their touches, not flinging the ball away early, and then keeping up that defence as well, because they can put some teams under real pressure.
Got East Coast Panthers warming up in front of us. They'll be on the field in just a couple of minutes' time. Chappers will be here with Joe. Don't go anywhere. If you're in the sun, don't forget to drop us a comment on the YouTube as well, and we'll stay in touch for the rest of the day.
So welcome back to our 11:40 time slot. We have the Liverpool Otters second team versus East Coast Panthers. Chris Weymouth, thank you very much for covering for me whilst I got to have a little bit of a run out with Horsham Tigers, who we'll be seeing after this slot. Once again, I'm joined by Chappers, and what we're seeing from this game, do we know anything about these two teams, or is it a bit of an enigma at the moment?
Both teams relatively new, I would say. Liverpool Otters, I believe, joined sort of started about last year, playing around NTS, and I think East Coast Panthers are a sort of similar time. So I think we'll see a few more experienced players helping out with things here, but then maybe a little bit of so a few fresh faces as well. Number 2, watch out for number 2 for East Coast Panthers, as we'll see marshalling things a little bit in the midfield. I'll see if I can try and find a name for...
Yeah, well, it does help that we've got names on the back of shirts as well for East Coast Panthers.
Tino Tender.
Ooh. CT.
Finally.
So it feels like a bit of a story of two emerging clubs at the moment.
Absolutely, and some areas where maybe we're not seeing a huge amount of touch before, which is what's so great. I think East Coast Panthers based out Ipswich way.
Oh, lovely.
And then, well, Liverpool Otters sort of does what it says on the tin, really, doesn't it?
Here come the Otters. Trying to find a bit more momentum, but hips not square. That's not a call that we see all that regularly, especially at Division 3.
It is indeed. Watch out for Danny Woodworth making the touch, number 28 there. Met him volunteering up at the World Cup in Nottingham last year.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of commentating that all week, which was great fun, including the Men's Open Gold Final.
Oh, fantastic, and what a game that was. I was sat there watching it in awe.
Yeah, it was nice having the best seat in the house up on the gantry.
Yeah, I bet.
Working with James Preston.
Pretty nice to be watching things from the from our view today.
It literally is the best seats in the house. There's good line from Liverpool Otters, and it's number 7 who gets over very handily. That's Jack Slesser to open the scoring for the Otters. It's a nice little run, isn't it?
It is lovely, and it's what we've seen a lot today of teams doing simple things really well, right? And it's running that, whatever it is, 32 short, whether it's a sweep, whatever move, you're running at that offside player, and then just they're in two minds, kicking out in one direction, and then just getting that ball down nicely. That's lovely to see.
Yeah, and it does open the scoring quite nicely. The Panthers, though, now with the ball, will be looking to make something happen in their line attack. Looking like a 32 setup. It is indeed. There's the short.
That's nicely defended. That link getting high up off the line, shutting them down from having any time to do anything. That's great.
Yeah, I think this might be a bit of a sweeper play coming, but that is unfortunately 6 touch and turnover. It was interesting there in that line attack. They definitely identified that the space was over on this near side, but maybe just struggling early to find the setup to go and ship the ball over that way.
Well, absolutely. You can find in these divisions sometimes that sort of in terms of setting a platform is a thing that isn't easy to do, and some players are better at it than others, and particularly if you're new to touch, it might be that the players on the field can only really set a platform one way, for example, or it's balancing those things. But when that platform does get set, and you have people running into space, you get some really nice scores out of it, which we've seen already so far.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see how the Panthers adapt and maybe find a little bit of structure. It's just a bit stop-start at the moment for the Panthers, although there seems to be a good setup here. That's a 32. Wrapping option is on, doesn't go, but it is played at, so that'll be 6 more.
Oh, no need for that either.
No, but that wrap looked really good for a moment.
It did look really good. Just need to get that head up. But they've identified it for this next one, so hopefully they're able to utilise it. But I'll tell you what, that's if you're a middle and your link is flinging their arms at balls like that, I don't think I'm particularly happy on the line.
No, could never be my link. I think I've had the very fortunate job of playing with some of my very close friends, and if that was Ollie Holmes or Dylan Fletcher throwing his arm at a wayward ball, they'd be getting it from me.
Oh, absolutely. Saying I had no choice but to, as you're there sweating on the line, thinking about 6 more of players diving at your feet.
Yeah, legs are burning, lungs are screaming, and your friend goes and does that.
Far too easy to be a link, in my opinion. Here we go. This is a nice drive up from Liverpool. That's 4th touch, up on the 10-metre line. Oh. just losing it there.
There's been a few times there where that ball from half is just, there's a bit too much venom on it. You know, that ball literally does just need to be a pop into space for your player to run onto.
It does, and it's easily done because there's a sort of a panic to get that ball into people's hands as quickly as possible, and you know, not worrying about getting rid of momentum. But as we've said all day, you know, it's about keeping things simple. It looks like as well that Panthers are running with 9 players here in this game. We're seeing 3 quite tired bodies in the sub box, and that won't help things either.
No, definitely not. There's another couple switches coming in. The referees were happy with the onside line, and it seems like for the Panthers, it's trying to create something from nothing at the moment. It's feeling like a little bit of a hard job to find that structure.
Yeah, it is, and that's going to be the case when your players are knackered. And here we go. There's some afterburners going on here. Number 19 for Liverpool Otters. Here we got Janko Dreyer just gliding through that midfield, and there we go. As you've got 9 players, you're all a little bit cooked, and then get that turnover, trying to turn around and just waltzing through around that halfway line.
Yeah, and it was just an easy foot race. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Tired bodies. The heat is turning up as well. Now, we're not even halfway through the day, and already it's registering as around 27 degrees out there. In the middle of the pitch, which is not very fun. We've got the benefit of being slightly higher in some shade with a nice bit of breeze coming.
Yeah, this breeze that just started coming through, as you said, that is really helping things out. But also, just having a look at Panthers as well, it looks like they are playing with only 3 women in their whole team, which means they're on the field the whole time, which is, I mean, it's a mammoth day of work for them. So a shout out to all the East Coast Panthers women currently suffering through 120 minutes of touch today.
Oof, don't remind me. Oh, sometimes I do wonder how we used to do it. He's offside, so the Liverpool Otters will play through. That's a good bit of momentum. Finds a spare player, but that touch comes in first.
Oh, that is a good touch, but yeah, a nice platform set up by the Liverpool Otters. They'll be encouraged by that, and we'll just need to wait for those to actually come off.
Yeah, and it is only the 2 scores at the moment. They will be looking to create a little bit more of those try-scoring opportunities as we go later on into this game. I suppose they might have identified the fleeting support here for the Panthers, sorry. And that's nice from the Panthers. But that is 6 touches and turnover. And I suppose it gives us a nice opportunity to talk about how important this transition is for each team, because the Otters do a really good job of saving touches and getting up to their box and fresh legs on with 3.
They do indeed.
For the Panthers, they're only really getting those fresh legs on at 4. So you know, that one touch makes all the difference.
It really does, because then it's about having players on in the position to set up your 5th touch, and that's what we're not really seeing Panthers do. You know, you're setting up that 5th touch, whether it's to get some sort of strike on the line or get a scoop, but it's all about giving you the chance to finish down the opposition end, because ultimately it's pretty tiring playing touch in your half where you're having to work really hard. If you can play touch up in the opposition half and put the pressure back on them, then not only is it physically easier, but mentally, often it's easier to play in the opposition half.
Yeah, there's less of that high risk, high reward, although that's a really nice line, and that's another good score.
That's Janko Dreyer again, the one who just scored the player who just scored the length of the field effort, just putting on the afterburners a little bit there on a short, and again, attacking that space.
Yeah, it's that space in behind the offside defender. It's well identified, and Dreyer does hit those lines with incredible pace. That'd be a handful for defenders, and I think, you know, this game, 3 tries going for Otters against the Panthers. Panthers will want to turn that 0 into a 1 at the very minimum. But I think a bit of this game is managing fitness as well. You don't want injuries to then go and spoil the rest of the day a touch.
Yes, exactly, when you're already so low on players. Well, I think this is the really nice thing to see in Division 3, that you have, you know, players with a little bit of structure, but actually touch is a game about speed and agility, and there's a lot of athletes knocking about with speed and agility who can really add stuff to touch teams. And the more players we get playing, the more we're seeing nippy, quick players running around, you know, using their footwork and scoring some really nice tries off the back of the platform set by your more experienced players.
Yeah, and Division 3 has improved in terms of finding that structure, and I think touch across England has improved as well. I mean, the University Series, you know, we've seen stuff like Redlands being played and double switches, sweepers, screens, doggies, anything you like, as we see the Otters go over for one more.
That's Danny Woodworth, as mentioned earlier, number 28, and again, almost exactly that same score, right? It seems to be that Panthers have a little issue with that touching player just turning their back a little bit, and it just means that that short side hole is a little bit open, but it's nicely executed. Far too often do you see that, get a little bit of option paralysis, and you're chucking a ball away when the space is in front of you. But no, you're bang right about the UTS series, UTC. Can't remember. They keep changing the name.
UTC.
UTC. All right. I'll use the proper branding. But I remember back playing it. I played it my first year in 2019, and yeah, the level now is just fantastic. And a lot of that is, you know, your high performance under 18s players coming in. You know, you've got players who go to university already, England players, big names, and step into sometimes already, you know, pretty impressive setups. Your Bath, your Exeter, your Loughborough, but also, you know, rising powerhouses.
Oh,
jeez,
there's the wheels.
Absolutely, that's some nice sprinting form from number 7. Jack Slesser there. I think that's his second in this game.
It is indeed. And just kicks through. Decides, actually, we're just going to put the hammer down. He identified where the space was. And then, as you see here, just in that moment...
There we go.
Off he goes. Ponytail in tow.
Absolutely. Flapping in the wind behind him. That's fantastic.
There's a brilliant bit of athleticism on display.
And that's again an example of that tricky managing fitness for the Panthers. No, but the UTS series, yeah, you've got some mega stars. Nottingham, a team that I'm sure you see a lot. The Pennicid twins, tearing it up there.
Sam Dixon, top try scorer.
Absolutely, Nottingham Trent, Trent. He's awesome. I remember when hearing about him going out there, and then you've got sort of players. I remember when Anna Crosley went to Manchester and turning that team into, you know, they go to unis and go, right, touch isn't quite here yet, so I'm going to make it happen. Yeah,
and also got a bit of silverware. Did the University of Manchester at the UTC.
Oh, fantastic! Well, there we go.
Anna Crosley, I think she only subbed twice in that 20-minute.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, just absolutely burnt through it. And I had the pleasure of joining me on comms afterwards, and I was saying, like, how's your fitness doing? And she just didn't even look like she'd been running.
Yeah, she's like, absolutely fine. Yeah, some of these players are absolute machines.
Indeed. And speaking of machines, the Otters industry keeps churning, because there's their 6th in 12.5 minutes.
Jeez, they've been quite ruthless, actually, which is, you know, in terms of when you're playing against a team maybe that are struggling to defend, that are struggling with fitness. You know, you talk about taking the opportunities that are in front of you. You know, I discussed with Chris about how sometimes you can end up almost playing down a little bit or playing to a different style of touch, but you know, this will set them up well for games when they might, you know, come against teams that are a little bit fresher with numbers to run some more structured touch.
Yeah, and it does give you an opportunity as well to really sort of like go through your reps and just iron out any creases that you might have observed over the first couple games. You know, this isn't their first games now. We're well into these pool stages. Everyone's had a... And the Otters, it does seem like they're trying to put a little bit of a statement victory out here. And they are doing so very convincingly.
Absolutely, carry some momentum into the afternoon session, which is important. You know, if you finish your last pool game, maybe even your top of your pool, but you're struggling into knockouts, and knockout footy, particularly when it's 20 minutes long, you know, anything can happen. Yeah,
and you do want to make sure that you're in there. And I'm just going to take a moment to run through some of the games that we've got coming up.
Fantastic.
Well, my local team, Horsham Tigers, and I will have to take their vest off before I commentate that game.
Probably best practice.
Yeah, definitely, but yeah, having a bit of a run out with them. They've got the Southampton Stormers, so a bit of a South Coast derby going on.
That'll be. I'll tell you what, that'll be a great game, particularly as we said earlier. Southampton Stormers, one of those teams pushing for the overall title.
Yeah. So that'll be really good, and a good test for the Tigers. Narrow loss against Bristol Choppers. And good results this morning, so both those teams, that'll be a highly competitive game. And then at 12:30, we've got Tigers 2 once more, and I did have a brief chat with Matt Janer, and I said, look, your team sheet's not right, come and come and fix it, and you'll get some proper commentaries. Hopefully that's done. But they're playing Peterborough, and that's at 12:30. And then at 1 o'clock we start finals footy.
Oh, fantastic.
And we've got quarter-finals in Division 3s running all the way through to our last game at 4:30, which will be the cup final, helping to decide who goes up into Division 2. So the touch comes thick and fast.
And there's so it's each individual tournament obviously has its own cup, but then there's a sort of a league table over the course of the 3 tournaments, and that's what a lot of teams are playing for as well. So even if it's your 3rd, 4th playoffs, or it might be a quarter-final win or not away from finishing in a promotion position. So sort of every game today becomes important for almost every team, which is really exciting, and it's what's great about these final days.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw that yesterday, didn't we? With the 3rd, 4th game between Hoods and NQ Rebels actually being the decider for the entire series.
Yeah, absolutely. And a great game that was.
Oh, stunning game. Good bit of physicality. Well, what I loved about that game, I think it really... Those final 2 games, Hoods, NQ Rebels for the series, and then Eagles versus Galaxy Southwest for the day, for the cup final title of the day. Those 2 games really sort of put out there what touch is all about. The NQ Rebels game was very physical. They bring a lot of physicality. They want to disrupt that roll ball. And Hoods just navigated that really well. It was really smart.
Well, those young players, they know how to deal with that. They might be losing the physical battle a little bit. Actually, they're able to get around the touches and...
Oh, good line.
That's a great score.
Although I think it's going to be given forward. Sideline ref's got his hand across his shoulder. It will depend on whether the on-field ref sees and identifies, but the sideline's coming over. Well, I think the right decision's been made. So
calling it a touch.
Touch has just been given.
It sounds, from the looks of things, like she almost grounded it on her leg instead of actually over the line. So they're calling that touch, but they've got another strike here, running that 32 again.
Danger. Good touch. Great touch.
It looks like it might have been ball down first, though.
Trying to manifest some defensive victories
for the
Panthers.
They were working hard in a tricky game today against Liverpool Otters team, who lots of subs in that box, rolling them on and running some hard touch.
Indeed, and it is difficult. It becomes a little bit, your legs feel like you're running in quicksand for a moment. But just to come back to some of the games we had yesterday.
Yes.
So that NQ game, really physical. Hoods did a really good job at navigating that. And then Eagles Galaxy Southwest.
I mean, what a belter of a final that
became this wonderful, sword v sword. There was no defence really that was finding their feet. It was just a case of 2 attacks going at their brilliant best.
Oh, and some really phenomenal scores, some lovely lines being run. It was well executed touch, kind of at its best, instead of the sort of the midfield grind. Those 2 types of games, and that's what you want. You want a final finishing, with 1 try difference. A little bit of bias for London Eagles, but actually, even though we lost that final, as a club, coming out of it going, what a spectacle to put on for all the fans. 20 minutes of touch rugby to go, here we are, and we can play some pretty nice touch while we're at it.
Oh, absolutely. And I've got to say, touch can be a game of combinations. These pods, they train together, they play together, and I thought the pod of Cross, Coombs and Clackett for Eagles yesterday they all just complement each other so well. And then you've got them going up against Louis Treyas, Josh Henderson and Cole Graham, and it's like...
That's what you want to see.
Those 6 are England Men's Open players easily on their day.
Yeah, they're magnificent. I mean, I'm lucky enough to know Will Coombs very well. I actually live with him.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Pass on my plaudits, because he's my pick of the bunch.
The way he worked with Sam Clacker and Harrison Cross playing out in Italy this year, but also in the men's 20 squad in Limerick. So still a huge amount of time to go. And Sam Clacker playing for Sharks Men's Opens, normally a winger in men's, but actually stepping into that link position and running some really nice touch.
Oh,
it's a nice over the top
go
ball.
Panthers! Ref, give it.
That's a ball down.
It's ball down. It's ball down. Yes,
Fantastic.
Panthers will get their score.
And well deserved for putting in a shift in this game, actually. And they've done some nice things in line attack that haven't quite come off, but it's a little bit of a knuckleball over the top, but a really nice finish from the winger there. So number 29.
Yeah, I've got down here for the East
Alex.
Coast Panthers, Alex Merriman. Wonderful finish. So very happy are the East Coast Panthers that they do turn that 0 into a 1, and well stayed in the fight, especially with the low numbers. That's difficult, and that is full time. So well done to the Panthers for getting over and staying in it, but the Liverpool Otters just rolled through their motions oh so well, and it became a little bit one-sided, and Otters will take that victory going into some finals footy later on. But before we talk about finals footy, we have Group D Division 3, Horsham Tigers versus Southampton Stormers, and for me it'd be an interesting one to see how the Southampton Stormers go. I see them warming up on our right hand side, finding their feet, finding their rhythm, but I'll be with you in around 5 minutes time here on Pitch 1. So here we go. Our 12:05 slot, Horsham Tigers versus versus Southampton Stormers. The Stormers, as we've been saying all day, looking for one of those promotion spots, an emerging region that have really sort of grown and found their footing, benefiting a little bit from Southampton University also now having a bit of a touch series. And Horsham Tigers, a more established club with some great youth. And this is one for me that I'm really looking forward to. On both sides of the ball, very talented players.
Yeah, agreed. I think this is one of the more exciting games of the day, to see how sort of a team pushing for that top spot deal with a team with a lot of experience and a lot of youth. You know, can they get through these 20-minute games? That's the questions to get really asked. Maybe.
Yeah, Southampton looking for that 32. That's a great shot. Ball goes down. Wing. Not number 84 over there. Molly Brown, who surprised me. So I train and play at Horsham Tigers. I know quite a lot of these people very well. That's a great line cut off the ball there from Daisy. But one thing I've noticed about Molly is she has got wheels.
She is so fast. So I'm the Southeast under-17s girls coach. She's in my squad.
And Kinley finds some space, goes through the gap. No touch called, is it? Oh,
looks like he just caught his foot maybe, but that's some pace to burn. That's I'm sure Southampton will just have taken notice of him.
Yeah, Kinley Canham also plying his trade for Harlequins Academy at the moment. Little scrum off. Brilliant player, great long ball off both hands, and also, as we've seen already, electric pace when he wants to turn on the burners. But stopped at the first time of asking. Now the Stormers go through their transition, a little bit isolated. Good midfield pressure hit for Horsham. And again, that's Josiah Yun getting up, making touches. Stormers checking away. This is the danger pod. Good scoop coming through. There's a good bit of pace, trying to get around the outside of Josiah Ewan. Does. Oh no, great footwork, but Molly, he is half. So I wonder if the refs will pick this up.
They have indeed. That's our great referee. That's Seb Conahan running around number 6 there, and I think he might be one to watch out for. Do you reckon? After
maybe,
after that? Yeah, there's something in there.
Also, no Seb Conahan, as in his name rings some bells, and now there's a brilliant little show and go
from Leela Batchelor.
Good carry. There's Kinley Canham. His job's done. There's Nat Grimsey with Reece Slee in acting half. Richie Bernardo in a half now. Slee running that 32 short, looking to dive at the line. Maybe should have just gone himself.
And I think this is something you see quite often. You know, you see these newer teams. Oh, now the back pass there.
Yeah, nasty flick.
You see some of these newer teams. They just run simple stuff, right?
Yeah.
We saw them running at the short side in that 32 channel, and there. The hole is in the 32 channel, but because you're second guessing, thinking about the open side, you actually you're running away from opportunities sometimes.
Indeed you are, and that's a really good bit of momentum injected there from Adam Farr. Here is Farr.
Look out for Tor Summers, number 16 in there. Played Taipans mixed open this year.
Oh, good footwork and dive.
Footwork. Number 96, George Hodgson.
Yeah, it's a really good opening score hit from the Stormers, and Farr just hits the gap. Hodgson, though, identifies that there's some gap in that mid channel.
And it's the threat of that deceleration more than acceleration.
Yeah.
All of a sudden he's at full sprint, and then boom, stopping, changing direction, and getting straight through that hole.
Yeah, there's Ash Grimsey carrying now for Horsham Tigers. Be looking to change the flow and change some momentum as Kinley Canham. Casey, there's Ash Grimsey, might look to go long, pops it.
Oh my
what
goodness.
a pick-up that is. That is disgusting play from Horsham Tigers. Ash giving me a little bit of a selly as well. The hands here on display is wonderful, popped away, brilliant hands.
Number
and it
47.
is a stunner. 47, Tommy Batchelor. Well, Tommy, you are the eligible Batchelor. What a pick-up, what a score. Try a piece.
Wow.
We're in for a cracker hit.
I know, that looked like an opportunity gone begging, and all of a sudden, a screamer. Oh, that's a great touch.
Yeah, Josiah Ewan.
A full stretch there. Sliding on his back, I thought almost.
It doesn't matter, there's no pictures on the scorecard. If it happens, it happens. Although here's Connaughton. Connaughton, flick pass in the inside. That's ball down and good try.
That's Thomas Bricknell there, number 33. And that's a real skill to get that ball right up from above his head.
Josiah Ewan trying to help him put the hat on. I think they exchanged hats for a moment there. As you see, Connaughton gets the ball back off the quickie play.
And just flicks out the back, and it does really well to get that ball down on the floor.
Yeah, brilliant finish, and we're in for a bit of a shootout here early.
It looks like it could well be, and here we go. Danger man Ash Grimsey on the field.
Yeah, working with wife Nat Grimsey.
And then sister of the try scorer, Leela, number 83 at link. Oh, they've just drawn the penalty.
Yeah.
So here we go. They should get some proper cracks at the line here.
Yeah, and don't be surprised if you see them come to these 32 platforms, and also maybe some sweepers as well. Matt Grimsey can be dangerous on the sweepers, although there's a bit of a link punish, but trying to get around the outside of George Hodgson might not be the recipe to success. We saw his pace for his score.
We did indeed. Although watch out in the blue cap here. Tor Summers, we talked about girls playing at middle, and she's in there because of her defence.
Yeah, 32 long is a good option. Ball back on the inside.
They're looking for it.
Could be danger. Richie Bernardo leaves the ball behind, but that's good endeavour for the Horsham Tigers, threatening the line. Now they've got a defensive set to work through.
It's interesting to see. You see it early. Stormers taking their first touch always away from the box, trying to spread that field. And here we go, Tor Summers working up the middle. See if they can get to their box. Look at that, 3 touches. Up over the halfway.
Oh, they do have to take it back though. So losing a bit of momentum, needs a bit of line speed here from the Tigers. Just a little bit passive now in their midfield defence. As Lees. This could be danger. Striking at the line. Switching play might be the recipe. That ball goes to deck.
We're calling that 6, it looks like. But that's again some nice attack from the Southampton Stormers. But yeah, let's see how that away touch on first goes, working for them. It seems to be doing so far. And let's see if Horsham can actually react to it defensively.
Yeah, ball's on the floor for a bit too long there. So this is 2, not beyond the 10. That's good momentum. Now, here's Reece Slee working with Kinley Canham. Don't be surprised. Oh, it's Tommy Batchelor again with brilliant hands and a great platform.
There's a young, quick pod on here.
It is indeed. And don't be surprised if you see Kinley Canham look to go and scoop and create some momentum here on 5th. He does. Good step to get round and now finds the space. The winger is free here if he can find it. He's on the floor but finds Tommy Batchelor, and that is try time at Shawley.
No, it looks like that player got the touch on him while Kinley was on the floor, but I mean that's, again, look at that pace and what it does to this team. And
also, Tommy Batchelor has taken 2 or 3 passes on the bootlaces so far in this game.
Just catches his leg there, but that was a really nice play and sort of, you know, a couple of milliseconds away from being a lovely score.
Yeah, and I think this is shaping up to be a really interesting dynamic here. As Connaughton, this is 5th coming, so good scooping platform, that's really good. And Connaughton, well, he'll just pin his ears back and go. But Kinley Canham says, no thank you. I see your speed and I raise you slightly faster.
Absolutely. Seb Connaughton probably not used to somebody on the field being that much quicker than him.
No, definitely not. And now Tommy Batchelor carrying up the box side as Hannah Marsh just running the tightrope here. This is for 5th coming, so they need to find some sort of platform to scoop. There's Josiah Ewan. Good bit of footwork. Ball to the link, could be on. They go to the wing instead, and there is space. But unfortunately, that ball goes to ground. And you know, we were saying earlier that Southampton Stormers looking for that top spot to go and get some promotion. Well, Horsham Tigers
taking it to them,
running them very close.
Absolutely. And if you're running for that, if you're going for that top spot, these are, there we go, and that's a mistake you don't need to be making. Exactly the point I was just about to make.
Yeah, off the mark penalty. So I wonder if we'll see some fresh legs coming on. It looks like that Grimsey decides, no, we want to strike, we want to get this score. Well, you're going to need to defend the set. If you don't, we'll see. Grimsey, Ewan on the 32 short. That's danger. That's ball to the wing, but that's just gone to ground. It's unfortunate for Josiah Ewan.
But that's where that space is. I mean, every time that they've been subbing onto the field, Molly Brown has been out in a marler space over there, and she, as we said, has got pace to burn.
Yeah, well, I was playing for Horsham Tigers in their game against Bristol Choppers, and Molly picked off an intercept and ran the full length of the field, outpacing every single player on the field. No one could catch up. And she subbed herself off and goes, oh, I didn't realise I could do it.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, here we go.
Speaking of pace, there's Hodgson. There's our first jinx of the day.
That's fantastic, and that's just getting to that outside edge, being really threatening all the way across the park, and I think that's what Southampton are doing, maybe just that little bit better than Horsham right now. They're really threatening the whole width.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's far. He just identifies that there's a fly option on, and almost steps
balances
out.
his way down the ring. That's some good core strength there. Let's see what Ash Grimsey can do to get them back in the fight.
Yeah, I'd like to see. So Horsham run this 32 off tap off. I'd like to see them run this wrap.
Yes,
because Southampton Stormers are very tight.
they are indeed.
Grimsey, link hole is on.
It's a nice pickup.
Switch
Grimsley,
ball. Oh, lovely, but
looks
that
like
might
it was
be
just caught first.
Yeah, there's a bit of a shake of the head from Ash Grimsey.
I'll tell you what, though, he's doing some nice things on the ball, isn't he?
He is indeed.
He's fighting the old dog yet. Oh, I feel like I'll pay for that one when he listens to this later.
Yeah, you're always better you than me. This is better midfield defence here from Horsham Tigers. It's Molly up making touches. Molly Brown doing well. This is fifth coming, but again, it's just rolling in defence. And now there's an option here on that short side, and that'll be try time. Seb Conahan plays the extra pass back on the inside.
And again, down that touchline, threatening that whole width. That's what they're seeing them do. And I think Horsham just need to work to flood across to the side that they're threatening that little bit more, because currently they're leaving players like Molly out on their own to defend a little bit too much room.
Yeah, completely agree. And it does seem like, and yes, we've got the perfect vantage point.
Of course, yeah.
But it does seem like they're just defending as 2 units of 3.
Yes.
Rather than a whole set of 6.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
And that can be really difficult.
Oh, of course it can, particularly in the heat. You know, after playing 2 games this morning.
There's Kinley Canham.
See what this danger group can do.
Yeah, there's Josiah Ewan. Open side quickie. Ewan, step back. Looking for Canham. Canham.
Oh, just held up a second there. What are we calling that? It's that 4th touch. Okay, so they've got a strike to use. Let's see if they... And look at that space out.
Penalty ball.
Nice. Okay, now a whole 6. Look at that space out on Molly's wing over there, and see if they can work the ball across the field.
Yeah, Canham, open side quickie. He will go trying to evade a couple touches. Kinley Canham, last couple tournaments, been carrying a bit of an injury, lower back. Bless him. He'll coming through. There's another open side quickie. There's a passive there as well. Kinley Canham evading.
Oh, that's a great touch. Let's find out who that Southampton. Is it 97?
Yeah.
I think Emily Squires, she's doing some fantastic work in that linked defensive position.
Good sweeper and step back. Needs to go to Molly. It does. That ball down.
There we go.
And that's a really good attacking set. And you saw them, Horsham Tigers, running a couple different platforms there, and then they come to the sweeper play, and Josiah Ewan makes a good decision, hits Molly Brown.
Nice safe hands from her there, and that's a really well worked score on the line, not panicking too much, taking your touches. You know, it can feel like when you're chasing a game that you have to make everything happen immediately, but you've got 6 touches for a reason.
Yeah, definitely, and it was good patience, good execution, but they're only doing half a job at the moment. I was just about to say they need to defend the set. Well, there you go.
Absolutely, and now go back down the other end. They've got this turnover nicely. They just need to keep the momentum rolling here. That's not going to help.
It's not going to help too much. Ash Grimsey just slowing things down a touch. Needs to find a little bit more momentum. Here does come the pace. This is forthcoming. Oh, Kinley Canham just bouncing. Trying to get around a couple.
Well, that's all right.
And now that is 5th. So a little bit of lapsed communication here.
Oh,
there's a bit of an end over end pass. Not happy with that one.
A little bit of a wobble seam, I think they call it.
Well, cricket is on topic. There's a bit too much swing in that ball.
Stick to rugby.
He'll hate me for saying that.
Yeah. Stick to sprinting through the middle of the field. I think that's where. No, you could see the space he was identifying there. That's nice defence from Molly over there to just crowd them back in. But this is an important set for Stormers. If they can stay up this end and even get a score out of it, then they might be able to put this game to bed.
Indeed, and it's good manipulation there, managing to get onto the middle. This is 5th coming, so looking to go and strike. That is 5th. Kinley Canham in the midfield picks it off.
Looks like it was a touch and pass first there, so that'll be a penalty.
Yeah, Kinley loves an intercept.
Oh, I'm sure he does. With pace like that, you wouldn't mind it.
That's good bit of physicality in the ruck. Just throwing a couple dummies. Horsham, it's becoming a little bit leggy getting off the field. That could have been off the mark, not given. That's better momentum coming onto the field. This is fifth coming, so they'll want to give either Josiah or Reese a scooping opportunity. There is Josiah Ewan looking for the switch. Does try and go through the gap. They kill it in a good place.
They just need to put the pressure on here and see if they can get a turnover now. 5 minutes to go. There's still enough time. Only 2 scores in it.
Indeed. Reese Lee now trying to get up and put some pressure on, but Southampton Stormers with Heidi Yeoman on more than a few occasions have just found that outside edge a little bit too easily.
They have done indeed. I think it's when players are tired and they come away on that first touch. Really what these defensive teams need to be doing against them is putting loads of pressure on, and instead you're sending up one-up runners. That's a great touch. That's really nice. Seb Conahan, even his feet can't get through some staunch Horsham defence there, and they're in a good position now.
It's a good call there from the ref. That is off the mark, and it's unfortunate for Tommy Batchelor, but testament to the defensive pressure here for the Stormers. Only 2 tries in it, 4 minutes left to go. A little bit stop-start, but also not only have you surrendered possession, you've given the ball to this dangerous,
very dangerous pair.
Anna Conahan
and Thomas Bricknell.
Yeah, Bricknell already with a couple. Conahan, step, back to Bricknell.
That's some really good defence from the link there. Noticing that threat. And I think even though they've been attacking in the middles, I think the space they're going to find now is out wide. And let's see if they can use it. Here we go.
Link punish, look for the step back. They do, they fire it up. That's a really good step. Oh, flick pass out the back if this is a try.
No, that's well defended by Grimsey and Grimsey.
Grimsey squared.
Absolutely. Used to defending in the midfield together.
That's good. That's overplaying. Just losing momentum. Just needs to carry hard and go straight. That's a really good touch coming in.
That is indeed.
From number 7, Stephen Lyons. And now there's Josiah Ewan. Kinley Canham looks to just find the gas through the middle. That's a good roll ball, although the referees aren't happy.
And again, I think that's maybe guilty of that overplaying a little bit that we spoke about. Need to use those 6 touches to set up a nice fifth to give players like Kinley the chance to really use their gas.
Yeah, and I think on a few occasions, if I'm going to be hypercritical, I think on a few occasions Horsham Tigers have maybe got a bit of their roles wrong.
Yeah, I think that might be right.
Kinley, Kinley, Reese Lee scooping through and trying to really make something happen. I think on a few occasions with fifth coming, they've been the platform.
Aces in places, I believe, is the term I've heard before.
Yeah, aces in places, horses for courses.
Exactly.
Those are the 2.
Yeah, and yeah, I think when you're tired and people are trying to force a game a little bit, you can end up trying to do almost every role at the same time, set a platform and strike, and it doesn't work like that.
That's
nice
good. Though. Ooh, Jake, I'm not sure about that one, boss.
Yeah, I think our sort of simultaneous oohs told you what we thought about that. I think a little bit of a call of let the boys play might have felt more appropriate. But let's see what Tor Summers and Horsham can do coming up here.
That's good. Defensive pressure.
Southampton.
Goes to the commentator, man. It's going to get you. There's Farr. Hodgson in at link here at 99. 2 female middles here, which is wonderful.
And this is a little bit of game management that we're seeing here.
Sweet.
No need to overplay. That's nice.
Oh, that's a great touch.
That's a fantastic touch from Leela.
Leela Batchelor making a really good touch. That ball should have gone one more to Hodgson, but it doesn't, and they do get the 5th touch turnover. So with a minute left to go, Horsham could definitely make a bit of a game of this. That's good from Ash Grimsey.
It is
and
indeed.
That's the best subset we've seen so far, but that's a really good snipe.
Just comes from running hard.
Working really hard.
Yeah, it does indeed. And here's Kinley on, going to kick outside of this link, but that's a great touch. That's a complete momentum killer. Number 99, Heidi Yeoman.
Yeah, she's been great. You know, I've called her name on more of a few occasions. That's better. That's a good platform. Although
forward pass.
Ball's been given forward. I think a few of these ones have been potentially a little bit harsh, especially considering that actually especially today and yesterday, we had some diabolically forward passes that were given as flats, or French flat is what I've heard it called.
French flat. Brilliant. No, I think the calls have gone sort of either way, and I think Stormers have ridden this well.
Yeah.
But you know, if I'm one of the teams coming up against Stormers in the coming matches this afternoon, then I'm looking at what Horsham are doing and going, there's some space to be found there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, definitely. It's a really good performance there from the Stormers. 4-2 the victors, and it was the likes of Connahan, Bricknell, Farr, Yeoman, who were really sort of making it all happen, and Hodgson, who got on the scoreboard on a couple of occasions. Horsham Tigers will be pretty happy, although they're leaving a couple of opportunities out there. There's learning for both teams, but Stormers, well, they are storming onto potential promotion into Division 2. And we'll take a very quick break, just 5 minutes. Coming up next, we will have the Cheltenham Tigers second team for the second time today versus Peterborough. So welcome back. Cheltenham Tigers 2s versus Peterborough. We saw Cheltenham earlier. We think they probably would have been happier with the draw in their game before. But our first time looking at Peterborough, and I've got to say, I'm a sucker for a tritone kit, and Peterborough's is very nice.
It is indeed. That grey stripe through the middle is nice. Let's see if they play as well as their kit looks. Oh, and that's a nice diving touch to start the defensive set.
Yeah, and I'm liking the just sending that far link off in transition.
Absolutely, get a fresh player on. Now that player is nice and wide. Well, that's a good defensive touch there. Number 9, Lydia Mills.
And this Peterborough team, well, it's a bit of an enigma for me. I've not really seen them play at any level, but that's great bit of pace. But Lees is onside.
I thought I recognised number 10 running out for Peterborough, Seb De Castro, as we were talking about the UTC circuit earlier, but also an England men's 20s graduate. And alongside being one of the more handsome men to ever race a touch field, he is a very capable player. So keep your eye out.
Don't let his head get any bigger. No.
No, he's a very wonderful player.
He is indeed.
One of the best names on the circuit, Sebastian Trigo De Castro. I mean, stunning. Although, Cheltenham just burn around the outside. He is half, so he needs to find some support, and does, but Trigo De Castro shuts that down very quickly.
Does indeed. Although that's a worrying sign, and again, we're seeing the space open up around the edge of the field.
Yeah, I think there's the warning shot.
Sophie Whitmore running down there, playing for another one of my 15s players shout-outs, actually playing for the mixed 15s team in Limerick.
There's a good bit of pace coming in. That's a really good straightener for 5th.
Oh, just couldn't quite execute that, but that's if they continue setting platforms like that, they'll start to come off.
Indeed they will. That was a really good opportunity. It's just leaving it out there. But I suppose that gives us a good opportunity to talk about those players that just straighten and go and get that ball down and provide a bit of a platform. Peterborough's got a couple in here.
Absolutely. I like to fancy myself a platform player, which means the better the team, the less I should be striking. And actually there's here we go.
Oh, there's a bit of a hunting job going on there.
Indeed. Lydia Mills trying to sprint her way out of trouble there, but actually Peterborough are looking quite tight in their defence, which is nice to see.
Oh, bobble of the roll ball.
Just a few of these errors though in there getting up the pitch. And you're right, those platform players, I think we saw it in that final yesterday. We talked about the Cross Coombs and Clacker comparison, and Coombs, the platform Coombs can set to give players around you the opportunity.
Yeah. But also I think sometimes, you know, when we talk about like platform players, I think historically the job of a platform player can feel a little bit just like, well, you are just providing platform for everyone else.
Yes.
But what Coombs did so well yesterday, which I think speaks to how influential they are, is after you set that platform, you're an option.
Absolutely.
You need to hit your hole, you need to be alive, you need to be a threat.
Or then there's possibly, you know, is there a pickup opportunity or something like that if you're being asked to be the half on a quickie and scanning and reading options. I mean, you know, when you get up to that elite level, these players are a platform, but they're also a brain to allow those sort of strike players to play.
Indeed. And this is good from Peterborough, to try and take the outside edge.
Some nice width.
Trigo De Castro.
Going to look for a scoop for himself.
This is 4/5 coming.
Set himself a platform.
He's just very nonchalant. Ooh, thought that could have been overplaying then, but it's not. And here is 5th. Trigo De Castro deep to the line. That's a great snipe.
Lydia Mills again with the defensive effort. That's really well read from the outside.
I think there was just a little bit of
confusion there, but that's all right.
Yeah, and also a bit of a nudge on from Trigo De Castro.
Maybe a bit of frustration showing, perhaps.
Potentially, but you know, he's a very experienced player. Makes good decisions more often than not. I wonder if they will start to come to fruition here for Peterborough. We're 5 minutes in, no tries yet. Although that's an opportunity. Trying to go through. De Castro doesn't. Oh, does he make it? He does indeed.
Very nonchalant.
Well, honestly, it's players like Trigo de Castro that just sort of cruise around a touch field, never really seeming like they're all that bothered, but make things happen.
Absolutely, and then they're ghosting through gaps or diving at people's feet. Oh, I think they might have gotten a little bit unlucky there.
Yeah, that looked like there was a bit of a in the ruck. Yeah.
Nice. The referee recognises that, and they'll get an opportunity to get a nice sub off in here.
Yeah, that's good momentum coming around there for Loughborough touch. John Cranston setting the tone. Trigo de Castro just weaving his way through. And now here comes some of the young lads. That's a really good check away. That's number 1.
Oh, number
Bill
4.
Badger. There is Badger. Oh, it's a lovely.
That's really nice. And number 14, he was linking up with there.
Austin Dobson.
Austin Dobson and... Did you say his name was Bill Badger?
Bill Badger.
It's an absolute belter of a name.
That is a belter. Bill Badger gets over.
And there we go. That might be the longest we've waited for a score.
Yeah, today I reckon
6
so.
minutes.
Yeah, 6 minutes in, and we get our score, and now it's up to the Tigers. And Tigers will be no stranger to coming from behind. We saw them get their draw. That's
Absolutely.
a great bit of pace. But
Bill Badger making
Bill Badger,
that touch there.
Burrowing over to make that touch. I'll get a few of those in.
That's good. That's good stuff.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Well, let's see if Cheltenham can use this set of 6.
Oh, early release. Ball to the wing. Could have been on, but just not released, unfortunately. Yeah, it's Dobson who was trying to get through, but now he does.
Oh, no, I think they're calling that back for a forward pass, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Badger's living a set. That was the thing I was doing.
Oh, very nice.
I'd try my best.
Very nice, very nice. There'll be more of that to come. We're here all day.
And let's see. There we go. Peterborough working the ball nicely to get off the field.
Yeah, and that's a really good momentum.
That's really nice.
Up the box side, waiting to turn around. That's number 3, Donny Carpenter. There's some names here.
There are indeed. And here we go, setting this platform now. 7 and 8 working together. Oh, no, that's well defended. Number 47 for Cheltenham, Ewan Morrish.
Yeah.
Just identifying where he needed to be and making that touch. And now I think we're into maybe a bit of a midfield grind unless Cheltenham can get up the far end.
Yeah, it was Hamish Wayne who was trying to go through a bit of a gap, but just nothing happening.
Good hands there. And that's good momentum. Passing around that player. Check back in. And a scoop.
Great platform, but they're all onside, but they do find Cotty.
Just not quite recognising the touch count there, but that's all right. And Peterborough on this ball quickly.
Oh, good hands.
Very well done. Caught it with his hip there.
And this is a little bit more just conservative of a transition.
It is indeed.
Whilst
just
they bring those fresh legs on.
Settling in.
That's really good playing away, and it'll go back inside. That's forward, ball down though. So the right decision in the end, turnover.
My own shout out to referees in the white cap in the midfield, Mr. Will Gaines running out there. Flips between being a player and a referee with aplomb, which is a tricky job, and particularly when he's reminded by referees that he's not actually refereeing when playing.
We've all been there.
We have indeed.
We've all been there.
This is nice pressure in defence from Peterborough, not quite letting Cheltenham set their platform that they want to.
And that's a forward pass.
And there we go. And that's where that pressure shows. That's obviously maybe something they've targeted, that particularly in this division, you put a little bit of pressure on teams and...
Trigo de Castro, just a couple little stutter steps. Then takes the ball back.
Strolls into the box.
That's job done for a couple of minutes.
It is indeed.
I'm going to be back on. Cotty's got to be careful that he's not running through that ruck after the touch.
He does indeed, because he might get punished there, but that's a nice setup. Oh, and just gets his feet caught in it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Austin Dobson.
It is indeed, but there's some nice things in there, and while 1-0 up as well, just need to hold out here. Good work between the link and the winger.
Yeah, here's Carpenter flying off the line to try and make some touches, but this is good. Coming onto the field from Ian Spencer, wearing 70. There is Ian Spencer.
Played yesterday as well for the ones, if I'm not mistaken.
He
so
did
a 2-day
indeed.
shift.
Back on the inside. That is played out, so it'll be 6 more, but it shouldn't be ball down. I think that touch was made.
So just calling it 6 more for now, but now they have their set on the line. Let's see if Peterborough keep up the pressure. Here we go. Yeah, you can see them getting up to them.
Ball to the wing is good. Oh, it's just too tall. They might live to regret that one, Will Cheltenham.
Particularly on first touch.
Yeah, a bit of a coach killer, and I mean you'll know that more than anyone, right?
Yes, very much so. Use your set of 6 screaming onto the field from the box, but I don't know, when you see spaces on, it's tricky. You back your players to make the right decisions, right? And sometimes execution actually. Oh, that's some nice subbing.
Carpenter. That's twice now he's done that, and actually their transition operates the best when Carpenter just trucks that ball up the middle.
That's Lydia Mills making another huge touch, defensive MVP of this game already.
Do you think she's bored and just decides to throw her body around for a little bit of fun?
I think she could have made that touch standing up, but maybe news we'd mention, more likely to mention it on the live stream.
Yeah. At least you get some nice photos in or screen grabs. I think maybe for the Instagram. At least that's what I used to do anyway. Oh, good turnover. So actually, we're out of the grind now.
We are indeed, and this is Pete. Oh, forward pass there.
Oh, it's a shame. Again, off first. Errors creeping in.
It does happen when you're tired in these games. This will be the last pool game that they're playing, so 3rd game of a day of 6, and I often reckon this is where it's, it can start to kick in a little bit. Particularly, you've had an early start, although. But some nice touch being played here. Cheltenham just settling a little bit, getting Matt Janer on to run the show. Can see him setting something up here. Talk about platform, that's nice. And then some real gas through the middle there. Ooh.
6 touches.
Getting back and set.
Yeah, I'm just having a look beyond this game as the schedule starts to be updated as the final pool stage games are being played. This is the final round of pool stages. Seems like at 1 o'clock we've got quarter final of Division 3. Eagles versus Staffordshire Stormers.
And that's an interesting one.
Oh, Trigo de Castro, apologies, but de Castro just finds some space, flows the ball to the wing, wing
great
scores,
finish.
And he is the most nonchalant player on the pitch. But that doesn't mean he's not affecting the game. Easy score, Peterborough. Very happy.
Try and find the 16 for Peterborough. Tony Matthews. Really nice put down there after the work of De Castro. Yes, so London Eagles versus Southampton Stormers. Completely unbiased game for me. And that's interesting, though, as a quarter-final. That's one of those...
Well, it's the Stormers have done you dirty a little bit, because it's Staffordshire Stormers.
Oh, Staffordshire Stormers.
Because then
who we watched earlier today.
We've got Southampton Stormers versus Revolution Touch 2.
That makes... Oh, so after seeing the danger that... Oh, here we go. And again.
Yeah, Carpenter.
Working excellently. It's just that slaloming run, and here we go. Bill Badger making some nice meters down the touchline. Still can't get over that. Still not getting over that.
The Badger.
Absolutely.
That's a good checking back against the grain, but there's a really good touch. And once again, Lydia Mills just...
flinging herself about, body on the line sort of stuff. Moved into mid. Obviously, they realised they need her defensive security.
They're trying to run some sort of doggies. Oh, that's forward, unfortunately, because it would have been in the corner.
Nicely floated as well.
Yeah, there's a few giggles in the Peterborough sub box here. They know that was on. It's just a shame it's drifted forward. We are 14 minutes into this game, and Cheltenham yet to get on the board. Peterborough 2 tries to the good.
Just Peterborough's midfield really carrying them through this game so far, despite Lydia Mills' best efforts otherwise.
She's, I think she'll be, you'll be hard pressed to find someone else in this Peterborough side, this Cheltenham side for MVP other than Lydia Mills. She's been wonderful, affecting the play on both sides of the ball. Cheltenham almost getting through, but caught there for 6 touches. And I do just think, I'm in a bit of admiration of this subset of Peterborough.
It's really nice. They look to play around nicely.
Oh, Trigo de Castro.
Gliding through.
There's the nice inside tip on the fly.
Number 9, John Cranston. And those two have been working really nicely together in this game so far, haven't they?
It's that combinations we were talking about earlier. 2 players, you get them playing together more often than not. They start to understand each other's play and position.
Absolutely, and it's understanding the dynamic between the two. You know, you can equally have the situation where both of you are trying to call completely different things, and your attacks are a total mess. Had a few of those that were definitely my fault yesterday. A few apologies after games, but no, when it starts to click and you both know what you're doing.
That's good for the Tigers, but again, what I'd really like to see is them roll into their line attack.
Yes, agreed. You see that, exactly that. Pulling up there, Matt Janer to the short side. That's a nice dive, and that's a score. That's Cheltenham Tigers up.
On the board, there's a bit of an injury. I think that is
Number 47, Ewan Morrish. He's had a good game so far, working with Matt Janer.
He has called his name on more than a few occasions, but for Peterborough, there is a bit of an injury just coming off the field. And we hope that that's nothing too serious.
Fingers crossed. It's Austin Dobson, who's been putting a lot of work in so far this game.
Yeah, a lot of work. Really bright spark. Also very young as well. Loads of bags of potential in this Peterborough team.
Well, and this is what's fantastic to see, right? Peterborough Touch, maybe not a name that's been bandied about a lot before, but actually...
Oh, great hammer.
Just made the touch there. Not a team that's played a huge, been around a huge amount, but, I mean, looks like it's going to be around for quite a few years.
Yeah, definitely. And what's really nice as well for Peterborough is, in this pod specifically, you've got a couple of younger faces here. You got number 2, Ewan Rorison.
And Jack Hughes as well at number 8.
And then you've got Seb Trigo de Castro over on that far side, almost just providing a little bit of guidance to some of these more emerging players.
Odd to him to think as the older head.
It's crazy, right?
21 years old.
But I mean, that touch CV does not lie.
No, it doesn't.
And it is full of ability, accomplishments, Mills, or just affecting the game whenever she's on the field.
Absolutely, but I think that was a little bit of a microcosm of this Chester, of this...
good. One more! Oh, it's going to be given forward.
That's a bit of a microcosm of this Cheltenham game so far, isn't it? That they do a couple of really good things, but halt the momentum, aren't quite able to actually finish it off.
Yeah, and for Cheltenham, I'd really love to see them just like roll. Yeah, because it seems like when they get onto that 7, they just take a moment to settle.
They do, and it allows Peterborough. We talked about Peterborough's defensive pressure that comes from being set. And if you're not set, but I suppose there's also maybe a factor of needing that second with your less experienced players. It's a real balancing act. I mean, it's Div 3,
Yeah. No, definitely. That's a really good platform, though, for the link. That score, that is try time. And Cheltenham, with 2 minutes left to go, bring it to a 1-score game. And they've really grown in. And it almost feels like exactly the same performance as what we saw from them earlier this morning.
It does. Whether they just need a little bit longer to stick in a game. Maybe it's fitness showing. Now, it doesn't hugely surprise me to see the Badger himself as well as Mr. Trigo de Castro stepping out onto the field to get a score here.
And Ewan Rorison over in that far link. And all of a sudden, there's a bit more pep in the step of Trigo de Castro.
There is
Wonder
indeed.
why. Badger de Castro looking to dive underneath. It's a really good touch there from Matt Janer. He was onside. This is 4th, 5th coming.
They will get a strike here.
Yeah, Castro feeding away to Rorison. There's a doggy step. This will be good step back. That's try time. And Trigo de Castro just strolls onto the field and decides, I'm scoring now.
Yep, and you can see when he just turns it up a little bit, goes maybe out of 2nd or 3rd gear into 4th, and all of a sudden defences are struggling a little bit, and that's what good players can do. They can turn it on exactly when they need to, and we talked about aces bases, horses for courses. We need a score to make sure we win this game. Put the right players on the field. Yeah,
although speaking of needing a score, that was good momentum trying to get around the outside.
Lydia Mills on here as well to control things.
Yeah, but they'll need to go quickly. There's around 30 seconds left. If they want to make this a little bit of a photo finish, it needs to be a little bit more fast. And that could be try time. Not sure if this player's ever made it onside. Yeah, this is one of those circumstances where if he doesn't make it onside, you give the try rather than the penalty.
Indeed.
And they do indeed.
I've not got a name for number Is it number 6?
Number 6, yeah, no, we've not got a name. I know it's not David Galzane because Gallazin, because he's unfortunately injured yesterday.
But nice work from the number 6 regardless.
Yeah.
And
that will be full time.
So indeed.
Peterborough take the victory, 4 tries to 3 over the Cheltenham Tigers side, who never really got going until the final 7 or 8 minutes and then started to find their feet in this game. And you'll notice that now our schedule starts to slow down a little bit. 10-minute gaps in between games.
Oh, a luxury.
Desperate luxury. But at 1 o'clock we have promotion fighters, the London Eagles 3 versus Staffordshire Stormers, and then the game following at 1:30, Southampton Stormers also vying for promotion against Revolution Touch 2s. Don't go anywhere, it's 2 games not to be missed. So welcome back to Newark Rugby Club, where we have the England Touch Mixed National Series. It is London Eagles 3s versus Staffordshire Stormers, and the Eagles, well, they're vying for promotion, aren't they?
Well, they are indeed. I mean, I can't profess to be entirely unbiased in this scenario. I am the chair of London Eagles, unfortunately, but I will endeavour to cheer on Stormers, who we saw give a pretty impressive display earlier this morning. And we spoke about maybe them having some kinks to iron out. Let's see if they can show it here.
Yeah, definitely. And you might be recognising some of these names from yesterday, specifically Bibby Pools, Aston Brett, representing the threes today, as we see the Stormers come into their first opportunity at line attack. And there's Hogan. He was dangerous. There's a bit of a juggle. There's Hogan. Link punish could be the opportunity, but well shut out there.
Samika Evans just staying on that outside. Nicely done. Working with boyfriend Dylan Southon in at mid there.
I think the recipe for success here for the London Eagles is going to be, can you stop Tim Hogan
from going over more than a few times. We
Absolutely.
already saw today Oxford couldn't, and that led to their demise. So we'll see if the Eagles have a bit more success. That's a good transfer. It's a good touch coming in there.
Yeah, it's well done from Hogan. Just holding things up a little bit.
Is this Bibby Pools in the midfield?
It is indeed. The classic Boonie. Rarely see her not in it.
Yeah, I wonder if that just provides a bit. That is a bit of loss of control at the roll ball. That's well spotted there from the refs. And
it is indeed.
one of the things I think you'll see, specifically with these promotion teams who are really looking to find their feet in Division 2 next season, the referees are going to find the level at which the game is fair.
Correct.
And you might see some things called that we might not have seen earlier on in the day.
Yep.
Because it's almost a bit of just navigating the ability levels a little bit more, and also you don't want to ref a certain way in Division 3 and then get into Division 2 and everything sort of goes to pot.
No, that's exactly the case. I actually often found as a referee that Division 3 was harder to referee than Divisions 1 and 2 because you're finding that level throughout the whole game. Because you don't want to create something where you're blowing the whistle constantly.
Yeah.
And it's a really impressive job these refs do to sort of facilitate that. Lawrence Hodgkins making some nice meters up the middle. Not quite a Bill Badger level of snappiness of name.
Yeah, Bill Badger. That was the name.
I miss him.
Lewis Hazeldine.
It's not bad.
He's getting there. As you see, Aston Brett pick up, goes through the gap. Does he get touched? No, he doesn't, and finds the supporting player.
Absolutely, Jack Linthwaite finishing off there, running nicely through that hole. It looked close for that Stormers player. Let's watch that again because he was right at the heels of Brett here.
Yeah.
Or just about, maybe a little hitch kick to step out the way and then a nicely run line back in. But that's London Eagles.
He got on the inside of Ted Cooper. And we've seen already that actually this Stormer side is very athletic, and Cooper was one of those players. So it shows the athleticism of some of this Eagles team.
Does indeed.
Aston Brett in that moment.
Which you're seeing Charlie Scoggins and Hogan, thank you.
He's a wonderful player. There is Hogan. Oh, good step, but a great release off the line there.
Looks like
from Lewis Hazeldine.
Forward pass off the ruck, they're calling it though. But these two are dangerous, and they're going to be using them in these scoring opportunities. To try and make something happen.
Yeah, and also I think that there would be an interesting tactical read here for Stormers, because on more than a few occasions I think they've tried to disrupt this roll ball of Eagles and just dump the momentum. But as it stands, it's not doing. That one could have been given forward, is not. So Bibby Pools now looking to get around the outside, and there she goes and sticks the gas on.
Jeez.
Then rather than just walking over and dotting the ball down, opts for a celebratory dive, and that is 2-0 in favour of London Eagles. And Staffordshire Stormers with a bit of problem solving to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just about maybe getting a little bit tighter earlier. They're sort of focusing in a little bit too much of what the middles are doing, and then all of a sudden that space is opening up. So get a little bit tighter earlier and ready to chase out. Touch made by Tunde Adekeye there.
That's a great name.
It is a great name.
Great name.
And I'll tell you what, watch for him bulleting over the line. He's got some real out-and-out pace.
Well, I know that because he burnt me in round 1.
Well, there we go.
I'll be perfectly transparent. That's good hands round the corner. Is that good finish? No, it's good touch.
Called by the sideline referee. Diego out there. One of our full-time referees at Eagles. Loves pulling on the yellow jersey.
That's good from 99.
Oh, it's a nice round the back pass. A little bit of...
he has got something, hasn't he?
He does indeed. A little bit of flair that can cause some problems.
Yeah, Ted Cooper, we saw him in game 1, and there is Tunde Adekeye. Oh, and he's gone. He is gone, and no one's going to catch him. And that is a wonderful score from back to front.
Wow.
Just sticks the wheels on.
From the far side of the field as well.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll be able to see this from day dot. We will indeed. Aston Brett shifting. It's a great platform in the middle. And then Tunde Adekeye just goes, all right, no problem. Cheers, mate. Thanks for the ball. I will see you down the other end. Good luck defending this.
Oh, it's incredible sort of strength in balance to do a run like that, isn't it?
Yeah, and also walking that walking the touchline effectively. I've seen many a player stick their foot out accidentally.
Here we go. Hogan and Scoggins on, and I think Hogan will be hunting for a score here.
He will. Oh, it does really well. Drops the ball away to Scoggins. Lewis Hazeldine.
Well, it's calling a touch. That's fine. They'll have another strike, it looks like here. 5th coming now.
Yeah, they need to maybe try and get a couple more players offside. They're allowing some players to drop early. Ball to the wing could have been on, doesn't get given. And I think at the moment for the Stormers, it might feel a little bit difficult because the line speed of Eagles is just taking your time away.
Well, I think it's that thing as well that we spoke about, having threats all across the park. When you have a threat who is so potent, like Tim Hogan has been so far today, that actually you end up only playing to that threat and sort of limiting yourself from the other ones.
Oh, great wheels, great hands. Oh, that was lovely.
Really deft bit of work from Linthwaite there, and the pace of Southon as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Stormers, it seems like they're going to get trapped. Whoa, that could have been a bit of a nightmare scenario.
It could indeed, but looks like they'll be able to get off their line, and hopefully...
Just looking a little bit leggy are the Stormers.
Oh, they've been run relatively hard so far.
Yeah, this is 5th coming. Now making some decent momentum.
Oh, that's
There's a nice show and go. That's good from Cooper. Have they got one more touch? They might have.
99, Ted Cooper. He's got some skills on him, doesn't he?
Yeah, and you know this Stormers team, Ted Cooper, Tim Hogan, and also we've not mentioned one of the most effective defensive players is Saskia Conahan over on that far side. So. It shows the calibre of the Eagles, and Aston Brett now picking up, looking to go through. There's a good delayed pass to Hazeldine. Hazeldine over the top.
To Anna Willis.
And that is pretty straightforward. However...
They're calling it back, it looks like. So it was a forward pass, but that looks like it was 6 more. Somebody interfered or knocked the ball in the touch. And now we'll see what Eagles can do with a line attack set.
Oh, he's over
nice
again.
Dive.
Tunde Adekai doubles his personal tally and extends the Eagles' lead out. And it's a nice link punish here, just getting on the outside, and then it's a foot race to the line, and realistically, there was only ever one winner.
Exploding off that 7. Yeah.
The Eagles really putting themselves out there, almost laying down a bit of a marker. And
absolutely.
I wonder what this cup final could look like later on. Could it be Eagles and Southampton Stormers?
Oh, that'd be exciting. That'd
be a good game.
There's a lot of teams as well we haven't seen so far today that I'm sure are tearing up. I need to have a real trawl through those results, because you get some fantastic results. Here we go.
Hogan. 6 more.
And that was needed, because that link was straight into that hole.
Yeah, and that's much better from Hogan.
It is indeed. It's looking up and seeing those threats outside. Eagles are looking at him and going, right, we need to defend that threat. And actually, ball in hand, he can put some players in space. So they need to keep looking at that.
Yeah, and they always come back to this quickie platform. They get both middles up. I understand from the referee's perspective there was a clean infringement, but you had 4 players offside there.
Play through the advantage. Yeah, absolutely.
Bring back that advantage afterwards, but let them play. There's a good option to the link, and that's underneath. And was their touch made? There was
Link's
indeed.
Calling it. They're banked very far over that side of the field now. They need to work the ball back to the middle, otherwise it's going to be a bit too easy. There we go. Tim Hogan doing so a little bit.
Scoggins. Oh, that could have maybe should have been foot in the ruck for me. But
it's a tricky
I'm
one.
Not wearing yellow.
No, and thank goodness for that.
There's no bias in you.
Oh, I just mean for all of the players involved, really.
Well recovered, well recovered. As Billy Pauls trucks up the middle. And again, look, you know, Eagles have the benefit of this structure in transition. Aston Brett setting the platform. Oh, a little bit of a trip. 2 Eagles players colliding. Brett throws the ball to the wing, ball down. It became a little bit messy at the end.
It did a little bit there, yeah. Just a few feet getting tangled up with each other, but they're finishing down that end of the field nicely. And Eagles have the benefit, and I think it makes a big difference in Div 3 of, you know, experienced coaches. We've got Bex Maxwell, who was coaching the team that, you know, got to the final yesterday in our ones, you know, turning out on the Sunday. And Gus Gillespie was, I don't know if you remember the player that went down with the hamstring gunshot.
So, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's managed to still trek back up here to help out in the box, and that makes a big difference.
Yeah. Any update on Gus Gillespie? Is his hammy all right?
I think it was just a tweak that he sort of, you know, when I'm actually just going to go down in case there's any injury. But
smart.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything long term, which is good, because it was, you know, you panic on the sideline seeing it.
Yeah, there's a AJ of the Manchester Foxes, Alistair Chadwick, was asking me about Gus Gillespie, and when I told him he went down with a hammy, his face painted a very miserable picture.
Absolutely.
Saying, oh well, he's in my 30s.
Yeah. No,
I need him.
He'll be turning out in Sterling, no issue.
Good. Well, that's good to see.
Just Eagles overplaying a little bit again. I think that was called for a forward pass, and you know, you can see this. This is where Eagles should be looking to put, you know, this game to bed a little bit, and actually they're playing Stormers back in a way.
Yeah, but Stormers need to take advantage of it, because this is fifth coming, and now it becomes a little bit difficult to give someone like Hogan a good platform to attack. That's better. Really good ball down. There's a couple offside players. Can he step back against the grain? He does, but wonderful defensive pressure.
Samika Evans again in that link channel, like a brick wall.
It's been very good defensively. Not necessarily seeing her too much on the other end of the pitch. And that's what you're saying, isn't it? Overplaying.
Exactly that. And now, look who's on the field for Stormers, and look at where they are. Yeah. I'd be pretty nervous if I was wearing white right now.
Yeah, that's a really dominant roll ball there as well. So we'll see if Scoggins and Hogan can make something happen here. Looking for the 32. That's a bit of a burner. Need not as many of those in this attacking set. Now they get onto that link. That's better. Hogan looks to just drop one off into the wing channel, but it feels a little bit...
Oh, and a bit of frustration showing there from Hogan as well. He's having to work really hard in this game.
Yeah, that's really good momentum, and now the Stormers are rolling. They wanted a sneaky one up this box side then for just a moment. There's a bit of a awkward Redlands play that didn't quite manifest itself. There's a couple good touches. That might be given hard, but...
I think it's just a bit of the extension of the arms in there, isn't it? A few of those touches before that were perfectly fine and dominant, not extending the arms out, but I think, again, maybe that's a degree of that frustration we're seeing.
Oh, Hazeldine, great pickup, 3-on-2. Ball goes to the link, but again, really good shot there. And that was 16. Isabel Austin.
Yeah, really nicely read.
Oh, Bibby Pools might just take it. There is an offside player, and that's as obvious as it could possibly be. Bibby Pools isn't happy about the fact that the offside penalty hasn't been called. The sideline ref just...
I think there's an argument to be made there. She played into him. You know, I mean, the referee was saying play on, and then she took the touch.
Well, there was quite a... I remember at Nationals, there was quite an annoyed figure in one of the men's open categories. I want to say it was Taipans, where the player is offside, and actually he's run past and touched him with his hand, and the ref said, well, you've nominated that touch, so you've got to take that ball back, half-court turnover. And there was a real discourse afterwards in some of the group chats knocking around, talking about, well, how fair is that? If, you know, can you not move someone out of the way? But the letter of the law says you can't. You're initiating that touch.
And that's what the referees are officiating to.
Yeah.
And it makes sense, right? We talk about this, you know, players have to be able to get onside, and if they're getting shoved about all over the place, then you could probably take a few liberties. Yeah. Pretending, oh, I was just moving this offside player out of the way, as they lie flat on their back looking up at you, sort of a bit aggrieved.
Especially some of the bigger players on the circuit. That gives them a bit of an advantage. But speaking of, London Eagles extend theirs out to 5.
So it's a nice simple play here with a quickie that just looks like this ball goes out to Anna Willis on the wing and gives her a second. And it's a nice bit of evasion to get around that winger who was hustling out there for Stormers.
Yeah, and has had a real good showing out there as Isabel Austin, but on that occasion was left to defend a little bit too much space.
And we see that quite often at sort of the Div 3 level and Div 4, where wingers given just a bit too much work to do.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the key differences that we're seeing at the moment from Staffordshire Stormers and London Eagles is Eagles are moving very tightly as a 6. But here is Hogan, Scoggins. There is Hogan. Hogan goes to the wing. It's a good ball.
It's a lovely rip.
It just hits the deck. And you know, for the likes of Tim Hogan, it does become much more difficult, doesn't it? Because you're trying to manifest something from nothing, realistically. And you're playing against a very set defence. If I was, you know, if I told you to put your commentary hat down and pick up your coaching hat, what would that feedback be looking like at the moment?
My feedback would be, and this is what I hoped Hogan was doing here, use the other players around you a little bit. Shift the strike options so that they're not having to defend just you.
Oh, lovely score.
And then he takes a strike and he just... Oh, hold on, it looks like that was a touch made.
Ooh.
Yep, there we go. He's called the touch, and the referee said fine. But I'd be getting Scoggins on quickies because he was scoring them in the last game. And here we go.
There he is.
Use him.
There he is. There's Scoggins. Pops the ball away. I wonder if we could see...
Penalty,
I'm not sure if the directors can go back that far, but I wonder if we could see that dive over from Hogan just a minute ago, because it looked like, for all money, that ball was down, and it was try time. We did have a nice...
Might have been a trailing hand from the...
Yeah, maybe. But we did have a really nice slow-mo replay of Matt Mayles touching the corner off the back of an intercept, and me and Ollie lost a bit of composure in the commentary box because it was definitely a touch.
And given as a score.
Yeah, yeah. But that was good. Here is again Hogan trying to get around the outside of Tunde Adekai, but that will be touch and pass turnover.
Oh no, looks like it's just a touch, but it's still the case. I think Hogan has given himself a bit too much to do. You know, if I've got one of my strike players on the field and we need a score, I'm saying use the full threats around you. And the other thing is Hogan's having to call the shots and run the stuff. I'd say do one of those jobs. Get somebody in that can work for him.
Oh, good pick up. Ball goes to the link. There's a 2-on-1 here if they can take it, but not.
Matty Miles Kingston managing to hold him in there. That's another one off the UTC circuit, playing Luff for a touch.
Yeah, it was for Invicta as well yesterday.
For Invicta indeed.
Had a really good showing for Invicta. There's Aston Brett.
Another club I've played for, Invicta, a great punch, based down in Kent.
Yeah, it used to be Canterbury Invicta.
Did indeed. Quite like the new name.
Yeah. Oh, lovely ball. Aston Brett in space. One more.
Oh,
great finish. That's a beautiful score.
Samika Evans finishing that off, but that's really nice. South on to Brett to Evans.
And we were saying we haven't really seen Samika Evans in line attack. Well, she gets one real opportunity and
she
goes
holds
and takes
that
it
really well as well, right out behind her. That's excellent to see.
It is indeed, and we've got less than 90 seconds remaining, and for the London Eagles, this has felt very comprehensive.
It has indeed, although I think, there was that portion in the middle there that they would be a little bit concerned about. Almost, if they do that against a better team where they don't finish sets, they'll start to punish. I just think Hogan and co have been given a little bit too much to do in this game against what is quite a structured and set defence in the London Eagles.
Yeah, and I think a lot of learning for the Staffordshire Stormers. Division 3 is about learning. It is about development and creating, opportunities to grow as a team and as players. And I think the Stormers have great potential, but maybe have just come up against a team that has just a bit too much in terms of attack and defence.
Shout out UOS.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. As we see them try and set up here.
Long ball to the wing is on.
That's a nice dive.
Hits the ground. The referees are happy that Hazeldine has made that touch.
Throwing his body around.
Taking a leaf out of Baby Paul's playbook.
Absolutely, they work together as two middles.
That's a really good setup.
That's
this
nice.
Is danger. That could be try time.
Kingston Mills getting the touch there.
And this is last play, so I might just try and come round. Little pop ball goes down, and that is all she wrote. And London Eagles, well, that was comprehensive. And Stormers, well, they're painting a bit of a tired picture. That was hard work, but have by no means done themselves a disservice.
No,
it is
absolutely.
always difficult.
It is indeed, and they did some really nice things, and they're just not able to turn it into scores. But if that's our first knockout of the day, then it sets us up quite nicely, particularly given that we have Southampton Stormers up against Revolution 2s in 10 minutes' time.
Indeed, we do. We will be there, and I'm just having a look. Nothing's come through yet for the 2 o'clock games, but there will be semi-finals galore. And then later on, we will finish with the final. And I think we are going to have to do a bit of research, have a look at that overall table, and see who else is vying for these promotion spots. But we'll be back with you in around 9 minutes' time.
Long, Hardy, long. George half. Play nine. Option. Emily Sweet. Down.
Southampton captain, please.
Brian. Chuck ball down here to the ball out of the way. Brian. Let's go then, guys. Come on, let's go. Cowboys ready.
So here we go. After a bit of research, both of these teams fighting for promotion. Revs 2 is currently standing in the overall standings at 4th. Southampton Stormers nestled up there in 2nd. They meet in a quarter-final, and I mean, this could not be set up any better.
No, and we talked about it earlier that it's such an interesting aspect of these days because these games mean a lot, you know, and 6 points behind Revs, you know, it could make a big difference whether they win or lose this quarter-final, regardless of what happens after. Well, obviously, you've got Southampton who are probably wanting to fight for the not just the overall title, but also today's title as well.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see if Southampton... Oh, there you go. That's as easy as you like. You just kick through the burners, find the gap.
And ghosting through.
And what an opening score that is.
Number 3.
Archie Lees.
Really nice. Bit of evasion.
Yeah, just finds his space, finds his gap, goes and executes. And Revolution touch, well, there is a child on the field.
There is indeed. I actually, I'm aware that it is one of our England 15s coaches, mixed decisions coach, Neil Chalmers. I believe that's 2 of his sons working
amazing.
out on the field there, which is, I mean, we spoke about that's what's fantastic about this. And here we go. We'll get a link quickie here.
Go on, get over. I'm begging for it, man. There's no Revolution bias now, but there honestly might be. That's really good play.
That's fantastic play.
That's play through and try time. That is wonderful. What an open side quickie. There's a bit of a laugh between 2 players who obviously know each other.
Yeah.
And a nice little celly.
And that's just really nice footwork before the touch, get in behind the toucher, and then get that ball down nice and cleanly.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we've not got any numbers for the Revolution too. So number 69, take the hat off to you. Great execution. One person we do have numbers for is the Southampton Stormers, and here is Seb Conahan working with number 33, Thomas Bricknell. This combination was dangerous against Horsham Tigers. Conahan to Bricknell to the try line, and that is a wonderful opening score. And Conahan not happy with the contact on the high five.
Absolutely. Hope that doesn't affect him for the rest of the game.
Yeah, tell you what, that would not be a good way. I hope this replay rolls through long enough. It unfortunately doesn't. But Conahan, well, you wouldn't want a broken hand off celebration, would you?
No, you wouldn't. That's a big celly to make that happen. But no, that was really nicely scored, and that's identifying maybe when you've got links who are just sitting a little bit wide. We've got Neil Chambers here, out at number 74, 14.
74. Good wraparound option, released to the link.
Oh,
Unfortunate.
bit of the overhead pass there, but Rev's showing a little bit of something, hopefully, that they can get involved in.
Yeah, Revs will look to be going hard. That's a good roll ball here from the Stormers, checking around the back. However,
Just being called for over the mark there, it looks a little bit, and that's a let up for Revs, as they were starting to get a little bit of a drive on, and now Revs have an opportunity to go make this a level game again. And that's, you know, in these knockout games, it's moments like these that are really important.
yeah, we need to be taking advantage of them from a Revolution perspective, and they look to do exactly that. There was a bit of an overlap, not taken initially on that far side. They come back over short. A little bit static, not a lot happening at the moment for Revolution. Offside player is called. They want to get on him again. They do very well. Fire up option, but it just gets caught on the floor. And for Revolution, it just never really felt like they got going in that line attack.
No, it felt like there was maybe a little bit, we spoke about it earlier today, didn't we, that issues with communication.
Ooh.
And that's another let up. It looks like, here we go, they'll work to bring the young guns on here.
They will indeed. Looking to check around the outside. They might look to sub, or they might try and go and get the score themselves. They've taken a couple touches to go and sub. So actually, this explosive young side will not get that many touches to play with. They need to make something happen straight away. That's a good play around. They get on the 32 platform, pick up. They'll have one more touch. This is fifth coming, so they need to be efficient. Not a very good subset, but there's a good quickie.
There
Oh,
we go, and a
lovely
big old
dummy.
gap.
In fact, why take 6 touches when you only need 1? Revolution.
Absolutely.
Stunning.
Lulling them into a false sense of security. I think that was actually the play there. And it's just a huge gap opens up in the field there, as Chris said earlier. Can drive a combine harvester through that.
Yes, Chris.
And a nice take from the winger as well, because again, we spoke about those pressure situations where you've got to catch a ball to score and all of a sudden you're panicking, and she plucked that out of the air, slammed it into the ground, and now we're at a 2-2 game.
We are indeed, and it's starting to look a little bit tasty out here. Both teams vying for the victory. Well, there was an opportunity there for a bit of a passive line from Conahan, not taken. He wants the middle platform. Conahan, Bricknell, back to Conahan. This is dangerous. Bricknell takes it at a standing start, avoids a few. That's ball away. That's wonderful. And that's ball to the
maybe
wing.
just needed to hit the link hole there. But I mean, we can see the danger that these two are presenting, and actually they've won a penalty there. so they're able to go again. I'd like to see Bricknell and Conahan look a little bit wider to those link hole threats.
Yeah, and look for that punish, fire up option at the back. That's a really good score.
Oh, that's a great
no,
touch.
it isn't. It's a wonderful touch from 14. I don't know why I keep looking at the team sheet. There's no numbers on it.
Yeah, I just saw you doing that. No, it's nice work there. Look for the fire up again here. Nope, a link quickie. That's a nice dive.
I think the refs might just have a chat. Wave through and try time.
There we go. That's what I mean about spreading out those threats across the field, and that's really nice for
Steve Lines.
Steve
it was
Lines.
getting over.
Lovely, and it's a nice dive. It's well worked, and look, they're all busy thinking about the threats on the inside of the field, and actually, you've got Lines out there at link.
Oh yeah, it's ball down.
It is indeed. It's a nice stretch out dive.
It is really good. So, once again, the Stormers take the lead, and Revolution need to find a bit of impetus.
But they've got their, real emphasis on young guns on here.
Yeah, definitely. I think as young a gun could possibly be. But how wonderful is it to see?
Absolutely.
And now they're on the 7, and this is when they can be oh so dangerous. This will be another open side quickie. It is indeed. Step back option. Oh, that's stunning. That's absolutely
lovely.
Stunning. He has said, see you later to the defence.
A real right foot hammer of a step. I'll tell you what, whatever Stormers are throwing at them, Revs are going, all right, sweet, we'll send it right back to you.
Yeah, and we'll just get these two young lads on the field with footwork and precision, and they're going to make things happen. But speaking of footwork and precision, here come the Stormers. And you've got Conahan here in 6. Calls from the sub box to get on the 7. They eventually find their way. That's Far wearing 24. There's Conahan. Conahan, open side quickie. Yeah, this is danger. Ball flat to the line. That's a wonderful catch and ground.
Really nicely finished there. Let's have a look at this on the replay. But I think, to be honest, options were open all over the park here. Conahan just holding up defences. Yeah, unfortunately that middle just getting a little bit turned around in the touch, and then all of a sudden gaps opening up. I reckon dive, link hole, step back, and the wing ball were all on there.
Yeah, and you know, for me, that's a marker of a good attacking play. When actually it's not a case of you've got to pick the right option, is when there's not really a wrong option, because you've created that space for yourself.
And it's players working nicely off the ball as well that makes a big difference too. You know, I think we see a lot of these teams with one fantastic player, but actually when you've got players, you know, running important lines and hitting their holes and stuff like that, and being able to catch and ground that kind of ball, then it means that you're threatening everywhere.
Oh, good pickup. Oh! That was awfully close.
It was indeed to taking it back level, but I think Revs might rue that chance, because now Stormers are going to try and get right back up the other end of the field.
Oh, Connor does so well to check around. That's a really good dump as well.
That's
predicting
first
the touch.
Second touch up on the 10-metre line.
Connor just dancing his way up the field. And this is looking oh so dangerous. That's a good check away. This is 3, so 4th coming. Don't need to force anything. They've got a bit of a line attack opportunity. This is 4th now.
They do indeed.
So 5th touch here, looking to go into that 32 channel, or just goes through the gap himself. Maybe a little bit
over-eager.
Tricky. Yeah, that space could have been there.
And now they're working without a touch.
The switches might be the aim of the day, or they might just look to kill it over in this near side corner. A couple wraparounds happening. Good ball to the wing. Good wraparound play option, but goes to ground. And I agree with what you were saying earlier. That 5th coming, it's just an over-eager play.
It is indeed, and it's getting limited opportunity, so feeling like I have to force the play, but actually keep running what you've been successfully so far. There we go, here we see it again, the Revs players, because they feel like they need to get a big win in an individual touch. They're trying to work the ball off the line, and you know, putting that coach's hat back on, what I say is, touches won over 6 touches, but over the course of 20 or be it 30, 40 minutes, you know, you don't have to win a game by winning every individual touch.
No. Sometimes it's just playing your percentages, right? It's just making sure you've got safe ball.
It is, and then when the opportunities arise to, you know, use your fancy footwork and to have your moments of magic, you're in the position to do so.
Yeah.
Because now, with this Stormers team camped down on the line and Connaughton running in at this link quickie.
It's well covered in
It
the
is
end from
indeed.
Revolution. And Connaughton, oh, not passing the ball through his legs. That's a bit of a coach killer.
It is a little bit of a sloppy error and can happen. You know, the sun's come out now and that muggy heat that we were talking about has been added to with, here we go, and that's a
Hard touch. Oh, Connaughton, maybe a little bit of frustration creeping in, giving away the tap penalty.
absolutely. And let's see if Revs can actually get down the field and then threaten that line again with some of their young players. Connaughton making up for it there with a dive and touch, though.
That's what I love about some of these young players. You know, I'm very fortunate to be able to play with Kinley Cannon at Horsham Tigers. And one of my big, you know, compliments of this breed of young players is they work so hard in defence, and they've got this bit between their teeth, and it's, you know, it's make touches at reckless abandon, and
Absolutely.
whatever it takes, you just go and get them.
I suppose it's that taking pride in everything you do on the field, isn't it? You know, touch isn't, the wins aren't just stepping people and big scores and gassing round people. You know, it's, you can feel just as good making those big defensive touches.
Definitely, and this is what we're seeing at the moment. Oh, that ball looked to go once more. Good defensive pressure from Revolution.
It is indeed. I think both teams may be at risk of going a little bit too laterally at the moment.
Connaughton wanted that platform to scoop, but now there's not a lot on. The ball goes to the wing. Inside ball might be the play. It is indeed, and you saw that manifest from as soon as Connaughton put his hands on the ball, and this time it's Bricknell getting over.
Almost looked like he'd given up, but actually that was the perfect ball and really nice back inside. Number 97, Emily Squires. We're mentioning her name a fair amount earlier in the game this morning, and that's some really nice identification of space against a Revs team that are maybe looking like they're sort of struggling with the pace of the game a little bit at present.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those where Stormers have really sort of grown into it, and they were able to defend a few sets. The other thing I'm noticing is that dangerous strike pod for Revolution has been trapped in defence on a couple of occasions, and it's just not really what you'd like from a Revolution perspective.
No, and it's that issue when you can't get out of your own half. You know, all of these players who are... Oh.
Is that ball down?
See the referee's
Referee's on the
conferring over
chat.
there.
No, it is ball down.
There we go. Okay, well this is the point that we talk about. You know, when Revs are up on the line, they've got players who can do dangerous things, and actually that's a lovely finish. Almost the winger dummying to hold the players up and then just getting the ball down, but they need to be at the line to do it. And if you're only ever relying on the opposition scoring on you to get field position, then oh, there we go, a great little celly there as well. You love to see that.
And this is why we play touch, right? You know, one of my observations from doing the National Schools Cup, I was talking to Dom Tripp about it. I think sometimes at the very top of the game, we can forget that this is just a game. You know, we started playing it because it was fun, and I think sometimes that fun aspect can fall away. And actually, this Revolution team,
just having a good
down
time
on the scoreboard, but they are enjoying themselves and enjoying running with their friends and family, and it's you know, it really is a joy to see.
Well, at the end of the day, like, we're all amateur athletes, right?
Yeah.
Even at that top level yesterday, you know, with players who are, you know, England players and putting an incredible amount of time in. I mean, we have to do it because we love it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, what are you turning out for?
It's not the money.
No, it certainly isn't. It's also certainly not the sort of 3 to 4 hour drives on 6 o'clock on a Saturday morning. But you come out because the community's great and because you have a laugh with your mates. And at the end of the day, that's the point. And if you win a national title, if you play for England, if you do all of that other stuff, then that's pretty nice as well.
But it is just a good bit of fun at the end. And speaking of fun, that is an incredible...
Really nice work from Hodgson there.
Oh, Connaughton just stepping a couple. Why not? Just a good bit of fun.
Absolutely.
Oh, little Redlands, go on. And now Bricknell's gone.
And that's
It's gone forward, unfortunately.
Oh, but Squires and Bricknell linking up again. That's excellent to see.
Well, that's really unfortunate because they'd run, and we'll see it on the replay, they'd run this wonderful little disguised Redlands play, but that ball from Squires just drifting forwards.
the Redlands play being that little run down the wing, almost disguised. You think the ball's moving in field, and all of a sudden you've got an absolute speedster like Bricknell running down the wing. That's what did for my London Eagles 2's team in the semi-final yesterday, and you just have to respect it because it's lovely.
And also, infamously, that's what secured the South East Sharks their men's open final. The last-minute Redlands play against Taipans.
The greatest game never caught on film. It was magnificent.
Yeah, I had the very fortunate pleasure of instantly taking one of my breaks when I realised that was on pitch 2 rather than pitch 1.
What are the chances?
I know, right? But it was a wonderful, wonderful game, and we are seeing Redlands more often than not now. I mean, we're seeing it in Div 3. We saw it in Div 1 and 2 yesterday.
Absolutely. And it goes back to that thing of, I think, touch is moving in a direction where we're looking to threaten every single, touch pitch is 50 metres wide for a reason. We're not there to play in 10 metres of it. And actually, when you've got players with the skills of passing, the speed of thought, as well as the actual pace on the field, then you can make things like Redlands happen.
Yeah, and what's nice as well, I think, as touch is growing, is you've got teams. So like Revolution have 2 teams, Southampton Stormers it's just the one. So Revolution will be feeding off the back of the likes of Adam Sale and Martin Bunn in their first team, and growing and learning, and always sort of repeating that cycle. So players start to upskill from their own teams, from learning some of these platforms and these structures. And we're seeing that in Division 3, as we see Connaughton just with a couple little hitch kicks, but this time
chased down.
He's reeled in seemingly easily
by these young Revolution guns. Well, it's not dissimilar to what we saw with
Connaughton's offside, so they'll just run through, and this is better.
Not dissimilar to what we saw in that Horsham game earlier today as well. Was it? All of a sudden Connaughton's speed being matched by some of these young players, which is awesome to see.
Yeah, and Revolution now. This is 5th. That's a good bit of explosion. Is that ball away? I don't think the referees will say it is. Touch and pass given. Connaughton affecting the play on both sides of the ball. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, just chases down nicely there, but what he has as well is really good pre-touch, getting set before that scoop so that he can do that. I think maybe, again, just those threats in terms of moving the ball around that Southampton have are allowing them to get those positions.
Yeah, it is dangerous, as we see Bricknell carrying Connaughton on the outside. It feels like Connaughton's not subbed in the last 10 minutes. There is Connaughton. Bricknell back into Connaughton. Stepping away from one. That's a wonderful platform. Bit of a bobble at the roll ball, but nothing doing for the refs. There's the link hole. There's the ball down. That's try time. And that is a wonderful combination.
Hold on a minute. Looks like there's a call.
Yeah, no, it's good. That's try given. I was thinking there can't be anything to stop that one, but it's Connaughton to Bricknell and then to Squires. And that's relatively easy finish in the end.
Having a fantastic game, Squires.
Yeah.
Couple of really nice touches in and around these dangerous players in Bricknell and Connaughton.
Yeah, and this will, I feel like, with under a minute left to go, that might be the final say in this game.
Although with this pod on the field, I don't think anything is certain.
Oh, good evasion. Really good platform there from the young fella wearing 51. Good platform. This could be try time. The referees have got a bit of decision. Was he onside? Seems like they're pretty happy with the onside.
Yep. That's 5th coming now, so they've got no touches.
Yeah, 10 seconds remaining. And they just fizz one long, and that ball just drops to ground. So it will be Southampton Stormers advancing through the division.
And also putting themselves in that strong position for promotion next year.
Indeed, they have been, and it's been a wonderful game. Both teams putting themselves out there. The young guns of Revolution contributing to 4 of the scores, but it was a combination of Squires, Bricknell, Hodgson and Connaughton that did the damage for Southampton Stormers.
A lot to be excited about in that Revolution 2's team, though. Some really, really exciting young players, and as you say, with their ones playing on the Saturday, I think we could be seeing a few of those names knocking about next year.
I would not be surprised to see. And I'm going to take our last break of the day here at the 2 o'clock slot. So Chris Wearmouth will be back with you in just a moment to commentate over the Nottingham Sheriffs and Quokka's Touch. I'll be with you in 10 minutes.
Oh, my banana's dropped out. Oh,
Oh no!
no. Thank you, Raf.
Break now. Chris Wearmouth's going to come over. So, yeah. Cheers, mate.
And we are back underway here, just dealing with a little bit of technical difficulties as Nottingham Sheriff take on the Quackers. My understanding is this is a Division 4 semi-final.
He's Chappers, by the way.
Oh, I'm
Chris.
Chappers.
Hello.
And here's Chris.
Yeah, back again for our second Quackers game of the day. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they've improved on the things that we were talking about in the previous game.
Absolutely. It's nice that Quackers have paid you to be their full-time commentator for the day on live stream.
Paid. That'll be the Harrod by my rucksack. Or they can get me some sunscreen because somebody thinks somebody thieved my sunscreen.
Oh, which is problematic on a day like today. I've got a bit of warm skin going on, but that was Nottingham Sheriffs not quite getting over the line on their first attack. And let's see, Quackers, this is a nice sub-off to start with. Playing the ball around really nicely down this touchline here.
And getting into the Nottingham half.
Really nice there. Okay, and let's see if they can turn this into a little bit of upfield pressure. That's fourth.
We didn't see the 33 in the last game at all. I think there are a couple of players certainly who are on at the minute who we've not seen, and that's a turnover, 0 touch. Although quite what happened there, I think, what are they giving?
I think they're saying that the Quackers player came in and from an offside position to knock that ball down. So that's why we see Nottingham rolling up the field.
Getting up to the halfway. Nottingham have got 5 teams across Divisions 1, 2, 3 and 4.
It's absolute madness. It's incredible the setup that they have out there and the youth that they have coming through those teams.
And the university setups as well.
Oh yeah, to draw on University of Nottingham, which I believe were pushing to be UTC champions this year, and Nottingham Trent as well, with players like top try scorer Sam Dixon rolling out for them, Alice Summers, another big name in that circuit.
And there is a healthy Nottingham flavour elsewhere as well. Phoebe Simon playing for Birmingham, helping Birmingham really take a step up in the University Touch Championships this year. And it looks like Nottingham are just about to score. No, touch comes in. Castra Powells gets the ball off the floor. Thanks, Joe. Joe is just opening up his laptop in time for the opening score.
Which looks like it comes through Phoebe Simons there, as previously mentioned, in number 16.
It is Phoebe Simon, who is one of the most experienced players in terms of England setup, but passing on the knowledge. And it's the thing that Nottingham have, is they've got this breadth of experience that they can then pass down to give the younger and less experienced players somebody to play around.
Absolutely bang on, and that's what's really important about, we talk about Div 3 being able to give the chance for those experienced players to play with some of those newer players and really learn from them in a competitive environment outside of training, where you do learn a lot.
Oh, it's just nearly a score there for Quackers, 27. That was Emma Johnston. The ball just died in front. It was a difficult one. It was almost like one of those, with the test match going on, it kind of died in the slips.
Yeah, yes.
And she could have, if she'd have managed to hold on to it, it would have been a guaranteed score for Quackers to tie things up.
But nice to see them threatening, and here we go now with a little bit of pressure. They have field position, and keep an eye out for number 38 on the field here, ball in hand. Now, that is Harry Dean, who was causing a lot of problems for defences earlier on today.
Yeah, and so is the 7, who's got his hands on the ball, Hugh Walford's. The pair of them, Dean and Walford, were, when they were on, Quackers threatened a massive amount. But already we've seen a fair amount of improvement from the last game we watched them.
We have indeed. They seem a little bit more... oh, here we go. Nice step back. They seem a little bit more composed, and I think as we roll through the game, we'll see if that pays off. I have a feeling this could, particularly as semi-final should be quite tight. Big ball over the top there.
Is that given? Yes,
that is indeed. Number 9.
Great catch there by Layla Hassan on this near side, and we said that that pair cause havoc, and that's exactly what's just happened. And they've split open. Well, I'm going to say split open, but they've gone over the top of the Nottingham defence.
Gone over the top, yeah. Hurdled the Nottingham defence there, and that takes us to 1-1.
That ball soared like off the bat of Joss Butler.
It did indeed.
And here come Nottingham. Score is tied.
Rolling forward nicely here, getting to the line.
And the try scorer, Phoebe Simon, gets the ball off the floor to Castra Powles. Simon dictating where she wants the play to go. Castra breaks right. Phoebe Simon over to the...
Oh, that's magnificent.
That is, if you have watched much touch involving Phoebe Simon, then you will have seen that time and time and time again.
Absolutely, whether it's Midlands women or England women or on the UTC circuit for Birmingham, just that it looks like she has so much time on the ball, and there we go, commanding exactly what she wants, doesn't see the sweeper, so instead gliding through, and this is a great take and finish as well from the winger, number 36, which is Emma Adams. Really nice to get the ball down, and let's see if Quackers can respond here.
Yeah, Kelly Wood just came in on the link. There's almost like a double defender on the link, and it just left that space open for the try, but a great finish. As Chapper says, in that far side for Nottingham, they hit the front once again, but Quackers, all the action so far has been down the left-hand side of the pitch as we watch it. Here they go.
Oh, just not quite getting over to the try scorer on the wing here.
Yeah, Shona Brown was in the middle there, asking questions. But already Quackers have put themselves into position to score a couple.
And that's nice sprinting there, number 79, Will Logan, who we saw score a hat-trick in the first game of the day this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Just putting the afterburners on there. And I think we can see the Quackers botched here, saying it exactly right. They need to cover across the field, because what Nottingham are doing nicely, and this will be because of the experience setup that they have, they're threatening the whole width of the pitch.
Yeah, they just looked like they were heading on a 3-cycle.
Exactly. Very nicely used.
Yeah, it's one of those things I'm going to remember. But the danger players for Quackers.
Here we go, Harry Dean on the ball. Getting the ball in his hand. Oh, and that's a great dive. Getting the ball out nice and cleanly.
And the try given by Mags. And it's her last National Touch Series event today before she moves to Poland and will establish the Polish Touch Association.
That's fantastic. I mean, not that Mags is leaving, because she's been a real feature of the touch circuit for the last while, but more touch across Europe is only going to be a good thing, particularly, you know, looking at all of the teams that are... We've got a Ukrainian team, a boys 18s Ukrainian team going to Limerick, which is absolutely fantastic. First time they have ever been part of an international touch event at any sort of age group or level, and we want to see the game growing like more. So that's really an awesome thing that Mags is going to do. And
also, well, there's something just to add to that, as we see Nottingham just build. It's just the ball hits the deck this time. No try, but there was a lot of pressure coming from Nottingham, and it's not. I know there's a lot of Ukrainian refugees and expats living in the Republic of Ireland, but the team is coming from the Ukraine.
Yeah, no, I understand that to be the case. Yeah, which is fantastic. We've got a team from Lebanon joining as well as the Cayman Islands, China, you know, and your sort of regular European teams too. I mean, it's the biggest tournament of its kind ever. England Touch sending, I think, 10 teams out, which is just
11.
Fantastic. 11, is it 11?
11.
Fantastic.
It's 11 boys, male, female, and mixed in the 15s, 18s, and 20s, plus an England boys lines and an England mixed 15s.
Of course. Wow. I mean, that's it's going to be an awesome showing out in Limerick. It's as you say, a great university and a great setup for what will be a great tournament. And there's going to be quite a few of those players knocking around in here who will be. I know Phoebe is an assistant coach of the girls 18s. Nottingham working the ball nicely through there and earning the 6 more. They just play with such a nice width across the field, don't they? It makes them so threatening.
Yeah, and their first team won the national title, the national mixed title, yesterday, and were cup finalists in the men's and the women's in Leamington Spa
in June.
Yeah,
or at the end of May. Yeah, no, they've just got depth and breadth across all formats, and you know it comes from, as we say, the links to universities, the great youth setup, the work Chris Simon and co have done in the past. Oh, that's a great dive. Number 48, Hobbo. Fantastic.
Over 60 and diving like LeBron.
Oh my goodness! I mean that's magnificent. Look at this change of direction.
That is one for the highlights reel.
I was about to say exactly the same thing.
What this does to that's super slow-mo as well.
There's a still of him in midair there that could go up on a wall in a sort of Nottingham sports centre.
I suspect it probably will.
Oh.
Yeah, and that's made the score 4-2 to Nottingham. And the Quackers wind up for a long one, but that's gone way forward.
Saw that a bit from Harry Dean earlier in the day. Some of his passes are absolute beauties, and then sometimes he's trying to put so much power on that ball that, again, if we look at the cricket, it's a bit of a wobble seamer out to that winger.
But also, this is what we were talking about a couple of hours ago, is that the sun's come out, the pitch is still dry.
It is indeed.
But it is very, very close.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it's sort of not that there are any unideal conditions to play touch in, but this has got to be close to it. It's pretty tricky, and they might be lucky to get away with that, a little bit of crossing there, but still, play on, says the referee, and Phoebe just can't quite hold it as they get in behind there. Touch and pass, Manx is calling, and so Quackers will get a chance to work towards their box and get their danger players off the field and some new danger players on.
Yeah, it is as Santana, well, it wasn't Santana singing, was it? It was Rob, what's his face? But as the song goes, it is a hot one, like 7 inches from the midday sun today.
It is, it really, I mean, it feels like even closer potentially right now, and we're sort of in the shade of the lovely scaffolding unit of the comms area. But well, that's a nice doggies play out from the Quackers. Oh, just looking for that trailing hole.
Yeah, I think what we've seen is, the first 10 minutes or so, we've seen a considerable improvement from the Quackers just in terms of structure and asking questions, but it's starting to fall apart, not fall apart, but starting to become a bit more fragmented, shall we say, as Phoebe Simon gets play all the way up to the 10 and works off as Nottingham gets some fresh legs on. They still get them on, while the ball just gets recovered by the Quackers, and there's a restart on the 10-metre line.
If I'm the Quackers, I'm looking to slow the game down a little bit here, and just get up to the line. They've got some really dangerous players. They don't have to worry about doing everything at 100 miles an hour or doing everything exactly right. And you see they're doing it here. They get into the line nicely.
The play getting dictated by...
That's like a ball fired into the chin of number 16 there, but Hobbo, maybe it may be due to a little bit of impact from his magnificent dive. Being called offside there, not able to get back to the line. We've got Andrew Haslett working with number 65. Alex Phillips in the midfield there, and let's see what they can make happen.
Plenty of touches to play with. It's quite common to see the play be at walking pace around this time. It's just as the Quackers ask some questions, see what's in front of them. Tom Grantham there with a touch.
That's a beauty of a ball. Not quite able to be held, but they were doing some nice things there. I'd like to see them use their touches a little bit more. They're still burning things, I think, as they comms, but it looks like this pass is being given as forward. There we go. And so we'll see Nottingham look to work off their line, and at 4-2 with 6 minutes to go, Nottingham will just be looking to hold this lead, really play a bit of field position game now and territory.
Grantham gets found by Hobson. He with the magnificent dive.
And that's nice work. Making second, third there, 5 off from the halfway line. They play around with the ball really nicely.
They do. Yes, everybody knows what everybody else is going to be doing. It's a club, they get 70-odd players to training regularly.
It's magnificent. Oh.
That ball hit number 50 on the Quackers, but it's whether he played at it, which he didn't. So it's theft, although there's an
infringement here over the mark, unfortunately, and that's a bit of a killer for the Quackers, who were looking to drive off quite nicely there, and instead Nottingham, threats across the park, will now look to see if they can extend this lead to 5-2.
and kill the game off in the process, although you can't really see Quokkas coming back from 2 down at this stage. It's just, you know, they get to the right positions and then it just hits the deck, as we see 34 just dictating play, Finn Braber-Jackson.
Oh, and there we go, and it's the same Finn getting the score there.
Although
that's really
not
nice.
Given, but that's going to be given. Forward pass.
Oh, there we go. Sharper eyes than me.
You can see him dictating the play. Finn on the field, it's like watching Finn Russell.
It's a good comparison, and there we go. And he's over quite nicely.
But the score wasn't given. It's still 5-2.
So let's see if Quokkas can work off their line now.
4-2.
Going nice and direct.
Running their sub move, getting some speed up to the 10-metre line, just losing a bit of momentum there.
That's all right, they can get it back now. That's third.
That's something that Eagles work really hard on, your subbing play, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah, and sort of sometimes in the mix it's a little bit more structured, sometimes less so, but actually our big thing is just about going forward. You know, that's a lovely finish from the Quokkas to make it a 1-point game, and Nottingham will rue that chance miss. That's number 51.
Ian Becks.
Ian Becks, who I remember mentioning earlier on in the day. Ian spelt correctly. It's always nice to see, with 2 I's. It's my middle name, so I take it quite personally.
Yeah, little pump and go there from the 13, just to hold the defence, Callum Costello, and you can see how happy, we could see anyway, just in front of us, how happy the Quokkas box was with that.
Now you've got Harry Dean on the field to try and defend and maybe get that score back the other way if they can hold this Nottingham team out. But we see Phoebe Simon on the field and Will Logan putting on the afterburners. That's really well defended there, though.
Should have gone that pass, really. You know, you had the winger, the defending winger a bit in, and that left the Nottingham 4 off, you know, completely on their own.
And that's being taken back to a touch and pass. Well spotted by the referee, but that's good defence by the Quokkas. And Harry Dean there, we saw him get really high up off the line to cut off the ability for Phoebe Simon to strike, which is a really nice example of sort of making sure you're couching against the dangerous players. That's a killer, though, with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, although they did the intelligent thing and carried on running the move to get some fresh legs on, even if they're coming on into defence. But the Quokkas now going to have to hold out Nottingham if I think they've got any hope of getting something or pushing this game into extra time. As LeBron Hobson.
Running a little fly play there. That's all right, just to spread the defence out nicely.
Grantham takes the touch.
That's 5th touch that they've burnt.
Follow your player. On your player. Nice.
Nicely defended by the Quokkas. I would say it's a bit of a missed opportunity for Nottingham. And now, about 90 seconds to go, Quokkas an opportunity to work up the field.
Just need to keep their error count to the absolute 0. And that's exactly what's happening. It's direct, it's deliberate. And Quokkas will have a couple of touches inside, deep in the Nottingham red zone.
5th coming now, 5. Oh, that was really close. I think he had Hobbo a little bit on the back pedal there. Just needed to maybe hold the ball a little bit longer and assess his options. But let's see if they can get a turnover here, put the pressure on, stay down this end of the field, and then there might be enough time left.
There's a penalty given for offside in midfield there.
That's going to make things tricky.
Nottingham, you can see the players sprinting off in the background. Hobson takes the touch.
That's nice work there.
And Nottingham up to the Quokkas half.
Number 22, Adam Boardman, been really impressed with sort of composure on the ball, actually. It's been nice, deft little touches about working the ball wide. There we go, we see it again. There's no rush, they're 1 ahead. A little bit of game management, you might call it here, if your coach was shouting at you.
Short line from Boardman.
Oh, that's well defended. Number 4, out from the Quokkas. Kelly Wood, really nicely read. And now the Quokkas have got to go the full length of the field, I think, if they're going to get a score in here.
unofficial time, but actually it's absolutely spot on the box, and this is the last touch. That is that. Nottingham Arrows win against the Quackers, but brief summary, because we got a little bit longer until the next game. Quackers, discuss.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be happy with in that game. I think they pushed the Sheriffs really close, and I think of maybe a few of those frantic errors that they made earlier on in the day didn't quite happen down in line attack. Their defensive pressure, maybe not quite as much as it was, and that might just be tiredness showing over the course of the day. This is game 5 for them, which is a big ask in this heat. But no, I think as a team that are new, probably quite a few players who don't play a huge amount of, if we were to call it, conventionally structured touch. You know, we want to see teams coming in and doing something maybe a little bit different, and hopefully we see them and their lovely kit back more often.
Yes, their charcoal and fuchsia camouflage. They were, I've been very impressed by them over the course of the day in particular, and they pushed Nottingham all the way. I think it's definitely not, Nottingham will definitely know that they've been in an absolute contest there. Speaking of contest, we'll have another one on the half hour.
Yes, absolutely. Let's just preview that game very quickly. Should be one of our semi-finals. I understand it to be Southampton Stormers. I think should be playing against potentially Wigan or Bedford. We'll find out which ones they are. And
well, Southampton Stormers, putting your southeast hat on for a minute.
Yes,
that's a club that's come a long way in a short time.
It has indeed. They're a really excellent team. We played against them a lot in the men's competition as well, playing for the London Eagles 2s team. And they've got some real players, some really exciting stuff going on. And you're right, going from strength to strength to strength. And it looks like, it'll be Southampton Stormers versus Bedford Eagles. And in the context of the actual overall league standings, what this basically means is, because Wigan and, my understanding was it was Wigan and Revolution who were sitting up higher in the top spot. This basically means whoever comes higher out of London Eagles and Southampton now will be the overall Division 3 winner.
Yeah, although it's showing we've got London Eagles against Liverpool Otters 2 on the field 1. Let's have a quick.
Oh, it's at 3:30. You're absolutely right. I'm previewing the 3 o'clock game. Just really thinking ahead. The 2:30 game, I believe, is Division 4, which is indeed London Eagles 4s versus Liverpool Otters 2, and that is the semi-final of Division 4. So there we go. I was getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think, and just briefly, as we hear the who's you're hearing in the background, as if there's extra time, and there is on field 2 at the minute. London Eagles, well known for bringing 3-4 teams into the mixed NTS. Mm-hmm. Liverpool Otters, though, this is the first year they brought 2,
which is fantastic, and that's what you want to see as well. We talk about the importance of having these extra teams to give newer players a chance to not only learn on the field of these experiences, but to be part of NTSs and being around these NTSs. I mean, I was here yesterday, I camped overnight, we were playing cricket and rounders with people from all other teams. As I think I've mentioned, the Chester Cheetahs silent disco that everybody was invited to, and what everybody had to listen to regardless of whether they wanted to or not. I've still got a bee in my bonnet. It's such a fantastic environment to be a part of, and the more players we can get involved in that, the better.
And also from that part of the world, Caldy, who've come into the National Touch Series for the first time as well this year.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's great. Every single time you look at the sort of the pools and stuff like that, you're seeing new names, that are popping out, and you're going, oh wow, brilliant. That all of these little spots of the country that were missing touch, it's now going to fill in such that, ideally you find yourself in any town or city in the UK looking for a little bit of touch on a weeknight, and actually can rock up to a club and play.
Well, that game taps off at the bottom of the hour, so just over 5 minutes away. Chappers is sticking around for that. Joe will be coming back on. I wonder how he's feeling. He's just been playing for Horsham. I don't know how they got on. We'll find out how they got on from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Absolutely. If he's in a bad mood, then probably not great. But yeah. I'll see what I can do to cheer him up.
Unless they've just finished on field 2. That might just be why he's not here.
That is indeed them. And if I'm not mistaken, that was a a drop-off that was just won by Surrey?
Don't know.
Oh no, he's got a big smile on his face.
Is that a smile or a grimace? We'll find out. Anyway, Joe's going to be with you in just a minute. Chappers isn't going anywhere. London Eagles 4 against Liverpool Otters 2, coming up in a couple of minutes' time.
Put this here if anybody wants to.
And so here we go. Thank you very much to Chris Wormuth for giving me a bit of a break, although I'm not sure how happy I am having to run around in the sun at my break. But we have a Division 4 semi-final, knockout footy. Liverpool Otters 2s versus the Eagles 4s. And chappers, it shows just how deep this Eagle team has quality, because, well, we're potentially thinking about 2 promotions for the 3s and 4s today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty exciting idea. I was just saying to you off the old microphone about how being able to get our 4s team out for the first time this year is fantastic. And yeah, we've got, you know, some really experienced players here, as well as some pretty exciting new ones. Beth Chaplin-Dewey out on the wing there. That's a real battle of pace going down that wing.
And actually well reeled in there from the Otters link, who has actually come from all the way over this near side. He's now over on that far side, but Eagles, well, let's take the advantage. They've got touches in the bag. Into their line attack. Open side quickie. Ball to the link is on. They don't need it because that's try time.
Absolutely. That's Archie Penniseed there, working with Max Gardner in the middles and just causing a few problems. We see here they're nice and calm, and then he just gets outside of his opposite middle, and we talk about a lovely short side dive, and that's a pretty textbook example of one.
What's Archie doing in the force?
I believe helping out some of these less experienced players, these newer folk.
Say, part of the ones yesterday. That ones team who took Galaxy Southwest all the way to the end. As it stands, we've got a very athletic Otters team. We'll be looking to emulate some of their success, and he just carves through the middle, but it's a great diving touch coming in.
Keep an eye out for Jack Slesser, number 7, who a nice length of the field effort to go with as part of a brace of tries.
Yeah, it was a very impressive Otters performance against what was a fairly depleted East Coast Panthers side. This is, I think it's fair to say that this is a completely different calibre of opposition that they're coming up against, and that's great momentum up the middle.
Nice work from John Grant there, working to Elliot Russell. My predecessor as chair of London Eagles.
Oh, that's a lovely line. It's well shut down in the end. The link makes a very good read, and that'll be turnover ball.
Looking to use her pace here, Beth, and she is lightning quick.
Yeah, and we've had our fair share of rapid players on live stream today.
We have indeed. Some real athleticism being shown in Divisions 3 and 4 today.
Yeah, Slesser just has to go and hunt for that ball. The half was a bit isolated, and once more isolated again. There's a good bit of pace injected, and now there's a 2-on-1. Well, that ball just a little bit wayward.
Creating some nice opportunities there, though, out on that short side wing, causing the Eagles to sort of collapse in. And if they can just look to get those passes away.
Yeah, there'll be opportunities out there, but as it stands, Eagles still a try up. There's Archie.
Max Gardner working with him as well. Keep an eye out for him in the future. First time running out with Eagles in this force team, but you'll see he's quite nippy.
Yeah, very springy on those heels, isn't it? Good step back the other way. There's a 3-on-2 there. He gets into the in-goal area. Can he find the spare player? Yes, he can. And that's an easy double early in this game for London Eagles.
Rach Bateman out on that wing, just collapsing on the ball, making 100% sure.
Yeah, and I'm always a fan of that as well. When someone scoops through, I feel like everyone can have a tendency to just crowd that in-goal area, and it takes a good bit of touch IQ to just hang around on that try line.
Right on that try line, and you look at the way the defenders start to crowd inwards, and actually all of the space, all of a sudden, right on that white line.
Now the Otters have a bit of work to do. Here's Slesser. He's one to watch. Trying to avoid a couple touches, but nothing doing for the time being. 4 minutes in, 2 tries down, all the Otters. They look to ship the ball width to width. It's what they did so well against the Panthers, but it's not quite sticking early.
A lot of time still left in this game, though, for them to iron those things out. But Eagles just looking to play through a bit of that structure that we saw the threes playing with as well. You know, all of these players train together, and so it's a process of, you know, that everybody knows where we are on the same page. I think it's, you know, not to say that we're quite at the level of the Nottingham prowess yet, but that sort of the way that the club all plays the same way as you see often with your 3s and 4s teams.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, Eagles previously CSSC, have a good bit of pedigree in the touch scene. One of the biggest clubs for a long time, also boasting some very, very, very talented players.
Thank you.
Who have then gone on to potentially play in different teams. But enough about past and present, well, past and future. We are in the present, and that's a third in 5 minutes.
And well deserved for Beth, who's hit one very nice line and one line up the field, and that's just nicely weighted. Elliot Russell there.
Yeah, well, he bounces on the outside of his middle, so that Otter's link has to slam, and he leaves that 2-on-1. And then it's good awareness just to spot that that's where the space is. Drop the pass off, nice and safe, and you get an easy score.
Liverpool looking to drive up here, the Otters. Number 1 for Liverpool, Meg Austin. Some real pace on her as she gets into any sort of space.
Yeah, she also gets through an insane amount of work in the game.
She does indeed. We've seen some, and I think this is something you see in sort of Div 3 mixed touch a huge amount. Female links, the amount of work that they are asked to put in on the field.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen some really impressive performances today.
Yeah, we have indeed. But Eagles roll through that turnover very quickly. There's a good snipe there. The ball to the link is a little bit wayward, so Otters get their reward for the midfield pressure.
And nice to see as well the Eagles box pushing them back onto the field, saying, no, stay. You messed it up. You you keep going.
Yeah, there's a bit of retribution out there now. I'd love to see Otters just, for me, they're just burning a few too many touches. Be a threat from each and every one of them. That's a good line.
That is a nice dive. Danny Woodworth, not quite able to get in, but threatening. I think if they look towards that short side like they were able to do against Panthers, then
That's
unlucky.
It was a good attempt at the pick-up. There's just a bit messy in the roll ball, so Eagles will have another opportunity to go through their transition, and that's a safer first touch. It's a better second touch. A little bit static though. Archie Pennicid has to stay. And this is a little bit better. Oh, that's good pace coming on. Just has to steady the ship and take that ball back. Fifth touch, scooping from deep. That's a big task. Switches, looks decent, but it's number 19 for Otters, Janko Dreyer, able to get over and make that.
And that's Tom Flanagan and Mike Kelly, a couple of Eagles old guard, I would describe them as, combining well in the midfield there. Mike Kelly used to be a big part of the club, captained Taipan's mixed opens team, then moved out to Spain, and is now making his first appearance for Eagles in a couple of years, and it's good to see him back in the shirt.
Well, I know which country has the better climate,
Yeah.
England or Spain. It's not really competition, is it?
No, it isn't, although I think he came back paler than he left, which was quite impressive.
A man of many talents. Oh, lovely
nice
evasion.
Again, Charlotte Kenyon there.
It's really good work.
Only picked up touch in the last 3 or 4 months or so. But
wow.
That's the point of sort of having your Falls team to be able to run out with these newer players.
Well, also, it's part of the way you build a club, isn't it? You just get people to love it.
Absolutely.
And then they stick around.
Yeah, and they're so bought in, and all of a sudden you go, I can't remember the last time I went to a training session without Charlotte at.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. Oh, a little splitter play. Oh, it's nicely defended. Jack Slesser there making the touch. Creating some space out on this near side, Otters. They just need to look to run into it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things with Otters. It's all a bit lateral initially, and then they straighten. I'd love to see that get flipped on its head a little bit.
Absolutely that. Straighten and then look laterally, because this is nice. There we go. They straighten there. Oh, I think
the refs were happy.
Yeah, and they just finally made the touch there. That was nice play from the Otters in a very small area of the pitch. A couple of metres of width.
Oh, nice option. And looks to just go around the outside, but there is a cover defender. Pop back on the inside. Just drops a little bit short, going for the hero play, but turns over the ball.
I can imagine a fine incoming for Charlie there for that. Charlie.
You do fines at Eagles, yeah?
We do. particularly for making a break up the side of the field and then chucking the ball on the floor. That feels appropriate.
It does feel very finable, and then getting called offside.
Indeed.
No, not his best 15 seconds, but they'll be looking to rectify as the Otters find a bit more momentum. Oh, the wing has subbed. Oh, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, that's fantastic.
But it's going to be forward, and unfortunately the wing had subbed. There was loads of space out here on this left-hand edge, but that subset coming at a really unfortunate time for the Otters.
It did indeed, because that was a really nice line through the middle there. Nice meters from Beth Chaplin-Dewey.
And now there's an opportunity just to put a bit of pace on and take the yards up the middle. There's Archie Pennicid doing exactly that. Here is Pennicid, couple steps, trying to get round the outside, avoiding touches. I mean, that's how you get from A to B efficiently without taking any touches. Pennicid, that's a good ball, that's a good step, that's a great score. And it's 2:08. Max Gardner, that is filthy footwork.
Kind of hard to believe these two boys, 17 years old. Yeah, I know. They're going to be doing that to people for many, many years to come.
Yeah, that is. Oh, that might be a bit of an ominous picture for the future of England touch. Max Gardner, big right foot whack.
It's the right foot whack, and then that's not easy to say. And then the ability to sort of pull your body in like that. I mean, yeah, it's a level of athleticism that sometimes feels unattainable when you're watching these boys.
Yeah, well, my knees hurt just watching them.
Yeah,
and that shows, you know, the pressure. And I do say right foot whack because it is a whack on the floor. You can hear it from here.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, that's a nice ball, a nice identification of space, just doesn't quite go to hand.
Yes, Lesser trying to make things happen in the midfield. And I'm just using some observation, looking round. I'm going to leave a bit of commentary up to you for a moment whilst I check this schedule, because there's two teams warming up.
Oh, it looks like possibly a little injury there. Charlie Foreman making his debut for Eagles. I think he might have actually copped a shot to a potentially sensitive area.
That hurts.
That does indeed. No, as nice as it is to be one of those 17-year-olds with a big step, they did arrive here yesterday and turned to me and went, "So, how do you think we should get home?" And I went,
"Oh no.
What do you mean you haven't planned that?" And they went, "No, we got to train up here, but are there like trains home tomorrow?" Which is, you know, so yeah. Sometimes I am thankful to be a functioning adult.
Yeah, and also speaking from, well, I know this. A lot of it is rail replacement bus.
Is it?
Down to London. So, good luck.
Yeah. Oh, great. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice pickup from number 19. He's looking dangerous out there for the Otters. Janko Dreyer. I think we're just looking in preparation for this next game. I believe it is Southampton Stormers against Bedford Eagles. That's a semi-final after Bedford Eagles beat Wigan in the quarter-final. The implications of that are basically now the Division 3 title is resting entirely upon who finishes higher out of Eagles and Southampton Stormers.
It is indeed, and both semi-finals will be going on at the same time at 3 o'clock. And it does make for very interesting reading because London Eagles 3s are playing the Nomads, and that's not going to be an easy task.
It will not be with the
two Phoenixes.
The two Phoenixes, the Hall sisters, and Theo Edwards knocking about as well.
And Charlie. Oh, that's so terrible of me. What?
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about as well. I think it is quite hot here. Joe and I have a bit of a brain fade in the commentary box. You'll have to forgive us. I mean, we'll know their names when they step onto the field in the next game at
we'll see
at
them.
3 o'clock.
We'll see them. We'll know exactly who they are. In fact, I'm going to take advantage and just have a bit of a gander.
Perfect as Eagles make some nice meters up here. Just guilty a little bit of overrunning that mark and sort of remove
Charlie Samble.
Charlie Samble. Wasn't he electric in that?
Yeah,
in that game this morning?
Honestly, I know I've been singing his phrases all weekend, but just go back and watch the Cambridge Hornets game on live stream, and look at the way he dives in between the mid-link hole off a Matt Maynard long ball like a salmon. Receives the ball in flight, and then manages to dot it down before he hits the end of
that's
the
incredible.
goal area. It is stunning athleticism. And he comes running over to in front of me in the commentary box as we see Slesser stick on some wheels and then just go full length. He did it before, he's done it again.
That's and tell you what, that's not just pace, that's some real stepping and athleticism as well.
Yeah,
He's probably going to suffer for that for the rest of the game, but that was brilliant.
That's an amazing job.
Look at where he starts here.
It just
Weaving,
starts.
beating one.
It's just a slalom.
And then, a proper reaching dive by John Grant, and yet nowhere near him. Thank you very much.
That is a great finish from Slesser.
That's a good surname. Got a nice sound to it.
It's not quite Badger though, is it?
It's not quite Badger. Oh, hold on a minute.
Bill Badger.
Oh.
There's a bit of chat going on. I think that's ball
There is
down.
indeed.
That might be.
A little bit of a claim of knocking the ball out of his hand. Oh, a really nice bit of honesty from the Liverpool player there, and we're just going to call that a touch.
Yeah, I think rightfully so.
Absolutely.
Looking for the 32 platform. There's the short. Wraparound play is on. They go back over to that short side. That's ball down, unfortunately. And
It is indeed.
I mean, loss of control, ball down.
Yeah, when the player is splayed out on the floor after it, it's probably a good indicator.
Yeah, on the replay, you see that ball unfortunately does just leave the grasp.
Charlie Newton not necessarily covering himself in glory today, or at least in this game, but Liverpool working nicely up the field here.
And this is once more good momentum from the Otters, and they really have started to straighten up in their transition. That ball goes to the wing, but it's just left behind. But it's better from the Otters. Unfortunately, there's only 3 minutes left to go and 3 tries of the deficit, so it feels like Eagles will be home and dry in this semi-final.
And that takes them into a Div 4 final, does it not?
It does
Oh,
indeed.
just a few little errors creeping in though. I think if whoever they are looking to face in the final will maybe see a little bit of promise.
Yeah, well, at the moment, I believe it'll be the winner of who plays on pitch 2, which is Chester Cheetahs 3, and I know that they've got Celeste Torino.
Oh, and that's
and
a
Cambridge Bees.
Cambridge Bees, as in B-E-E-S, not the B team. Oh,
Bit of a tall dive, trying to get
Danny.
in between Archie Penicid.
Danny Woodworth there. No touches now, so they'll look to run on the outside. Oh, that's a nice ball over the top, but
Yeah, it's a good idea.
is indeed. I think they're identifying where the space is really nicely. Liverpool. It's just in the heat, a little bit tired, maybe struggling a little bit to actually then put the ball in that place.
Yeah, I wonder if. Oh, wonderful feet, wonderful pace.
Max Gardner, length of the field effort there.
Feels pretty straightforward there for Gardner. Almost looking at Jack Slesser and saying, well, I see your full length. Here's one more.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah,
But from the tap here,
just finds the space, show and go, fixes the middle, coming across.
contorts his body just enough. Here we go, let's see if Slesser has any sort of response.
Oh, that's quite clearly forward. I think it's just a little bit tired now. And the Otters evading a couple touches are the Eagles.
Tom Flanagan rolling up here, Mike Kelly, Adam Robson working in tandem. Speedster Beth Chaplin Dewey out at link.
Bit of an unconventional setup at the moment. It's a nice quickie option. Could go to Chaplin Dewey, doesn't, hits the wing, and that is a try time.
It's the second for H. Bateman, and that's nicely finished.
Just getting over in that corner, benefiting from the long ball. 30 seconds left to go in this game.
So there's a little bit of hesitation there. Finally, here's the winger screaming for the ball, and it's a nice ball out. And I'll tell you what, it's a nice finish because she's not in a huge amount of space there.
No, and it's just one of those catch and dive, get that ball down.
Rach playing for in the same team as me, Taipan's Mixed Open at Nationals earlier this year, and had a fair few of those tries.
Yeah.
And there we go.
And it does cap off a really experienced and professional Eagles 4's performance, and they will be in that Division 4 final, looking for the silverware at the end of the day for Division 4. Coming up for you next in around 10 minutes time. Well, this is the big one, and I'm going to try and see if I can get Kevin to go and sit over at the try line on pitch 2 to give us regular updates, because on pitch 1 we have Southampton Stormers versus Bedford Eagles, and then on pitch 2 Nomads versus London Eagles 3s. So realistically, Stormers and Eagles 3s both need to win. If there's drop points, that could have huge implications for promotion time.
Absolutely, and also hopefully set up a real grandstand final for us.
It would be indeed, although I would say that London Eagles 3s have the harder job coming up against the Nomads. We'll try and sort out some sort of line of dialogue between the two pitches, but as I say, in 9 minutes it'll be the Southampton Stormers versus the Bedford Eagles.
Yes, please, in front. Heidi. Big up the chat at the end, guys. Options.
So welcome back. It is just 1 minute to 3. We have Southampton Stormers and Bedford Eagles in this semi-final in Division 3. Over on pitch 2, I'll be keeping an eye out because it's London Eagles 3 versus the Nomads. So 2 semi-finals, Stormers and London Eagles. Well, realistically, their series depends on these next couple games. And chappers, we've not seen Bedford Eagles yet. We know a couple of their players. They're a fast team.
They are a fast team. They're a fast team, and they've been around for a while. I remember one of my first ever tournaments back in 2020. I would have been playing against this Bedford Eagles team, so they know what they're doing. It's just about whether they can go out after a long day of touch and execute it on the field.
Yeah, can they translate it into a result here? Well, they're up against, it's a bit of a tall order because
this
Hodgson.
This Stormers team have been relatively imperious today, and keep an eye out. Hodgson in 96, Conahan in 6 have been pretty awesome.
Yeah, they have been brilliant. Speaking of Conahan, there he is. There's a good left foot step, but a brilliant diving touch comes in from number 7, Steve Lines. Oh, apologies, that's the Southampton number 7. For Bedford Eagles touch does not exist on my team sheet, so thank you very much, Bedford Eagles.
Nameless player out there in number 7, setting the tone though defensively. We've been a fan of diving touches today. I feel like that's been. I think I appreciate them more than just making it easy for yourself.
Indeed, and one player who needs no introduction is the big Viking beard, Tom Davies, who's in motion now. There is Davies, one of the fastest players on the circuit. Looks to check back into a gap. It was a good option, not necessarily taken, but it's warning signs early.
I don't know if there's a particular reason that his Bedford Eagles kit is, for some reason, just a little bit snazzier than the rest of his team. Maybe to signify just how dangerous he is as a player. But I think those tries that we would have seen scored earlier today, with Hodgson and Conahan sprinting down the wing, if Tom Davies is on the field, I think he might have something else to say about it.
Yeah, maybe. Definitely, possibly the fastest player I've seen on a touch pitch in terms of straight line speed.
Absolutely.
But Conahan, maybe having something to say about it. There's Conahan on the open quickie. Step back. There's the good pop. There's the ball to the link. One more to the wing is the option. Oh, lovely dummy.
Just a little bit of miscommunication between the wing and the link, because I thought they had that really covered. We've seen that Conahan short side quickie, step back, pass to Bricknell. We've seen that so often. Gets the ball away really nicely, and actually it's just this step back in by number 7, Steve Lines, who had a really lovely quickie saw down in the corner in the last game.
He did, and he's benefiting from being in this pod with 2 very electric players.
He is indeed, and they're looking to a bit more width, which I think when this Stormers team look at their most dangerous, it's when they're being threatening across the whole width of the pitch.
No, completely agree. But now the onus is on the Bedford Eagles to go and make something happen. There is a step back opportunity here. Ball goes to the link. One more to the wing, could have been on. Nothing doing. That's 5th. Little bit static now with no touches remaining. Need to create something from nothing. I think they're just going to try and kill it in that corner, or potentially go around themselves. And
oh
they do
my
indeed.
Goodness.
And it's a wonderful little show and go and step through.
At number 10
is indeed Noah Snowden, creating something for Bedford Eagles.
Really nice work from Snowden there. And it's just about, you can't ever switch off in defence, particularly when you're playing against these strong teams with these nippy players. You've got to be focused the whole time you're on the field, and that was a really good example of that.
Yeah, there's a good bit of contact on that touch there. You heard it from up here in the box as far with Conahan. That's a good platform. Conahan stepping, trying to get around the outside. That's a great
nice
touch, but I think that's ball down first. It is indeed. The refs are happy, Conahan's happy, and the Stormers regain their lead.
A little bit of chat between the two middles there, Will Lewis and Tom Davies, working out what to change. But I think it's just it's a real challenge to defend Seb Conahan. when he's on this kind of form, and yeah, he's been on form today, I think it's fair to say.
Oh, definitely. And also, one of the things that I'm really impressed with Seb Conaghan is just his overall fitness. You know, he's not subbing all that regularly, always involved in the play. We see him now in defence as well. And it seems like everyone's getting an opportunity to play with Seb Conaghan. Oh, that was a little bit...
Oh, it's a really nice touch from the winger there, number 20. Nope.
Nope. Nope, no worries.
There we go, we tried our best. A really nice winger, a touch from the winger.
Well, yeah, 20. Michelle Howell. Although, less of Michelle Howell, more of Bricknell, because that is an electric score, just going round the outside.
Absolutely screaming down the wing there.
Oh, just a nice in and out as well. Fix the winger, finds the space, executes. That's as easy as you want.
It is indeed. And I always, again, coach's hat on here. You know, when I'm teaching my players about defending out on the wing, and when you're out against those quick players, you just can't worry about the step.
No.
Because exactly what they're going to want to do is feign the step and keep running as they are, because stepping is hard.
Yes.
And so instead, you just hold out nice and wide, force them to the touchline, and you say, fine, if you want to step back inside, there's 5 other players there waiting for you. But easier said than done when you're sprinting down the wing trying to make a touch.
Yeah, it is. And, it is that old adage, like you want to show them back inside to where the support is. And I'm just trying to have a look over. The Eagles and Nomads have swapped sides, so there have been scores in that game. We will wait to see if we get any messages. I've asked for some feedback, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen. However, Tom
Nice
Davies and the
long ball
Bedford
there.
Eagles looking to go around the outside. That's a really good covering touch.
It's a great touch on number 7. This is the person who don't know who that is.
That was 15, Brian Cook.
But
Making
Will
a good
Lewis and
touch.
Tom Davies linking up here.
That's try time.
Oh,
touch
it's a
again
great
from
diving
Cook.
touch. Probably guilty of being a little bit selfish with the ball there. I think there were options on outside. Oh, good hands from the winger there, but I think they need to start looking to use this threat of Tom Davies more. We talked him up. It'd be a shame if we didn't get to see that speed actually in play.
Yeah, and I mean, normally he's just sweeping all around the place with reckless abandon, and we've just not seen it yet.
I mean, we've seen him use the speed defensively, and that's where speed can make a massive difference as well.
That's good pressure in the midfield. We're both about to say the exact same thing.
Absolutely. Wanted to avoid the second jinx. Here's Conaghan.
Oh,
Nice touch from Will Lewis there.
Had to be as well.
He saw it coming from a mile off and just set up waiting for Conaghan. And despite the fast feet, thought we might see Davies set off there for a second. He just looked to think,
Just start
shall
to
I?
kick through the gears.
No, I'll wait till they get a little bit more tired.
Oh, that's really good momentum, but far. Goes and eats that ground up quite well. And now we're seeing a little bit more of a static setup. This is for 5th coming. There's no Davies, so where's the pace going to be injected from? There's a bit of a 32 platform happening. Now running laterally are the
Nice
Bedford
pass.
Eagles. That's a good pass. That's great hands in the
Ooh.
corner, but a good covering touch.
I'm just looking through that number 5 is for Neil Guess.
Oh,
Just marshalling things quite nicely in the midfield there, actually, for Bedford, and that started to be promising. But there's still 2 points down. We've got about 11 minutes left to go, and I think they really need to get a stop here and start owning some field position.
yeah, they do, because there's still 2 tries down, and Conaghan, well, he's looking to make it 3, and there is the pace, and can he find spare play? Oh, little no-looker. That is lovely.
Yeah, I don't really mind that at all.
Yeah, actually, that feels quite fair.
Yeah, yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean,
Conaghan.
look at this.
Oh.
That's filthy. We spoke about somebody, Chris mentioned somebody playing a bit like Finn Russell earlier, but the no-look passes right out of that locker.
It is
Oh.
indeed. That is a stunner. And Bricknell, well, he has the relatively simple job of just dotting the ball down, but Conaghan, get that one on the highlight reel.
Yeah, I think
Lovely.
I'd be dining out on that for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with it on live stream, and such an obvious no-looker as well. Just sells the defence. Although, Bedford
Really nice
getting
score.
over with a reply, and once again,
There we go.
It's that dangerous number 10, Noah Snowden.
Nice footwork there. A little bit of in and out on him, and it's quite a slow play that they run into it. If you look here, doesn't necessarily look like they're setting up properly for a strike. He's well ahead of the ball, and he just that nice right foot step on Cook, and it's got him flailing around on the ground.
I think he gets 2 players up in that touch from Southampton Stormers, so actually he's attacking a much larger space with both of those players, that middle and link offside, and that sort of did the damage early, and then he capitalises.
Absolutely.
Here is Davies.
Just Conahan marshalling him. Both number 6s, you're noting as well, the 2 danger men. But I can imagine we'll see Conahan going back down the other end here. I mean, every single time I look on the field, he is there.
The fitness is just amazing.
I don't really understand it. I mean, this, working hard in Division 3 in the heat.
Opens like quickie. Oh, this spells a bit of danger for me. That's a really good ball. Is that ball down? It is indeed.
That's a really nice setup and take. Conahan great, but Tor Summers there, working in at middle, which is not easy after playing yesterday as well. And really nice finish from her there. A little bit nervy, the bring the ball in, but
another no-looker as well. He's not looking. He just pops it into space. He's going for 2. Well, Seb Conahan, let's get 3 no-lookers going. A hat-trick.
Absolutely, that's what we want to see.
That'll be on the England Touch Instagram.
Well, here
Snowden.
We go. Absolutely.
With some impact of his own.
Rocking the short shorts.
As he should be. If you've got feet like that.
Oh, definitely.
Get him out. Isolated.
Just a lack of communication there.
Yeah, Snowden. They're not on the 7 yet either.
No, need to use these touches. Conahan's still on the field.
That's a good long.
On the out, yeah, that's nice. Dive.
Oh, great ball. Great touch, though. Really nice option there to run that 32 long.
That was well created, because the other middle, Tom Ricknell, was just back to the play. And I thought the dive was maybe on, but it's easier said than done sometimes on this turf, isn't it?
It is indeed. And for a fact that it's still a little bit nasty diving around on these pitches. I've seen a lot of cut-up knees from doing exactly that.
Yeah, I'm sporting a little bit of some bloody elbows and knees as a result of yesterday.
There's some good wall moves, and I think for the first time this game, Conahan has subbed off the field.
Good for him. He deserves a minute's break before he plays another 8 minutes of touch in a row. He's exactly that. Got to let somebody else set up some beautiful tries. And that's what it looks like Stormers are looking to do here, although be hard worked against Tom Davies.
It is, but they've got away from Davies. Let's check back on the inside. And Snowden did a really good job of shutting down that scoop very quickly. Snowden's a bright little player for Bedford.
He is indeed. I've not seen him before.
No, that's a really good roll ball.
Ruck.
Just wins that ruck so well. Snowden tried to go around the outside, but not doing. It was number 99, Lucy Wilkinson.
Tom Davies getting called for an over the mark there, unfortunately, just after all that hard work rucking off the field. And with 7 minutes to go, 3 points in it, you do wonder if this is going to be maybe a little bit tricky for Bed to pull themselves back from, particularly as we see Summers, Hodgson, Farr running onto the field.
Yeah, and then one more as they go and get.
Oh, and who might it
Conahan.
be? He's gotten frustrated for being off the field for more than 30 seconds.
Yeah, he's got itchy feet, as Seb Conahan. He wants to get out there. He's straight on into the middle. I wonder if we'll see another one of those middle quickies with him and Tor Summers. They will. That's a really good platform. Step back. Oh! It's good. It's good honesty. The Bedford middle said he's touched it. It's 6 more.
That's really nice honesty from the Bedford middle there, but I would argue this starts to border on unnecessary from...
He's having fun. He is having fun, and so are we commentating. Fire up opportunity is here.
Oh, here we go.
Steps, finds the space. Can he find a spare player? No, he can't. Maybe should have thrown that one on a no look, and it would have stuck.
Absolutely, this is the problem where you look where you pass. I'll have to make sure I teach my 15s girls that.
Yeah, just don't look, and it goes.
Yeah, it goes wrong. And then show them some videos of.
I'm surprised. There was a bit of contact there between the same 2 players. Is that shoulder on head?
think it might have been a little bit, but number 20 seems to be... No, I'm absolutely fine, referee. Mind your own business. Michelle Howe.
And telling Tom Davies to just hurry up as well. That was very authoritarian. Knows what she wants.
Fifth coming now.
Yeah, you know, you want to get Davies here on this platform. It's not happening. Lewis, Davies.
Oh, nicely marshalled. Both the link and the wing coming in there.
Yeah, first opportunity really to see Tom Davies in full flight. It's been surprisingly quiet this game for me. And
oh, here we go. Hodgson's pace down the wing. This
danger, hitch kick.
Nicely worked, nicely looked after by the wing. Well, the link there though, Amy Gresham. It looks like she's playing with the sibling Ben Gresham in number 21 as well. Oh, there we go, next to each other. That's nice.
We've said it all day, it's a family affair.
It is indeed.
Connahan, Bricknell. Here's Connahan. Just slowing it down, finding his feet.
No rush here, 3 points up.
Just throw this long ball, no looker. That would be a highlight if you threw a 30-yard dart without looking.
Pick and rip.
Yeah. Rapid. Oh, good phase. Oh, that's a dart as well.
It basically is. Do you think he can hear us? He's got a headphone in or something.
I'd love it if he did. That would be superb. But he's got a great long ball. One thing that we've not necessarily seen from Connahan is that left to right rip. We've seen that right to left.
I wonder if he's got it in the locker. Seb, wave if you can. No, okay, it was worth a shot.
Yeah.
Just asking for the left to right, because we would ask him in the sub box, but obviously he's never in it.
No, he's not. You know, I don't think he's going to sub now for the rest of the game, and if he does, we will ask him for the left to right, because, you know, if
we want the full bag of tricks.
Yeah, and also, if you're stood this far away from the sub box and you don't ask them to do something cool, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. Wasted opportunities, and we don't like that in touch.
No, Snowden throws it flat. It's a really good ball, but
just not quite ready for it. Joe Baker.
So surprised as well. So Connahan doesn't really look like he's running that hard at all. Just always evading touches. Oh, he does come into the sub box. Well done. But he's always making yards, and that turnover is always really quick. It just shows that, you know, the athleticism and the physicality just doesn't really look like it's...
quick turnover is such an important thing, because even though there's the temptation to try and set yourself... Oh!
Good touch.
That's a good touch there. Even though the temptation is to try and set yourself, you know, you want to run against an unstructured defence.
Yeah.
You know, if a defence has time to get ready for you, a lot of teams run systems that are really hard to attack against.
Yeah. Yeah, and... there's been more touchdown turnaround on that pitch too.
It looks like that's a score from Nomads. Yeah. So I've got no idea of the score, but it's it doesn't look, just based purely on that, it doesn't look hugely promising.
Yeah, but we'll see. Bedford though, looking to come and create a bit more try scoring opportunities. 2 minutes left to go. It's 5-2 to the Stormers. Just very much coasting through this game now are the Stormers. That's a nice idea.
It is, yeah, and if you've got the player running into the space, but it's a tricky one.
And I think this is going to be one of the first occasions where we see a subset and Connahan doesn't come onto the field.
It is. It might be that he's just giving himself a little break. I think in Hodgson...
Although you've got Farr, Hodgson and Bricknell. That's not bad, and Tor Summers.
Yeah, exactly, to tell them what to do. I mean, it's... I don't think they'll manage. Here we go. Tor will set the platform for Bricknell to scoop here.
Offside, no.
No, I think he had himself well set.
That's a good defensive line there. I'm just having a look over pitch 2. There's a couple bit of line attack going on. Can't really see that much, but we will keep you up to date with what's going on. And here we go.
Here it is.
For the first time. Oh, Hodgson just says no.
Absolutely not. Slam that door shut.
Ah, that was...
Nice try, Tom.
Yeah. Oh, that could have been intercept opportunity as well. Farr was ball hunting in the midfield.
It was indeed, but Bricknell was on hand to shut that down.
Yeah, it feels a bit bad, right? I'll make an observation. We've spoken so much about Seb Connahan, But actually, the work of Bricknell Farr, and there's Tom Davies doing what Tom Davies does best, carving lines off the ball.
That's fantastic.
And there's a bit of
bit of wrestling in midfield, but it feels like it has a loving tone to it.
It definitely does. That was one player going, oh, I can't believe you've got me on that switch.
Absolutely, that's nice. You like to see that. I agree. I think we've seen a lot of strong teams today with very, very strong individuals. I think you could call Bedford one of those teams. You know, they've got Snowden and Tom Davies, but it's Seb Conahan and his supporting cast.
Yeah. You can't do what he does without the people around him.
No, absolutely not. And this is, you know, that point of having threats all over the field, and that's why they're going to be playing in this final. And it looks like as well.
Yeah. What does the body language look like over there? Now there's a tap penalty, and it seems like the Nomads are going to try and score. Luke Phoenix almost does it. There's a drop off over on pitch 2.
There is indeed. Are we?
Is there cameramen? Can we get pitch 2 from this angle?
I think I've seen them. I think I've seen them point towards pitch 2.
Let's have a look. Hold on. We'll be right back with you. So yes, we do have a bit of an awkward angle, but there is a drop-off over on pitch 2 between London Eagles 3s and Nomads. This feels as make-to-amend as we could possibly get, but it is an important moment because if London Eagles lose, well, that could have huge consequences, and we're battling gazebos, but Aston Brett is trying to find the outside edge. There's another quick one. Is that ball in the corner? Brett looks
like
happy.
It's a score.
That is try time.
That's a finish by Maddie Kingston Mills, and this is to see which team will join Southampton Stormers in the final. And if London Eagles are able to get the win, then that final will be for the entire Division 3 title. So Nomads are going to come back with a score here. See if they can come back with a score here. You've got
Charlie Samball, Theo Edwards. Who else realistically?
This is a dangerous pairing.
Yeah, they'll be looking to hit quickies on the line. Without a doubt.
They will indeed.
Edwards just waiting for the advancing Eagles defence. That's good. Gazebo's in the way. Edwards, ball to the wing, but that just hits the deck.
Be held.
And that could be it. There's not a lot of time in drop-offs. There's 2 minutes max. They started bang on that hooter. So there will be maybe a minute of touch left to play. If Eagles can eke out any sort of penalty,
and they just have to control and hold the ball now.
Yeah, or they go down the outside with Lewis Hazeldine.
Oh.
Theo Edwards, just a bit of a nudge and then an apologetic hand.
There we go. Pullers on the ball.
Yeah, Bibby pulls. That's good.
Oh, okay. So it looks like Nomads will have an opportunity. Eagles just need to slow the game down as much as possible.
That was 5 on the pitch. That's not something you often see.
It isn't. And where's the other... Oh, there we go.
Yeah, but this is
no touches now.
So no touches remaining. Theo Edwards has to create something from nothing. Gets on the outside, hits the wing. That is not ball down, and that is London Eagles' victory. Cameramen, thank you very much. But it does look like we'll have London Eagles, Southampton Stormers final for the overall division title.
And for today's title as well. I mean, that's the grandstand finish we want. The 2 best teams in this division over the 3 weeks, or over the 3 weekends. And I mean, this final is going to mean a huge amount. Eagles pushing through in that drop-off. So you wonder if maybe they've had to work that little bit harder and bodies might be a little bit more tired.
Indeed, they might be a little bit more tired. But speaking of finals, we've got one coming up for you now. At 3:30, we have the bowl final of Division 3. It is Nottingham Sheriffs versus Surrey Bisons. So here we go, finals footy. It is the bowl final of Division 3. And we have Surrey Bisons versus the Nottingham Sheriffs. Bisons taking a drop-off victory against Horsham Tigers to get to this final. The Sheriffs finding themselves in this bowl final. A little bit of a more straightforward route here. There's a loss of control at the roll ball. So Bisons will look to get their fresh legs on. There is Aaron Parrish operating in the midfield. Here is Parrish once more. There's Ed Day. Parrish just carrying hard. There is Eric Androuge. There is Androuge looking to try and find a gap and go through. He does indeed. It's a wonderful bit of pace from Androuge. There's a player behind him, doesn't look there. Does eventually find the support. And it looks like number 20, Scott Gray. It is indeed Gray, so it's Androuge to Gray, and that is the opening score in this bowl final. Bisons carving through the Sheriffs. Yeah, the first time of asking. So the Sheriffs now with line attack trying to make something happen. But it's been a fast start for the Bisons. Eric Andrews to Gray. Early scoop, early score. Sheriffs need to reply.
Yeah, they do indeed. And Phoebe Simons is the person to do it. Bosh, there we go.
Lovely little scoop. A sweep coming round. Gets through the middle. That feels relatively straightforward and exactly what the Sheriffs needed. Attacking that offside defender very well.
Yeah, Phoebe's going to be really used to doing that. And what's the opposite of commentator's curse? Commentator's blessing or something like that? So they need to reply. Phoebe's going to do it, and then she does, strolling in really nicely. And here we say...
I'll tell you what it is called. It's called being good at your job.
Oh, there we go. I'll take that, actually. I quite like that. And earning the penalty there off referee Will Gaines for a little foot in the ruck, and this gives Surrey a real chance.
Yeah, it's Aaron Parrish and Ed Day operating in this midfield with number 8, Katie Harmon. Here is Ed Day, Parrish in at half. Day, Parrish, back to Day. This is danger, diving at the line, that's ball down. He's lost some control.
And that's what we've talked about all day, isn't it? This floor is grippy, and Ed loves a slide dive out there. And actually, just needs to take a little bit more time and just pop that ball down over the line instead. But I think he'll have a few more opportunities in these 20 minutes.
Yeah, but it's a good warning shot, isn't it? From the Bisons. They've got over once through Eric Androuge scooping through and finding space, and then Ed Day threatening from a quite static setup, just losing control before the line. So the Sheriffs have a bit of problem solving. They have the ability, but now it's about getting down the other end.
It looks like Bisons are playing with a male winger on that far side as well.
They are indeed. It's a specialist winger. That's a good little pop. It's gone forward, unfortunately.
Tell you what, that's nicely chased down by the number 5 for Surrey Bisons, which is Freya Solomon. Really nice work there.
Oh, Ed Day. Ed Day. It's an easy foot race. And he's just going to go and pop the ball down. He's not going to make any errors getting it over the line this time.
Yeah. Why would you do it with a dive when you could?
There's the replay of the try that went begging earlier, and he knows instantly, but decides, well, actually, I'm just going to burn down the wing and create an opportunity for themselves. And a little blow with a kiss. Thank you very much, Ed Day.
We appreciate that a lot. And now Nottingham with Phoebe working in the midfields alongside Castra Powles.
Another sweeper coming round. This is where she can be so dangerous, and there could be another score. Trying to get around the outside of Eric Androuge. They look to phase Phoebe Simon. Lovely.
Oh, and the winger there taking the ball really nicely. Number 4.
Don't think. Oh, Lorna Buxton. It is. It's 4 for the Sheriffs, indeed.
Oh, I don't think we've got a name there.
No,
it looks
we
like
don't.
She's got M written on her back, so M taking the ball really nicely there, but just not quite able to get the ball down. But that was, we talk about warning shots. That was nice from the. That's a coach killer a little bit for the Bisons there. Just losing momentum into 5th touch, and now Perez is just going to see what he can do in terms of.
Oh, that's a brilliant score. They wave it through. The Sheriffs look a little bit lost.
They do. I think they were complaining a little bit about a touch and pass there, but you've got the sideline referee stood right in front, and they looked him straight in the eyes, and he just shook his head at them.
Yeah, and there's some happy faces in this Bison sub box.
Oh, indeed.
And it's a really good finish there. Just going around the outside. And in this bowl final, it's the last game of the day, so you want to leave it all out there at the moment. The Bisons.
Absolutely doing so.
Yeah, they're running riot early, but don't put it past this Sheriffs team.
No, we've commentated this is our 3rd game watching the Sheriffs today, and they've been really impressive. You should have seen the dive coming from Hobson there.
Yeah, well, that would have been when I was
when you weren't here,
playing the Bisons in our Horsham semi-final.
No, an absolutely beautiful step back through the middle, Superman dive through the air.
Oh, lovely.
That's nicely defended by M. Just the single name like Beyonce or Prince.
Yeah, or Seal.
Yeah, nice. That's a nice physical touch there, halting momentum. But there we go, taking it back.
And Eric Androuge, so he just decided, almost didn't see the space for a moment, but now does, and it's a rinse and repeat of the first score.
Nice, and that's number 20, Scott Gray, dotting the ball down there.
Yeah, it is just rinse and repeat. The recipe for success is Androuge scooping through, almost with a bit of a wry smile on his face, not expecting all the space to be there.
I started playing touch rugby at Loughborough University at the same time as Chris Andrews there, who's absolutely rapid, and it's just the way he can explode into space. I mean, you've seen some athletes today. You know, we talk about players with straight line speed. You know, like Tom Davies. I think acceleration really, Chris might be up there at the top end of Div 3.
Yeah, I think I might start calling him Quad Androuge because the size of those legs are
absolutely incredible. And it's been that way since I met.
Oh, lovely finish. Lovely finish
really
from
nice.
The Sheriffs.
Will Logan there, who's been really dangerous, number 79 for Nottingham today. Like, you know, on the ball all the time. Hat-trick in that first game. And just... Oh, hold on, we're coming back.
No, I think
it's
good.
A score. It's a score. And that's a really nice finish by M, the winger.
Yeah, I'm going to say that M is Emma Adams on the Sheriffs team sheet. Down as number 36, potentially number 4. I'm going to call that until I see a number 36 for
I think that's
the
a
Sheriffs.
safe bet. Emma Adams working really nicely out on this wing here.
Yeah, I think so. And I did get a message from Chris Simon yesterday saying thank you very much for all the shouts out for the Nottingham connection. He appreciated it. It's no worries at all, Chris. I'm sure he'll be watching this, going and celebrating rather than being here. Told me he's got a little bit of FOMO, but it's your responsibility to get these team sheets correct, Chris. We're not quite there yet. As the Sheriffs run the wraparound, it's on.
That was really nice. That was so nearly through that middle hole. And Phoebe just not quite able to reach out, but it's Powell there. Just not able to get that ball down. But yeah, no, Chris has got some work to do on his admin, and that's all right. It's a process for all of us, I feel. Sorry, Bison's flooding on here.
Oh, that could have been off the mark, but Andrews doesn't mind. Throws a lovely long ball. Oh, hands.
Really nice, and that's that specialist winger out there, number 23.
We've not got a 23 also. Nope. We've not got a 23 and we've not got a score.
Bit calling the pass forward, if I'm not mistaken.
Indeed. But you know, we're going to see it on the replay here. Well, that's off the mark there. The first touch is off the mark.
Ollie out on the far wing out there. Yeah.
Cool. We are. Well, I'll tell you what. That is sports journalism to the max. It reminds me of that clip of the basketball journalist where they're asking if someone's going to play, and he just turns around and asks them. Well, we just ask Ed Day.
There we go.
What's your far winger called? Dan. Well done. Take the hat off.
Daniel Marwaha might be the player out there who very nearly screamed down that far touchline if it wasn't for the forward pass.
Yeah, great name as well. I tell you
what.
what.
Indeed. We've had some belters today. I think my vote goes still to Bill Badger.
Bill Badger, yeah. Bill Badger's top tier. Oh, trying to go through the gap.
Will Logan saying absolutely not, no thank you.
Yeah, that was a good effort.
It was indeed. It's a bit of disdain on his face, if I'm honest. Which I don't always hate seeing. I don't mind when players lock in a little bit, but here's Ed Day on the field to try and make something happen. He'll get a scoop in here.
Dumping well, Ed Day. Ooh, that's a good touch. Well set on the line. Ed Day might feel a little bit hard done by. Could have been a little bit short of that 7. Doesn't matter in the end.
And I think just lacking a little bit of that momentum in their setup. That means it's a bit too easy for the defence to just sort of to get back on side exactly to that 7, you know, whereas if you're already a little bit all over the place, maybe they've got an in behind you, so you're having to get back 8 or 9 metres. But here's the fly play. Really nicely defended, though, by this winger. And
that's 5th. So no touches remaining. I think they might try and take this platform. That's good hands to the wing. Well, out to the link, and then coming back around. That one's gone forward, so that'll be easy turnover in the end.
And we're still a 3-score game now. Surrey over Nottingham Sheriffs.
Yeah, which I suppose really does just show how well fought the semi-final was between Bisons and Horsham Tigers, because that went to drop-off. And what we're seeing at the moment is the Sheriffs are being a little bit sort of blown out the water
just
to an
by
extent.
The pace
Andrews, that'll be touch and pass, unfortunately, because it's almost a wonderful finish from that winger. Number 4.
Little Birdie told me that in that drop-off, a certain player threw a long ball to absolutely nowhere.
I don't know where you've heard that from.
Yeah, no.
No, propaganda at its best, I think. There's a reason why I commentate, that's all I'll say. There's a reason why I commentate. Although in the game earlier, I did score 2 and assist another 2, so
there we go.
That's not too bad.
I've set you up for that. That's my fault, actually. I apologise to all the listeners for allowing that to happen.
It's a good job I'm not on live stream. And my job is to add colour to what we see here.
There we go, and this is again, Nottingham just, I think it's that, we spoke about it earlier in the day, when you're chasing a game, you try and force stuff on every single touch.
Oh, that's good.
Oh,
that's really good. Unfortunately, for Simon, Andrews just comes flying round to shut the door, but she'd evaded too relatively easily.
She had indeed, making it look easy out there. But yeah, I think that's that situation where you feel like you have to win the game in every single touch. Every single touch has to be a step or run through for a score. And in fact, I think what Nottingham have done so well today in the games that we've seen is ground teams down.
Yeah.
Because they all know what they're doing, and they're running this really nice structure that allows them to play off it.
It's efficient.
It is efficient, and actually, now that they're chasing a game, and it's the third time we've seen them chasing the game today, actually that's where they're starting to struggle maybe a little bit with maintaining that.
Yeah, and 7 minutes left, 3 tries in it. You know, it's not insurmountable by any means.
No, absolutely.
But it does feel like there's just an area of the Nottingham transition that's causing them a bit of harm in terms of their ability to then go and strike down the other end.
Absolutely. It's something about the way they come in on fourth. They're coming into fourth here. They're not up to the halfway yet, and then it's just a bit of a slow roll into fifth. And what they're letting Surrey do is send up a player. Oh, that's 6 more. That's good honesty from the number. I'm trying to work out who that far link is. Raphael Baby.
Raffaele Baby.
Raffaele Baby. Out on that far wing there. Far link. Again, playing with 2 female links, this Surrey team, and running the sweeper.
Oh, wonderful.
And just gliding through that space. And here we go. 2 points in the game now. 6 minutes, as you said, not insurmountable. And if they can just hold out the might of Chris Andrews and his enormous quads for this set, then who knows what might happen.
Yeah, he's giving Matt Hawkrig a bit of a run for the money in terms of biggest legs on the touch circuit.
I don't know. I've accidentally dived into those things before, and
oh, what, Hawkrig?
Yeah. It's not incomparable to slamming my head against a brick wall.
Yeah. Well, I've been slammed by him many a time playing touch, but Andrews decides, well, actually, we're just going to go over and start stepping and then finishing. They re-establish their 3-try lead.
Carbon copy of a score we score at the beginning of the game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Something like the second score of the game for Surrey. It's just that.
Well, actually, it was the score that went begging for Ed Day.
Yes, it was indeed. There we go.
Yeah.
And actually,
Ed, you're not letting that one lie.
Nope. And Chris just stays on his feet and gets that ball down nicely. They just need, I think, to get that little bit more connection between their middles on the line. This Nottingham team. And let's see what Phoebe can create.
Yeah, it's a good platform here, but they're not on the 7, and this is what I think is harming this.
Oh, look at that injection of pace.
Yeah, he's offside. Yeah, thought so. It was a really good decision. Yeah, there was a bit of almost like playing habits creeping in there. Yeah. There's another good sweeper. Step back option, puts the player down on the floor. That's Ed Day. But
springing back up.
Half's a little bit slow, so just need to take the settler for Simon. There's Phoebe Simon trying to run that 32. Ed Day, physical touch, disrupting the roll ball extremely well. Simon checking away. That's a really good pick up there. Options to go to the wing. They do, and that's try time.
Fantastic.
And once more, we're back to a 2-try game. But the Sheriffs, they need to do the other half just as well as they are now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because they're getting this line attack, and Emma Adams with a really nice finish in that corner out there, created by Phoebe Simon working with number 13, Aaron Parrish. And yeah, just need to do the next job now. But no, on referees, as something that was said to me by the said to everybody by the head of the England referees going to Limerick, the number of decisions that have been changed by players or coaches shouting at the referee,
0.
Yep, still remains at 0.
Yeah, absolutely no doubt. Aaron Parrish, though, looks to get over. Aaron Parrish, I think.
Cassara Powles was the one who set up that score earlier. Sorry, these.
It's been a long day, mate. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. It's been a great day. Yeah, great day of touch out here.
Yeah, Raffaele Baby feeding the middle, but that is 6 touch and turnover, killing the ball in a good area. But now the onus is on the defensive press for the Surrey Bisons. The Sheriffs do defend that line attack set. A try here in transition would really throw the cat amongst the pigeons. With 3 minutes left to go, it's still a 2-try game.
Would indeed. And we've seen some long-range efforts from Will Logan before, but he's going off the field. And who are they bringing on? Let's see if this pod can get a strike dump and see.
That's good. That's 5th. They need to create something. There is an opportunity to hit this fly here. There's good momentum. Back on the inside is good, but Raffaele Baby says no, thank you.
Absolutely not. Coming in from the middle there and just shutting that one down completely. And I'll tell you what, that could be big.
I mean, in the context of the way this momentum has swung over the past 5 minutes, that touch from Baby feels like it could really re-establish the lead here.
Absolutely, and Max Perez and Chris Andrews.
Yeah, this is the one that's going to feel a bit of a stinger. That's a loss of control at the roll ball, not picked up there from the referees. That's a really good diving touch there.
That's some real athleticism against a couple of pretty well-muscled middles for the Surrey Bisons team. And
oh, well checked away as well.
Nice.
And now there's momentum up the box. That's a good platform. Half is isolated, and that ball hits the deck, and that subset just fell apart at the crucial moment where it felt like they were in behind the Bisons. And now you give Androuge another set at the line, just evades one.
Phoebe Simons hunting him down, though. I'll tell you what, I'd shout out to the 22 who's been playing for Nottingham today with that deft little touch over the top, Adam Broadwater. He's been really impressive on the ball today with a few little check rounds and stuff to keep defences guessing.
Androuge, oh, this spells danger.
Into the link hole. Oh! Tell you what, those muscles sometimes can be too powerful. Firing that ball into the shoulder of number 8, Katie Harmon, and she's just not quite able to hold on, but still, that's a set finish down on their line, and now we're asking Nottingham with 1 minute to go and 2 scores down to work off their line.
Yeah, and it feels like a bit of a tall task right now to go and get 2. Stranger things have happened, but to go and get 2 feels a bit difficult. That's a good platform. The wing is in out of position, and this left side wing is in acres of space. That's a bit of a bobble, and if the Bison secure possession for the remainder of this 30 seconds, that will be all she wrote.
Nice and slow now if I were the Bisons. Working the ball across, take the ball in.
Andrews just taking the settler. That's good. And this is a really good way to sort of wind down the set. It's just taking their time, but Aaron Parrish leaves that one behind. It might not matter that much, and it won't, because there is the turnover and full time. And
as our bowl final winners.
It is indeed Surrey Bisons. Oh, victorious in that bowl final against a very good Sheriffs team that just felt a little bit sort of blown out in the early stages.
Absolutely, there was some real speed in that Surrey Bisons team that I think showed over the course of today. But hats off to that Sheriffs team who've 3 times on the live stream and they put on a real show. So what have we got coming up next?
We have in 10 minutes the plate final of Division 3, and it's Wigan Warriors Touch versus Bristol Choppers, and that'll be a very entertaining game that sets us up very nicely for our 4:30 game, our final game of the day, final game of the mixed series, final game of the club series this summer, and that is London Eagles 3 versus Southampton Stormers. So welcome back to our penultimate game. It is the plate final in Division 3 between the Bristol Choppers in pink and Wigan Warriors Touch in red. This is our second to last game. Both teams have run a very hard day, and I've got a bit of inside knowledge of this Bristol Choppers team. Played them for Horsham earlier on in my 11:15 break. That was lovely. Very athletic team. However, speaking of athleticism, Ben Fildes just spots the gap and opens the scoring for Wigan.
Yeah, that's a nice score. Just the defender probably caught a little bit looking at the middle there and actually just needing those eyes up to watch the outside. But it's a really nicely run line, and they're on the scoreboard already. Let's see if Choppers can go back into them.
Yeah, and number 13 for Bristol Choppers is a very athletic player who has been causing teams all sorts of issues all day.
I think that number 33, Owen Joyce.
Ah, yes, indeed. Thank you very much for keeping me honest.
No worries. Owen's in the England under-20s training setup, playing with sister Aoife Joyce, who's in the England under-18 setup, who you might find at link at some point in this match.
Great touch coming across from 46, who is not on my team sheet. Thank you very much, Bristol Choppers. I'm gonna hazard a guess that it's Josh Woodward, because you're, or no, actually, I know exactly who 46 is. It's Emir Jones, and I know that from yesterday. Emir Jones, great player.
There we go, little hitch kick there. Tell you what, I quite like the Wigan t-shirts. Not often most teams playing out in vests, and there's something quite classy about it. Oh, over the top
that's a
ball.
really good release, but it's touch and pass. So Bristol Choppers struggling to find their feet early. Only 2 minutes in though, but we saw this. You know, I've had the fortune of playing this Bristol Choppers team twice now in this mixed series. Once today, one a few weeks ago. And Choppers grow into games really well, and they start identifying where to attack and what to do very efficiently. They're a smart team. Emir Jones is a very established player,
and so they'll spot the way that teams play and understand how to break it down.
Indeed they will, and that's the marker of a good team. That ball's away, but Wigan Warriors, a bit of a tumble, still evades the touch,
and it's fifth coming now. They'll get the scoop. That's fourth even.
That's six more.
There we go, and let's see what Wigan Warriors can do with another line attack set. And we could potentially be going with Bristol Choppers 2 down early doors if they can't hold this team out.
Yeah,
Round for the 32.
That's a really good nudge on in the touch. Wigan, I mean, no strangers to a bit of physicality. That's a good dive. Is that ball down? No, it isn't. Good touch.
Nice touch from the link there, number 17. Anthea Newton.
Open side quickie. That's another dive at the line, and that is good. And that's a wonderful dive and score from number 8, Ben Wilcock. He doubles Wigan's lead.
That's really nice. Let's have another look at that here. In not a huge amount of space, just getting over that ball, and yeah, really diving in from quite a way out like a landing jet, just straight into that try line.
Yeah, it's a great dive, and it's that combination of Wilcock and Ryan Jones that have cultivated one more score here for Wigan, doubling their lead 4 minutes in.
And that's frustrating there for Bristol. Just a little bit of miscommunication. Wigan taking a while to get players on. They're looking for space, but unfortunately that's ball down, and now
that's a really good drive, but very good shoot and shut down there
from this winger.
Yeah, number 13. I'm still trying to find the 13 on the team sheet. Getsumetsi.
Oh, that's a nice dive there, but that's still a touch. That's Aoife that I was talking about earlier within the girls 18 setup for England.
Oh, that's off the mark. It is indeed, and it's well spotted from the refs. So Wigan, I mean, they're turning the screw early on.
They are indeed, and they're putting pressure on, and they are punishing mistakes, and that's. I think we talked a little bit earlier today about being ruthless, and at this level you do have to be ruthless because you don't know how many chances you're going to get.
No, you don't. That's a good 32 setup. Danger. Oh, good line. Is that catching ground? No, it's ball down.
Unfortunately so. Let's see if Choppers can get up the other end now, because I'd like to see what they have in line attack.
Yeah, just trapped behind the gain line at the moment.
And I think we're seeing a little bit of a symptom of people being tired, maybe going a little bit more laterally. You know, 6th game on a long day, maybe a few people playing yesterday, and they're just failing to get that momentum a little bit.
This is 5th coming. This is better momentum from the Choppers. Good step and go through. That's a really good touch though coming in from 21, Ben Tobin.
But it's a nice scoop from the Choppers player there, 52. Ben McMillan up the middle. And that's a promising sign. That's what we want to see from the Choppers team. When they can get up the other end and if they cut out those errors, you know, I think they can give this Wigan team a real game.
Yeah, Tobin working his way off. Here is the top try. Here's the early try score. There's a bit of chest on chest. Got to be mindful of the fact that we don't want this physicality level creeping to ridiculous states. That's really good momentum and great pace shown. Just try and go all the way around the outside, and he will finish it. Oh, he's dropped the ball, I think. I think that's ball down. No, it isn't. The refs are happy. That's number
fine.
8, Ben Wilcock, going over for his second. Let's have a look at this on the replay.
Just gets on that outside, turns the afterburners on, and then
silence.
It's a well taken opportunity, and
Ben Wilcock
Bristol,
with his second.
Yep, absolutely. Bristol Choppers working their way up to the line now.
It'd be interesting to see what he can do. Bristol Choppers, oh, avoiding touches.
That's 5th touch there, unfortunately. Just needed to take that ball in.
Yeah,
But they should be looking for space over on this left-hand side.
There is.
Ooh, not communicating. Oh,
Jones.
that's 5th now. Oh, that's a lovely line.
What a line. What a ball.
That's lovely. I'd love to see that again on the... That looked like a fire-up off this quickie.
Yeah, it was.
Number 34. Fire up, and he just drifts really nicely outside the link. The link gets up well.
It was Woodford to O'Brien.
Yeah, that's nice. And that's nice to see that, you know, Bristol, what they can do when they get down this end.
Yeah, we've just not seen any of it early in this game.
It's the importance of winning that midfield, right? I mean, the middle of the pitch is where so much stuff goes on. And
but you don't want, in a 20-minute game, you don't want to let, you know, that scoreboard start ticking over for Wigan Warriors.
No, absolutely, particularly when you're not adding any of your own. So if they can get a stop here, arrest a little bit of momentum, and then who knows what might happen. We've still got 12 minutes to touch best to play.
That feels really harsh, I've got to be honest. But the referee spotted what he spotted.
Against Owen Joyce there. Just to be clear on that movement is if you make a touch from the side with a bit too much force, and that's what that is.
Oh, player down and hurt. And refs need to stop the play. I hope that that's nothing serious.
It looks like a foot, which is hopefully the least serious of the bits of the body. So
yeah, for a moment there, it looked like that could have been head on shoulder, and my back shuddered. Thankfully, she is okay.
Yep, being assisted off there, and we have a break in play while players get back on, and the referee will restart the game. That's well dealt with by Gareth out there, the referee. He's a very experienced ref, and
that's
there
a
we
quick
go.
Turnover as well. Opportunities here. Good check away.
That's nice from Joyce, working up the field nicely.
This
That's
is second.
second.
That's much more efficient here from the Choppers. Good forward momentum, and that's again another good bit of momentum. Maybe could have been half over the mark there. The referee had a bite at coming forward, but didn't in the end. Ball goes to the wing.
Oh.
It's unfortunate. It's a bit too tall, but Choppers have started to sort of tick over in this final, but they'll need to find a bit more end product to threaten this Wigan Warriors line.
I think what they really need is they need a set down here. So they need to start putting some pressure on this Wigan team, because otherwise they're going to be playing all of their touch in the middle of the pitch, where clearly Wigan are that bit stronger.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to the physicality of this Wigan Tights team, and now we see a good bit of pace coming through from number 5, Ian Widows.
And that's nice there, and that's, I think, that's that scenario. Let's look at this again. Yeah, we've spoken about it all day. Happens a lot in Division 3, where wingers are just left with a little bit too much space. You know, if Bristol can start compressing to this side of the field, then they'll be able to put real pressure on the opposition.
They will indeed, and you'll forgive me for taking a moment as the Horsham team wave me goodbye. Very well deserved results here for the Horsham team, but enough about the past. Choppers, ooh, there's a bit of chat going on between the two. Harry Jones doesn't look all that happy with some of the calls, but it doesn't really matter for the Choppers. The referee's made his decision. It goes back to what you were saying, the number of decisions that have been turned over because players and coaches have been shouting,
yep,
is 0.
Absolutely, and it's important to remember as well, in the same way that coaches and players make mistakes, every now and again a ref makes mistakes, and again, you know, those that wear yellow, we can't have our game without them.
No, there's an offside penalty as well there, so
again, another example of Wigan getting up and dominating this area of the field. They're putting Bristol under pressure and then forcing errors from Bristol, and now they're on the halfway and they've almost got a tap off to get up to the line, see if they can get some scores, and that's nice running from these players.
Really well away as well. It's a good setup for the sweeper.
Very dynamic.
Foot race now. Oh. If he'd have got through there, that would have been magnificent. Looking to go over for his third would be Ben Wilcock.
Oh,
2-on-1. Well executed, but it's
well
really well
defended by the
covered.
winger.
Yeah, and that is Ketsumetsi over on this near wing for the Choppers. They will have one more touch. This is 5th. That's a great pickup, and now there's a good bit of pace, and now that should be ball down and score, and that's a hat-trick and a final for Ben Wilcock.
And that's really nicely worked, and it's their lateral movement that was really impressive there. You know, we've talked today about how some teams get to the line and then they lose all of their momentum, and it becomes quite easy for teams to set themselves. And in fact, what we're seeing there is they're getting up to the line and they're still working the ball around the whole width of the pitch, and it makes it really hard for defences to get set.
Yeah, and then it's that pace to then go and execute that Ben Wilcock is what he possesses. 5-1. 7 minutes left to go. Feels a bit difficult, but Choppers have created a good overlap, and that's a really good score. And they'll need much more of that in the final 7 minutes to make a game of this final.
Absolutely, and that's a really nice. I was going to say that's because it was Joyce there. I've combined those two. Nice from Joyce, getting the ball down on the outside and just using a little bit of his own pace and going, you know, Bristol aren't a slow team either.
And it's a very good throw back onto the field from the Wigan Warriors team manager, whilst also throwing her notepad onto the field. We've all been there, and then claims it's a wonderful pass. Don't worry about it. It definitely wasn't caught on live stream. Wigan Warriors, though, back with possession, will look to re-establish their 4-try lead. And Choppers.
This is better from Choppers in terms of getting up and pushing them off the 7. You know, it's so much harder to strike the line if you're 8 or 9 metres out and you don't have to get back 7 metres.
It's a really good ball. It's just unfortunate it's dropped short.
Great identification of space out there. The wing is wide open, and it's just about getting a ball that lofts enough. But I don't think, if you're Wigan, I don't think you're too unhappy with that. You're seeing the space there, and they probably back their midfield now to hold Choppers in a little bit.
Yeah, I imagine they would be pretty happy with how this game has gone so far.
Nice meters from Aoife there, coming into 3rd touch. That's on the halfway. Rolling through now with the latch. And let's see.
That's a good 5th platform, but half is slow to the play. There's 6 more. Ooh, referee's given ball down, which...
Interesting. I suppose there's an argument there that actually that Wigan player is allowed to be up at the channel, and it seems like it potentially hit them on the chest.
Yeah, it just might feel a little bit unfortunate for the Choppers. That's a good touch coming in.
This is nicely worked by Wigan, and they're getting this momentum really well.
Great transfer. That's
Ben
fifth.
Wilcock.
This is aggressive now. This is really good from the Warriors. Can they find the spare player? Struggling, and there's a really good touch.
That's nice. And they're just not quite able to make space in the midfield there, or behind the line there. And so now Bristol are working back up off their line. These are nice meters coming down all the way down the wing. Is she going to go all the way? Nope, she's just reeled in, but that's all right. There's Joyce now.
Oh, evading touches. Well,
this is fantastic, and it was just a run from the winger there that just kept going and going and going. She looked surprised herself almost.
Yeah, I think they were looking for a sweeper there, but they've gone for the link. Oh, step back is good. Oh, and it's picked off very well.
I think he just needed to look up and run through the space in front of him, get him behind the line, and there we go. Now, all of a sudden, I mean, this is end-to-end stuff.
Bit of a tumble from both players, and unfortunately, there's a few groans, and I think that might be just leveling of decisions, because that one felt harsh against Warriors, and it might be sort of evening up that tally.
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
But Choppers need to get a bit of a wriggle on. 3.5 minutes to go, 3 tries the deficit. That's a really good try, and that does help them. That brings it to a 2-try game with 3.5 minutes left to go.
And Wigan won't be in any rush here. I mean, look at them strolling back.
Yeah, I mean, well, Choppers are set and ready, and well, there's only 2 players visible on the camera from Wigan. But there is that rule as well, isn't there? If you delay the restart of the game intentionally, it'll be turned over. So there is some impetus.
We saw that yesterday before a game where a team's tap-off was taken from them for not being on the field at the right time.
Yeah, and it happened today as well with Surrey Bisons.
Oh, there we go.
Late to one of their games, and I believe it was turned over. There was calls going out on the tannoy. Surrey Bisons, can you make your way over to pitch 3 as soon as you can, please?
You'd wonder what else they were doing outside of playing touch, given that that's broadly what we're here for. But you never know. It can be confusing with the schedule every now and again. But that's a nice defensive set from the Choppers, and now we've got 2.5 minutes left to go, and this is going to help things in terms of getting some momentum upfield.
It is indeed, and that's good momentum. And
nice,
again, defenders being called offside. That could be off the mark, not given. It's fortunate for the Choppers, but they won't mind. This is forthcoming, but they've lost a lot of momentum, just surrendering this 4th touch in the same area they took the 3rd. They need to strike and strike well. Oh, and they just lose the ball going forward, and you feel like that might be sort of nail in the coffin, really, for the Choppers final.
Need to put some pressure on here to try and win this back. That's good at halting momentum. Now got to get up in faces.
There's a nice switch coming round. That's a good touch and roll ball from the Warriors. And they've worked very hard for their lead early. And now it's about establishing and maintaining. That's a good bit of footwork to go and break through. Does Jones come and make the touch? He does indeed.
And there we go. It seems like Bristol have really worked into this game. You said that they would, but Wigan just did enough early work to put themselves ahead.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like we've seen the best from Bristol Choppers and what they can possibly offer in this game. But full credit to Wigan Warriors, who just took advantage of some of those early scores, really sort of set their intentions out early. That's another good roll ball. And I tell you what, if they do manage to score here, and that's a bit of a commentator's curse once more, with another fumble at the roll ball, it could have been a grandstand finish, but as it stands, although...
Here we go.
I'm just going to shut up for a minute and let this game play out as it needs to.
Here we go, Bristol. Taking a little bit of time to attack the line here. They don't want to be too frantic. You know, there's an urgency, but not necessarily, no need to panic on the line. And they're going to be looking to quickie here.
He's got to get over. He does indeed. And that's now a one-score game with 30 seconds left to play.
Number 46.
Number 46, I believe 46.
I think that's Emma Jones.
Is Yeah, come on, potentially could be 46. Is he the big man?
Yeah.
Yes, 46 is Amir Jones. And
That's
I
really
believe
nice.
the other one is Josh Woodward, the two players without. And that's the final hooter, and that will be all she wrote. That is full time, and Wigan Warriors take the victory. 5 tries to 4 over Bristol Choppers. Bristol did come back into that game, but it was just a bit too little too late.
It was indeed, yeah. You said that they would work their way into the game, but Wigan did the work early, and I think what they did really well early was come out with real intensity. It's hard at the end of these days. People are tired, but they ran really hard, and Bristol all of a sudden 2-3 tries down before they can actually start reacting to it, and then they played a really nice second half a touch, but 20-minute games are quick things.
Yeah, and it doesn't give you a lot of leeway if you let that scoreboard start ticking over. But for Wigan Warriors, the plate final goes to them, and they'll be very happy for it. And speaking of finals, in around 10 minutes time we will have our last game of the day, of the mixed series, of the club calendar for this summer. And that will be London Eagles 3s, Southampton Stormers, and a place in Division 2 on the line.
Can't wait.
It's not one to be missed. We'll be back with you in 10 minutes. So here we go, the final game of the mixed series. It is London Eagles 3 versus Southampton Stormers, the game we were speaking about, game one of today that we were looking forward to having, and we get it in the final, and all the money is on the line. It is the championship on the line between Eagles 3s and Stormers. And I'll put you on the spot. How do we see these next 20 minutes going? We've seen both teams on live stream. Eagles had the hardest semi-final, winning through drop-off against the Nomads. Does that put them in a bit of a better stead, or is there a bit of a fitness aspect to that as well?
I think it comes down to one thing, really, and I am going to be as unbiased as possible in this. I think if Eagles can contain Conahan and his supporting cast, I think they win this game. But I think if he's given a bit too much rope and room to play in the manner that he's played over the course of today, then I think it'll be a tricky day for the Eagles.
Yeah, and it's not just Conahan, is it?
No.
As we've seen so much from the likes of Bricknell, Hodgson, Tor Summers, Emily Squires. There is talent littered in this Southampton team, and there will be a bit of a job to do for the likes of Brett and Pools in this midfield. This is fifth. Half's there a little bit slow, just drops the ball into an area. Good defensive set early. Interesting to see no Conahan out there.
That is interesting. I wonder if there's a little bit of a logic of, wait until bodies are a little bit more tired, until he can come on and make that sort of slightly bigger impact, because we know he likes those long stints on the field. Ooh. But that's pretty good for second touch there as Eagles flow onto the field. Oh, but they're just overstepping these marks, and I think this is a thing. This is a little bit of a finals fever that you get where teams are going, we're in a final, we have to play differently, but everything that you've done up until the point to get you there.
Oh, fortunately, it's going to be given as forward.
But that's really nice to see from Southon and Linthwaite linking up in the middle there. And a little bit of early threat from both teams, although, again, look at the position that Southampton are in, and
here
look who's flowing onto the field.
Yeah, this is the danger pod, isn't it?
It is indeed.
There's Hodgson. There's Farr really sort of being the platform here, and there's Conahan stepping, doing a couple. There's a long ball to the wing. Oh, an extra foot in height, and that's the opening score. But we were talking about him.
There we go.
His first tester early in the line.
That is that's an interesting touch there. Nothing given by the referees. That's all right. We'll play on then. Dylan looks okay. But no, look at that pressure.
There's Conahan doing what Conahan does, going and putting on pressure, showing his athleticism. I wonder if he'll sub after this set. He didn't for the vast majority of that semi-final. Farr marshalling this play well.
We'll take 6 more there. Not sure what Lewis is complaining about there. I think Seb hit a ball into the ground, which he's allowed to do.
Yeah, Conahan in defence, but Hazeldine. Here's Brett.
And this is a little Taipans mixed open mid partnership here in Brett and Hazeldine.
Danger. Can Farr get over and make the touch? He does. Is that ball down first? There's a chat here to be had for the referees. Libby Steele on this far side is fine. Simons is fine. And there is your opening score. First blood,
Maddie
London
Kingston
Eagles.
Mills there playing at link, but a really nice honesty from Eva Clothier there, the winger, just letting the referee know that she didn't make the touch and making that decision nice and easy. But this is nice, getting on the outside, and then Kingston Mills just getting the ball down nicely. Sorry, Miles Kingston, which is sort of vaguely close enough. Bricknell on now, though, and Conahan. Okay, this is the danger pod. Need to be careful here.
Playing away well.
Emily Squires as well, look out for her. She's had some really deft touches in the game so far.
Yeah, and don't forget Lines in number 7 here at this male link. He's been involved in the action. Oh, that should be 6 more. It is indeed. So Conahan will have another crack at the line, and I'm wondering if you are seeing a bit of this finals fever at the moment, because it feels a little bit trying to score off every single touch.
Exactly that.
You don't want to, just create these unforced errors, but Conahan gets on the outside of Bibby Pools. There's a right foot step. Oh, it's stunning from Seb Conahan.
And there we go, and that's the opening score, and that's what we said, it'd be tricky. It does feel like every time the Stormers come on, what we really just need to say is, all the players in the Stormers jerseys, watch out for them.
Yeah.
Because there's danger all across the park, and that is Conahan doing what Conahan does. I think Eagles need to complaining about something sort of quite meaningless again.
Yeah, it doesn't help, does it?
No.
I think when you get into that battle of sort of feeling potentially hard done by from the referees,
Absolutely.
you're then in danger of looking at like hard touches that aren't hard touches and overstepping the mark by trying to cannon in. It just doesn't really help anyone's case. It's focusing on your job and your job only as Hazeldine tries to orchestrate a play around the outside. That ball's down. Good endeavour.
It is indeed, but I would argue there you've got extra touches on the line. Settle a little bit again. This is finals fever. I think that's a new term that we're coining right here.
Yeah, well, me and Dan Powell had Cow Corner up in Nottingham Highfields with an incredibly muddy, specific area of the field. So we'll have finals fever as well.
Brilliant.
And that'll go down in the books as we see Conahan looking to run this fly, stepping round, finds the wing, step back. That's a wonderful recycle. And then Farr hits the platform for 5th touch. Really well done to escape. Can he find some spare players?
Oh,
that's
no, that's
loss
just
of control.
Just down there, but again, we're seeing them work the ball really nicely across the field and pull Eagles into some really tricky positions. And they're just about handling it for now, but...
Oh, Conahan almost getting an intercept. Farr now putting on some pressure. So Eagles struggling in this transition. Pulls, gets on the field to try and inject some pace. Checks away from Conahan, which definitely is the right thing to do. But that ball is forward. So midfield pressure is starting to pay off for the Southampton Stormers.
And that's a little bit of, I think, what we call box management from the Eagles there, just not getting players onto the field in time, making it really tricky for that winger to work as a scrum half. And now that's given field position. You've got, hope they're not thinking about targeting Samika Evans, because they won't get a lot out of that.
No, but what I think Connahan will do is try and pick off this link channel. I would love to see him run the exact same thing and flash this ball near side. That's where the space is.
See if they can make that happen. But it's a strong team. Evans is working back.
Oh, what a ball that is. What a catch. What a finish. Seb Connahan.
Around the houses. LeBron James slam dunk onto the line. Let's look at this again. This is just an absolute pick.
Step, pump, then there's the rip. And it is caught behind and then slammed down from number 12, Lucy Wilkinson. And it is a great finish. But once again, Connahan, well, he's the magic man at the moment. He's creating something every single time he touches the ball, and now he's involved in this D set. Not happy with his work until it's been defended and secured.
Just tightening up defences, you know, that allows that space out wide. There you go, quickly. Oh, just can't quite pick that ball up. And that's all right. There's a bit of endeavour there. It's still a 1-point game, but I think we're just, there's a little bit lack of...
Oh, there's danger here. There is danger here.
That's first touch, though, up over the 10-metre line.
Which is amazing. And I highly doubt that Connahan is going to think about subbing, although he is moving over into that direction.
It could
so
be.
I wonder if he is subbing.
He's probably looking for the ball down that wing. Do you see him calling for it there?
He wants it.
He's seeing space at all times. Okay.
Oh, that's off the mark.
Right. Eagles with half-decent field possession now. And there we go, onto the ball quickly. That's what they need to do. Get halves there, initiate touches, and just get downfield.
That's a good roll ball. Bit of a nudge afterwards. Nothing doing from the referees. They're happy. That's a really good roll ball. This is much better from the Eagles.
Just need to keep this momentum going.
Pulls. They're looking to go and hit that outside edge, moving very laterally, allowing the defence to come over and crab across. I think if Bibby Pulls had just straightened, they would have stopped that defence crabbing, and there would have been more of an opportunity. Ooh, little bit stop-start is the Stormers' subset now, so both teams finding some issues.
Looking to put pressure on here, but here's Connahan. So
yeah, he'll find a way out of the problem. Oh, no, he won't. He'll find Eagle's hand.
Lawrence Hodgkins, and just popping the ball into his hands there. And I think, when was the last time we saw Connahan make a mistake like that?
Yeah, well, not for this entire series, I would hazard a guess.
There we go.
At least definitely not today.
No.
Hazeldine pulls on his outside. Hazeldine looking for this 32 platform. Half is slow. That's a shame, but pulls. There is still an opportunity to go on the open side. Here is the quickie. Trying to get on the outside of Connahan, but I think she realised very quickly that that wasn't going to end in anything.
It's a tricky thing to do, yeah. It's interesting to see what they'll do here. Slowing the game up a little bit.
Just pulling this link Gallagher out of position. Oh, that's dangerous for Connahan. Once more at the last step, gets over, makes a wonderful diving touch.
Does indeed. He's impacting the game on both sides of the ball. And here we go.
Now he might just go full length as well. And he will. There's Connahan and Farr, and that is relatively easy. The only person keeping up is the ref, and the ref will just watch him put the ball down and sort of goading some pressure on for the London Eagles to say, look, you know, I'm going to take all the time in the world if no one presses me. But we'll see this on replay.
And he's going to be back into defend now. There we go.
1-2.
And so I think what we're seeing here is what I spoke about at the beginning. You know, if you could contain him, Eagles would be able to play a level game and maybe beat them with a bit of structure. But Southampton using that weapon of Connahan, but also all the players around him doing really good stuff, defending really well. You know, he isn't a one-man army. He's a weapon in a whole arsenal. It's just a very, very potent weapon.
Yeah, I think there'll be offside penalty here against Lines on the line. Yeah, it is true. It is fair, and Libby Steele is very confident in her calls, so they'll get a fresh set of 6. And I think what we're trying to say about all the team for Southampton Stormers is they are facilitators for the weapon that is Seb Connaghan. And Connaghan can't do what he does without a supporting cast. However, that should be pretty clean ball down.
No, that's a touch called by the sideline referee there.
That was last ditch.
Was indeed. They need to centralise a little bit here, playing in a very tight channel.
Yeah,
so look for a fire up.
Yeah. There's another
against
jinx.
Connaghan.
Brett. Oh, that ball to the wing is, he knows. Ball to the wing was the option. Connaghan's just asking if it's balled down. The facial expressions on Connaghan are very comical, but Brett now running a very nice line, and that is ball down,
nice
and very
clean.
happy. Connaghan's not happy, Brett is, and I think that's fair. It's now once again a one-try game. It's a lovely variation.
It is, and do you know what? It's using a full set of touch. Connaghan's looking at the ball there, and I think that's a great call from the referees. Actually, that's ball down.
I think that is ball down as well. Connaghan will probably watch that back and go, yeah, you know what, fair enough. That's that's the one that almost went in earlier. That could have been given as well. So Eagles are threatening. There's a nice fly. Oh, but overplaying of the Stormers.
Yeah, they are indeed. They're playing into the scenario a little bit too much instead of just playing their game.
Yeah, and
this
now,
is nice meters from Linthwaite there. That's second.
Yeah, there's not a lot of midfield press. I think Linthwaite was looking for an in at the side there. A little bit frustrated are the Eagles, but focusing on their own job is the recipe for success. Hazeldine enacting half. Oh, there's no touch that's been made. That ball goes to the wing, but it's just a bit wayward. I think the Stormers on that far sub-box are trying to talk to the sideline ref about potentially 7 on for a moment, but I think both teams sort of falling into the trap of appealing, getting frustrated. You know, it's focusing on your job, your singular sort of identity almost as a player and a cog in this machine for each team.
Exactly that. I spoke to Chris earlier about what happens. You know, do you if you're playing a new team or something like that, do you focus on what they're doing or what you're doing? And it's the same with every single game of touch. You focus. You know, you can control what you're doing, so play your game instead of getting in to their heads, and then all of a sudden you start trying to control the decisions of the referees. And
Connaghan with a lovely ball out to the wing,
nicely chased down by Mary Morris on the wing here.
Oh, there's a calf that's gone ping. I don't think the Stormers have recognised that someone needs to go on. Now they have, because there is a winger that's...
Nope, she looks like she's going to try and play on there. Oh, there.
Yeah, I think the referee's just saying, you know, almost like, don't be a martyr. You know, look after yourself.
Absolutely.
I've been there. When your calf goes ping, it can feel like you can run on it straight away, but then you wake up tomorrow morning and you cannot move. It's an unfortunate one, especially in a final. But game continues. No rest for the wicked as Eagles drive up the middle. Connaghan trying to buy no touch.
There.
There's Brett.
That ball back in.
That's a great platform for Aston Brett. Brett could go to the wing here, checks back on the inside. It's audacious.
It is. Audacious is one way to describe it. When you're 1 point down, there's other words that I imagine the Eagles coach might be using right now that aren't for the live stream. But again, Eagles controlling a bit more territory here, putting a bit of pressure on, trying to contain the likes of Hodgson, Connaghan. Well
played around as well from Hodgson and Connaghan. I think Connaghan's going to stay on.
I think he pretended almost to sub off there and then went, actually, no.
Do you know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see Connaghan on a Redlands play. Oh, in fact, don't worry about it. Oh, Libby Steele has a decision to be made, does make the touch.
And there we go. Eagles player calling that they made the touch. It's an honesty game.
It is indeed, and that might feel a little bit hard done by for the Stormers. But Connaghan will look for a good platform. Libby Steele.
Huge touch there
Libby
from
pulls, yeah. Oh, but then Connaghan just finds the extra gear. Looking for the switch. That's
great
a really
work.
good
That's
six
really
touch.
good defensive work as well. But Connaghan, jeez, even when he's not got much space to work in, is still looking lethal.
Oh, Connaghan painting a bit of a frustrated picture
just
at the moment.
We saw it a little bit in that last game as well, that there's potential for that to happen. Yeah,
but they've got to have the wider context in mind. You are 4 minutes away from taking all the marbles. There's a one-try game. You can't let anything go unjustly. That's a great ball.
It's a fantastic ball and into the right hole. I think this side of the field just fell asleep a little bit, because if you're sniping into that hole as an attacker, then that's a score all day.
Indeed.
Stormers still sitting 1 point up here in this really cagey final.
Yeah, it does feel like, you know, both teams don't want to lose it, but now there's overplaying, and Connaughton with his head in hands, he knows. But we've seen this time and time again, and they are not afraid from going in and putting in a defensive effort,
And that's a score.
and it is a wonderful score. Yeah, on the outside was Tunde Adekaye.
But really nice work from Hazeldine there, and then Tunde just getting that ball down nice and cleanly, and that takes us back to a level game. And look at that smile as he runs back up the field.
3 minutes left to go. 3 tries apiece. It's a set of 3s.
And I wonder if there's a thought that maybe Seb Connaughton is saving himself for well, I don't want to use the word.
No, there's a bit of a commentator's curse that I've noticed, that if you ask for it, it doesn't happen.
I haven't asked for what.
Very well played.
But
Very well played.
That's big for Eagles to be able to hold out on that set. And now they're driving nicely up the field.
Yeah, offside defenders here for Stormers. It feels like the pendulum of momentum has shifted firmly in favour of Eagles. That check back on the inside is good, and that is try time. And the screams in the sub box ring around Newark Rugby Club, because London Eagles, with a couple minutes left to go.
So really nicely worked score in between Linthwaite and Brett. Just working that ball back and forth, but here's the thing, they've got to get a stop now. Yeah. And look who's on the field.
Yeah, and for me, this is the pod that allows Connaughton to do what Connaughton does. Connaughton for Hodgson. These are the good facilitators for such a talented young player. And now, rather than going round, I wonder if he's just going to try and go himself. Yeah, they're
That's
happy.
a ball down.
Ooh! 90 seconds remaining. We are all square.
And again, that's that thing this Eagles box was celebrating, but you can't switch off, and just catches that winger flat-footed and...
Ooh. Ooh.
And
I think Hazeldine might have a case, but...
And that's Hodgson's score there to take us level.
Indeed.
So, Eagles here rolling in, danger pod, with Linthwaite and Southon. Southon's going to get a strike for himself here.
Oh, Doggy's trying to get around the link. Oh, bit of a wobbly roll ball. It's a great idea to the link. Just not quite connecting, but they will get a penalty.
They will indeed. Hold this ball here, I reckon, and just see if you can get as many strikes in as possible. And then I think we can see a few coaches in the box here starting to think about combinations.
Yes, definitely. However,
that's a touch just on that trailing foot up in the air.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, because they almost had the outside edge. But Eagles won't stop. That's a really good touch coming in there from Bricknell. Bricknell and Connaughton have to dig deep, getting over, almost pushing all of this support over, but the referees are happy with the pass, and there is 10 seconds left, and that might be a last gasp winner.
Oh my goodness, what have we had? 3 tries in the last 90 seconds?
No. Oh.
So it's now going to be an Eagles tap because of Stormers.
Yeah, and they just decide to go super early, and that is full time. And London Eagles, in what finished to be a little bit chaotic, and at the end there was
indeed
a couple things that were happening on the pitch at once. Bibby Pools just decides to take the end and finish it. Seb Connaughton and the Southampton Stormers fall just short, and we'll get a replay of that final score that went in. Flat pass, one.
Oh, skips down that touchline.
Yeah, just manages to stay in, but Eagles take the victory, take the series over Southampton Stormers. And just in a minute, just summarise the day, because it's been wonderful. We've had the pleasure of calling all of it. Division 3, well, It's got a lot going for it.
Yeah, I got a few goosebumps when you asked me that question. It's been absolutely brilliant here. You know, we talked about how Division 3, every single time you watch it, the quality gets better and better and better. And we spoke about having a final like this at the beginning of the day and that final at the end being excellent, but also seeing teams like Quackers come through. First time Liverpool Otters have ever put a twos team in. Nottingham Sheriffs as well. All of these teams playing really excellent touch and it being fantastically entertaining as well. That's the thing. It's not structured or messy. Or sometimes it is, sometimes it's both of those things. But actually, there's some great touch being played, and it was epitomised by that final. But, you know, where we were talking about the words of drop-off when it was 3-3, and it finished 5-4 2 minutes later.
Yeah, it has progressed so much as Division 3, a testament to how touch has grown. But that is all from us today here at Next Gen and England Touch. That is the mixed division wrapped up very nice and neatly in a boat, and we will see you at the next one.